Okay, there we go. I had my microphone muted. What's going on?
Well, police in Quebec made 3 arrests at a pro-Palestinian and anti-NATO protest in Montreal. The demonstration took place while the city hosts the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Linda Ward has the latest.
We know these are pro-Palestinian protesters acting in solidarity with those in Gaza, acting against NATO, mainly students. A number of protest groups have been named in this. NATO, they say in interviews that they've been doing from the crowd there, they say is complicit in supporting Israel's war on Gaza. This as 300 delegates from NATO countries are in Montreal for meetings for the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. This protest last night, though, turned violent quite quickly. Montreal police say demonstrators were throwing objects at police, lighting vehicles on fire, breaking windows. Around 4:30 p.m., we have a map we can show you just how they started moving through the streets of Montreal. The crowd gathering at Place Émilie Gamelin. Around 5 o'clock, the group met another demonstration near Place des Arts, and then around 6 p.m. they began marching together. And this is when they say that they lit what appeared to be an effigy of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on fire. They were throwing smoke bombs, metal barriers were being torn.
These people are absolute fucking scum, dude. I fucking hate these pro-Palestinian fucktards. Are you still poorly? Poorly what?
Torn down and thrown into the road. Fireworks were set off in the street. They were smashing the windows of businesses as well as the windows of the Palais des Congrès, where the NATO meeting is taking place, the convention center there in Montreal. And police say that several police officers were assaulted during these protests. At about 6:40, they used what they call chemical irritants and other techniques to disperse the crowd. Vehicles were then lit on fire. About 7 o'clock, the whole crowd was dispersed. But that is when police said that they made 3 arrests, some for assaulting those police officers, as I mentioned, and others for allegedly obstructing police.
Poorly equals sick. Feeling pretty decent today. Weird pains in my arms and hands. It's probably just because of long ass stream yesterday, but you know, other than that, feeling pretty good.
Police work.
Okay, so yeah, quite a violent protest, as you described, Linda. But this has been growing through the week?
Yeah, so there's been a number of protests and boycotts by students in Montreal over the last week. Thursday, Friday, really a number of protests at Concordia University, but we saw students coming from McGill and College gathering there for those protests as well. Pro-Israeli counter-demonstrations as well on those campuses. Tensions have been high. We heard from Defense Minister Bill Blair, who's at the Halifax Security Forum, who said some activists in the crowd have gone too far.
This was nothing like lawful, peaceful protest. This was anarchy. It was an engagement in violence and hatred on display in the city of Montreal. I believe that lawful, peaceful protests can be co-opted by anarchists who have other agendas. Those agendas were quite apparent by the activities of that mob yesterday, and those behaviors are unacceptable, and we can condemn them, and in particularly the hatred and anti-Semitism that was on display in the strongest possible terms.
And a similar sentiment.
What did you take? What did you take away from Friday night?
I always believed and I always thought that Netflix was crazy not to get into live sports sooner than they did. You know, those guys truly have a global footprint, and
they literally can't handle having large live streaming audiences. Like, it's pointless to fucking watch Netflix.
You know, I think they're late to the game, but it was a big success.
But the performance of the broadcast, did that give you pause to do business with Netflix at all?
No, I thought it was, I actually thought it was smart of them to do, you know, listen, I'm not going to, I didn't think the event was a great event, but they needed to do that. They needed to bring in, they knew Mike Tyson was going to bring in big numbers. Mike Tyson was going to pull a big number, and this was a good test for them before they start airing the NFL. I mean, when you have, they're saying it was like over 65 million people tuning in at the same time. I was in a hotel room in New York, and I didn't have a bad experience. You know, it was a little grainy here and there, but I didn't have a horrible experience. I know some.
Can you react?
Are there any
Let me
Middle
take a
Eastern
look.
people here? Yeah, where are you from? Israel. Okay. Middle Eastern people here?
Haha, racist. I hate Jews. What a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Elias, don't need to tell us you won't see niggas talking about this. Let me see. Oh, yeah. That is some fucked up shit, dude. I'm glad I'm born in the time I'm born in. This guy is freeing dog, shares channel. Oh, those poor dogs. Dude, I wish I had, like, some kind of superpowers like Superman, where I'm, like, just immune to bullets or something, and I could just blow these motherfuckers away. Imagine being Superman and you could just, like, literally incinerate people with your fucking laser vision. That'd be great. Fuck that piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
I've seen some other people say they did, but I didn't.
What's up, guys? UFC heavyweight champion of the world here, John Bones Jones, and we are 5 days removed from UFC 309. And as you see, we are already back in the gym. The work really never stops over here at Team Jones, so let's go, baby. Day one.
W, don't need to tell her. Stalker 2 is not unoptimized, it's just very demanding. 8 gigabytes of VRAM is not enough for it. People that complain are using 8 gigs or 10 gigs GPUs.
But as
I think mine's 16 or something, right?
I said, for this type of game,
I've got a 4090.
it plays quite well. But the 8 gigabyte card, yeah, it was not a great experience. You can see those 1% lows are already getting hammered down. We're down to the teens, and now we're into single digits. So pretty bad performance there. Well, actually shocking performance there for the 8 gigabyte card. And it gets a lot worse. As you can see, VRAM usage is hovering around 8 gigabytes on the 16 gigabyte card, which is already causing some problems for the 8 gigabyte model. But when we go inside and there's a lot more textures that are being rendered in higher quality, as you're seeing them a lot closer, the 8 gigabyte card just falls into a heap. So 1% lows, again, single digits. The frame rate, the current frame rate has halved relative to the 16 gigabyte model. So terrible performance, loads of...
Dude, that still doesn't really make any sense that you're getting fucking, like, 5 FPS lows when the average is hovering around 40. Like, I don't know if you could say the game's reasonably optimized.
Stuttering. Basically, the 8GB model is unusable under these conditions, whereas the 16GB model plays quite well. Again, we're not looking at extremely high frame rates. Most graphics cards can't achieve extremely high frame rates in the epic quality preset. We see at the RTX
4090, 1% lows go down to 61. Average is around 102. That's still, like, bizarre. That you'd get 1% lows that low. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's my kind of game. Kind of looks boring and slow and shit, so I don't know. I'm also not really into the resource management crap. I'd rather just, like, shoot shit. That's just me, though. Thanks for the donation, W.
Fun fact: during the 2004 Ukrainian election campaigns, Russia tried to kill the pro-West candidate with Agent Orange.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
And it strikes me looking out at you now.
And nobody will fucking say shit about, like, Russian meddling. But, oh, it's fucking Washington. That's why Russia invaded.
Now that a lot of you are terrifyingly young and may not even remember what it was like to live in the last months of 1989 or not.
Gum Gum. What's going on, Gum Gum? Hey? Oh my goodness. That's a nice big kitty. Oh my god. How's my nice big kitty doing? Hmm? Oh, what a good Gum Gum. He is so huge. Oh my god, you are so big. How come you're so big? Hmm? How come you're such a big kitty? Oh my goodness.
Is pie overrated? What's your favorite pie?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of pie. My favorite type of pie is probably pumpkin pie. I only really like pumpkin and pecan. I don't think I've had any other pies that I actually liked. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer. You ever played Jericho? It's a good shooter with a twist. That game sucked, dude. That was an awful, awful game.
Not remember it very clearly, but for those of us of my age, and even quite a lot younger, the sense of human emancipation that occurred with the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the implosion of the ossified form of Russo-communism that had been imposed on Eastern and Baltic Europe, and some of Balkan Europe, that sense is something I can still very vividly call to mind. I was in Romania at the time it actually happened, watching the overthrow of the Ceausescu regime, which was perhaps the most brutal and corrupt, as well as the most, the one that was most centered on a cult of personality.
Oh, Gum Gum. Yeah. I love you, Gum Gum. Look at my Gum Gum. Oh, you're so pretty. Yeah, I love you, Gum Gum.
And it wasn't just that it was extraordinary to see so many millions of people in so many different countries and societies. Simply by folding their arms and adopting an attitude of defiance, revolutionizing and changing their system. It wasn't that it was so moving to see that. It was the realization that the Cold War was over in the other way too. That it was quite likely now that we would not have to think every day of the possibility of a mistake or a crime or a blunder, leading to what was euphemistically called in my hometown of Washington, D.C., a nuclear exchange. Imagine thinking of a thermonuclear holocaust as an exchange, but that was the way we tried to make the thought go away. It was an extraordinary period. And in those days, some of you will remember, and you can look it up, there was talk of a peace dividend. of the possibility of transferring the enormous resources that we've been putting into warfare into peaceful projects and into doing.
Trump might remove the EV tax credit. Oh, that would be hilarious, dude. I hope he does, just to fuck over Elon.
Something about the real victims of the Cold War, who were the inhabitants of the countries we used to call the Third World. That there would be possibly a new internationalism, a new comity internationally, a new renunciation of force, some spare money, and a common feeling that the values of pluralism and democracy were worth having for their own sake, and had, so to speak, proved their worth in ideological combat against both fascism and Stalinism. It was a blissful time to be around, I tell you. That's November the 9th, call it. That's the day the Berlin Wall fell. Ceausescu fell actually not till Christmas Day, or Christmas Eve in Bucharest. So that's the end of 1989. The 2nd of August, 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. Actually, it's not really strictly true to say that he invaded Kuwait, he annexed Kuwait. He announced that Kuwait was part of Iraq. He did something that had never been tried before, abolished the existence of a member state of the United Nations, a fellow Muslim state, and member of the Arab League. Quite an extraordinary thing to have done. And around that time, Slobodan Milosevic tried to impose the idea of a national socialist, Greater Serbia, on his neighbors in first Slovenia, then Croatia, then most heinously in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and then in Kosovo. And suddenly it hit me. I shouldn't have been part of this naive chorus about the end of history and the peace dividend. I had some reservations about it, which I published, but I had shared in the general optimism. Of course we were not yet out from under the rule or the danger that is posed by psychopathic dictatorship. So I had to spend a lot of time, first in northern Iraq, in Kurdistan.
Suzuki Bergman scooters are extremely good. They're very, very reliable.
This is pretty funny.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Yeah, Suzuki Bergman scooters are extremely good. If you're looking for a scooter, they're probably the best scooter you can get. Didn't they start making their 650 again? Or are they only making the 400? Because the 650s were extremely, extremely good scooters that, you know, are very easy to, like, use for any kind of riding, including highway riding. But yeah, Bergman scooters are great.
I have a story that happened to my friend. Just telling her story. Okay, so literally, so my cousin was everyone, like the moms were like getting into it about Bill. Oh, I owe this much. I didn't pay for the It's like it was people were drinking, so it's like getting excited, and it's like okay, this started getting an argument with my mom still about this money situation. That's ridiculous. It was ridiculous. And like from that point on, just was like straight. She like wrote me a letter, like yeah, no, it was like yeah, I was like wait. So sad.
I think that's fake. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
And then in Sarajevo and Mostar, witnessing what happens when dictators are allowed to get their way. And the shameful thought that one had about it was that in both cases, the cases of Saddam Hussein and Slobodan Milosevic, they had been allowed to get away with the impression that they were thought of by Western democratic societies as allies, even sometimes as clients, or if one couldn't go quite that far, as necessary partners for negotiation. And in fact, Milosevic, I remember being called by the Clinton administration a partner in peace. And I began to evolve the following.
Can you please talk about flat earthers talking BS about Brian Johnson? He supposedly takes too much unnatural supplements while his blood markers are beyond incredible, and also organ scans L. Check his latest blood work posted on x/Reddit BTW.
Brian Johnson. What are his, 2.9, 134. I don't think that's particularly high for grip strength. Bench 240. It's really not that great. I would have actually expected his bench to be a bit higher because he's a pretty big dude. I remember he made the video where he was next to Will Tennyson, and he was actually out-angling Will Tennyson. Testosterone, 976 nanograms per deciliter. He's on TRT, so... Kind of surprised he's taking his TRT to a point where he's around 1,000 nanograms per deciliter. Blood pressure 108, 72. That's good. LDL-C 45 milligrams per deciliter. That's very low. It's a very good score. I don't know why the fuck he's getting oxidized LDL. Completely pointless marker. But yeah. I think he does do some really stupid shit. Like injecting donor fat into his face. That was fucking retarded. Like, I could have told him that was a bad idea. As far as the supplements he takes, I don't think he's taking anything that's... like, that has a high likelihood of risk. At worst, I think some of the supplements he's taking just have no benefit. But yeah, they're flat earthers, dude. Thanks for the donation, STX. It's a little bear. That's funny. Oh, look how round he is. Oh my goodness. That's a nice bear. Dude, why are bears just so fucking adorable? Oh, there's his bear friend. They're so fuzzy.
View of it. Coexistence with psychopathic dictatorships is in fact not possible. And that is a good thing, probably, because nor is it desirable. 2 or 3 years after Milosevic had been called a partner in peace at Dayton, one of his other conditions, as well as not being arrested, was that the name Kosovo not be mentioned in any of the conversations, that the subject not be brought up. That was acceded to as well by an administration so eager to declare a peaceful victory. In all the years that were spent in trying to contain or even to coerce or to civilize or domesticate this man had been wasted. They had in fact all been exploited by him to advance his program of his mad idea of a greater Serbia. And the same had been true every time people had ever tried to make nice with Saddam Hussein. It seemed that his appetite for power only grew with the eating.
Like, what do you expect? If they commit horrible acts of violence and then they end up getting what they want, they're just going to keep doing it, right? You're just reinforcing bad behavior. It's kind of like when your kid throws a temper tantrum and then you give him exactly what you want, like a piece of cake or something. Well, he's going to keep doing it because he's getting what he wants out of it.
A week ago, Russia proceeded with its agreement with Iran to provide them with enriched uranium. They're also supplying mid-range missiles to Syria. And this is all following a brief meeting with the president about 2 weeks ago in Europe. There's criticism on both sides of the aisle that the president blinked during this meeting, and I was hoping to gauge your thought and opinion on where is the U.S. where are the U.S. relations heading with Russia, particularly with respect to the Middle East, and what are we essentially looking at? Are we again looking at a stare down with Russia, or do you hope that the situation will come around because the sentiment for democracy is too great?
The stupidest thing that I think that George Bush has ever said, some might laugh at this point and say, how long are you going to go on before you pick one?
Ah, don't bite me. What the hell?
But actually, I think he said many quite shrewd things, including about the axis of evil. After all, think what we've been talking about just now. Who says he wasn't right to say that was an axis of evil? Nobody says that now. Everything we found out about those countries was much worse than what we thought. For most people to find out anyway. However, I should say the stupidest thing the president said was as soon as he saw that Vladimir Putin was wearing a crucifix around his neck, he knew he was a man who could be trusted. I have garlic under this, in case you're wondering. And he looked him in the eye and he knew he was a great man. And I mean, I thought, oh God. So that really is what you get if you're faith-based. You get a KGB weasel as your partner. And it's too late to say that you think he's no good after you've endorsed him in that manner. Now, since that time, Mr. Putin intervened outrageously in the attempt of the people of Ukraine to make a self-determined government of their own. I do not believe, I say it flatly, I do not believe anyone in the Ukrainian KGB would have dared to try to poison the opposition leader if they thought the Russians didn't know or might disapprove. It is not possible in that milieu for the approval of Putin, at least negatively, not to have been sought. And I think that question should be asked much more aggressively than it has been. Mr. Putin's policy of unilateralism in respect of Iraq at the United Nations, putting Russian interest, or the interest actually of a clan of former Soviet mobsters who are owed a lot of money by Saddam's regime and who were trading on the oil for food program, which is largely run through Russia, was scandalous. That's unilateralism at the UN, not what the United States was doing, which was trying to get the existing resolutions enforced. And yes, now Syria and now Iran. And they're very unhelpful about North Korea too, and dragging their feet on an agreement we've had for a long time. I'm sorry I keep saying we. I was in America this morning and I'll be there again tomorrow. You'll pardon that. To build down the existing nuclear stocks, a lot of which are still targeted and still in the silos. That should have been done years ago, and it hasn't been. And this is to say nothing about how he doesn't let the Russians interfere in their own internal affairs, which he does not. I mean, he's quite clearly embarked on a course of one man and one party rule for his own country. So this is...
Yeah, pretty base take on Russia.
Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Jeff Morgan.
Deborah, I'm sorry.
What we need in our country is a massive turning to God. Like, if you
Today's video is going to be a banger, so buckle up so we can enter flow state. Now, we need to talk about Big Boy and the Strength Cartel. Their whole situation has gotten way worse since we last checked up on them, and holy moly, I thought they would at least, respond in some type of coherent way, but if anything, it's just been absolute madness from their side.
Hey, so check it out. All you haters out there, the way you guys talk on the internet, I guarantee you won't talk like that man to man. If you see me, keep that energy.
So Big Girl is clearly super triggered that the whole internet just doesn't like him anymore. Now, it wasn't my video that led to this. It was just a whole culmination of many different bad deeds that idiot did. Big Girl really screwed over a lot of people getting on his way to the top. So if you're going to point fingers at me or something or any other YouTuber, the only fingers that you should point are at yourself. Now, I think it's hilarious that Big Girl, he tries to pull this whole tough girl move because, he's a gangster, he's a felon, even though he's from San Clemente, which is a really rich town in Orange County, right? Now, Big Girl, he gets really pressed, right? He's super mad, he's raging in the parking lot. I don't even know what time this is. It probably looks like it's 2, 3 in the morning. Dude's losing his...
Retard donated $3. Let me see.
Let's linger on this phrase "public intellectual" because
Sure.
many.
I'm thinking of like Andreessen and
sure.
Weinstein, and
Oh, I know who you got. Yeah. I mean, we can name names if we want to, but I mean, some of these guys are friends, some of these guys are former friends, some of these guys are now proper enemies, and I'm happy to talk about all of them. But I think so. The phrase "public intellectual" is one that I will speak happily and without scare quotes, because I think we need public intellectuals. I don't think that's an embarrassing label, and I aspire to earn it. But I think it's important to notice about a lot of these guys is that though they are smart, they're not intellectuals, right? They're not attempting to have anything like a truly honest and comprehensive worldview that they can defend from all sides, and that they'll revise in real time in front of you when you push back on some squirrely part of it, in a way that proper academics and journalists and real public intellectuals will, right? I mean, I guess I'm describing something like an ideal, but it's...
Wilma Dickfit donators, what a shithole if you ask me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks, liberal government. Oh, dude. I fucking hate these scum. Absolutely fucking loathe them. Yeah. I can't wait for Justin Trudeau to get voted out. He's just running the whole fucking country into the ground. It's just a joke. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit.
It is just, you just cannot say that someone like Elon Musk is an intellectual, right? He's obviously very smart. He's obviously a talented engineer. But when you prod him and get his take on world events or on the future of humanity...
He is, by definition, not an engineer. He doesn't have an engineering degree. He doesn't have an engineering background. He has never engineered a single product at any of his fucking companies. He is, in no shape or form, a fucking engineer.
You get like 15 lines of boilerplate that he hasn't revised in the last decade and a half about us having to be a multiplanetary species and blah blah blah, and with a lot of these guys, you have people whose formative experience intellectually was their first encounter with Ayn Rand and science fiction, and then they, I'm sure many of them read.
I don't even think he has a physics degree. Didn't he get a degree out of some diploma mill?
But they read quite idiosyncratically. They're self-taught in basically everything other than, in some cases, computer science and maybe in Elon's case engineering. Even there, I think he's largely self-taught. And a lot of these guys show all the scars of being autodidacts. And it's not to say that I'm not advocating for mere credentialism. I'm not saying you need a PhD in the thing you talk about and you can only talk about that thing. I mean, obviously, I don't observe those boundaries intellectually myself. But some of us have internalized the standards of academic and journalistic integrity in a way that others haven't, right? And these guys have been outside cats. I mean, there are probably a few exceptions here, but when you're talking about somebody like Elon, talking about somebody who never internalized anything as a standard of ethical or intellectual integrity, apart from what just got hammered into him as during his adventures in tech, and now, and in his case, perhaps more.
Peterson donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I've already got that queued. Apparently, it's kind of boring. I don't know how exciting it's going to be, but we'll watch it. Thanks for the donation, Peterson.
Conspicuously than any other, we're seeing the total derangement of a personality based on social media addiction. I mean, that is, in fact, what you see with Elon. He is a Twitter addict. so much so that he felt he needed to buy the platform. And now he has this free speech evangelist gloss on what he's up to. But really what he's up to is, snorting ketamine and tweeting at all hours of the day and night, right? And that this is his influence on our politics. That it's
Seems like there's a lot of ketamine in the White House. I keep hearing about ketamine.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, one hopes he's mitigated it of late, but it's. I mean, his behavior on Twitter is obviously, palpably, visibly deranged, right? I mean, so he signal boosts Pizzagate lunatics, knowing who they are. He knows who they are because I and others have told him who they are, and yet he has absolutely no compunction about. He thinks he's doing a service to humanity by boosting to 200 million followers obvious lies.
Like, you want to bet this guy has developed some form of psychosis from doing so much ketamine? Like, it's just some of the shit he's been tweeting is insane. Like, yeah, the Pizzagate shit, that's being debunked, and he's still tweeting about
lies and conspiracy theories and making some of the most odious online trolls even more famous. And meanwhile, just, declaring war on actually normal people who, for whatever reason, he's gotten on the wrong side of.
Forgot my namification to tellers. How does a layman internalize epistemologic standards? I don't know what the hell you mean by that. What is there to internalize? Epistemology just really, it's just the standards for which you use to qualify evidence. Like, that's it. So what do you mean by internalize? Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
Yeah, so I guess then the question that I have about that it's just hard for me to wrap my head around is it simply contrarianism to the dominant culture? There was an opportunity, like, that Trump is in some ways, a vessel that you can just grab onto and gain influence with in a way that, like, you couldn't with a more traditional politician, just because, and there had to be something, like, it's not just Elon, right? Like, there is, and some of these guys, like David Sachs, I guess, was always
Right.
been a Republican, but most of these people,
But he's another one. He's like a self-taught expert on the Ukraine, right? I mean, and he either knowingly or unknowingly is recycling Kremlin talking points.
Yeah.
He'll never put himself across the table from someone like Ann Applebaum or Timothy Snyder or anyone who knows anything about Ukraine. And it's just not honest. Let's linger on this.
Sam Harris is owing Elon big time now. Elon can go cry about it.
Let me take a look.
Tricking her should be easier than escaping from Canadian Alcatraz.
Can I go out through here? Just be back by bedtime, okay.
After seeing all the shit hitting the fan with Trudeau's leadership, I finally understand what Family Guy was doing by ripping on them, lol.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. Under the Trudeau government, they've instituted what is basically a catch and release policy for criminals, where if police even bother arresting them in the first place, they'll literally just let them loose immediately, give them a court date, and then even when they miss their court date, they still won't get arrested because, like, he's instituted some, like, it's basically a DEI policy almost on arrests, and especially if you're black or, like, Native American, Cree Ojibwe or some shit, or Indian or something, they will, like, they literally won't even force you to show up to your court date under threat of arrest. It's insane. And of course, as you'd expect, crime is fucking skyrocketing, including violent crime. You're seeing way more carjackings, home invasions. It's fucking insane. We're living in fucking crazy town. But yeah, this is what Canada literally is like now.
Daniel R. Really Ellen's kids don't even want anything to do with him anymore. That's funny.
Yeah. None of Elon's kids like him. He's just a fucking piece of shit jackass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And yeah, I'd love to see a head-to-head debate with Elon and Sam Harris. Sam Harris would just make him look like a fucktard.
Canada sucks.
It does suck right now. Hopefully we can get Trudeau out sooner rather than later.
The world we're living in now, and that's LA, and that's New York, and that's a lot of places that got fucked up by incompetent people.
I don't know. I just feel safer knowing, like...
Pull this microphone. What's your face?
I feel safer knowing that Trump is in office.
I do too.
I feel great about it. Like I just like.
What I don't feel safer is right now they're launching missiles into Russia.
Yeah.
How are you allowed to do that when you're on the way out? Like the people don't want you to be there anymore. There should be like some sort of a pause for like significant actions that could potentially start World War III. Maybe that would be a good thing that we would like to avoid from a dying former president.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole thing is nuts.
I mean, look,
Joe Rogan is actually fucking retarded.
I don't know shit about politics.
Zelensky says Putin is terrified. Fuck you, man. Fuck you people. You fucking people are about to start World War III.
Like, it really shows how absolutely cowardly these, like, traditional masculinity conservatives are. Like, Putin's clearly not committed to using nuclear weapons ever. And, you're gonna start World War III. Just give the mean man what he wants. I don't want any trouble. Like, they're such cowardly fucking weaklings. And again, these are the dudes who are supposed to be traditional masculinity. Men need to be men. They need to step up to the plate. Just give the bad, mean dictator what he wants. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want any trouble. Like, they're pathetic.
Do you think this world will ever get better, VG, or are we as a species just doomed?
Well, no matter what, whether things get better or worse, we're all doomed. We're all gonna die. No one's gonna live forever. And again, eventually the universe is just going to get to a maximum point of entropy. There's just gonna be Hawking radiation emanating throughout the universe infinitely. We're all doomed no matter what. Like, life is just a stupid game. So it doesn't matter either way, whether things get better or worse for us, we're all doomed. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Russia fired a missile today.
They fired an intercontinental ballistic missile for the first time ever. It's the first time one of those has ever been used.
That's insanity.
It's fucking insanity, because those intercontinental ballistic missiles can have nukes on them. This one didn't, but if it does, the whole world changes.
Yes, Putin is going to use a nuclear weapon which would ensure his death. That makes sense. Retard donate $2, basically this. Let me see. Today's men are pussified weaklings. They only want Netflix and consumer goods. We must return to strength, honor, and chasing a glorious death in combat for the sake of the nation. By the way, Ukraine should just give up. Violence isn't ever the answer. Please, Mr. Putin, don't hurt us. That's literally what it is. That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, these people are just so pathetic. Thanks for the donation, retard. It's just like that police officer or like the entire police department when there was that school shooter in Florida. They were too scared chicken shit to confront the shooter, and they just let him execute like what, a fucking dozen kids. And these fucking pussies had like Punisher logos on their fucking AR-15s. They thought they were fucking badasses, and then they're too afraid to shoot a fucking 15-year-old kid with a gun. Like, that's literally what Joe Rogan and all these pro-Russia fucking cucks are. Oh, I'm an alpha male. Yeah, we should try to, like, go to war and face a glorious death. Also, don't hurt me, Mr. Putin. Like, they're such weenies. Thanks for the donation, retard.
But VG, that's gonna be in billions of years from now, long after we're extinct, so what?
Well, again, it's our destiny. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And it changes because of the military-industrial complex, and it changes because of the money.
Oh, that was in Uvalde, Texas? Right. Still, though, you get the point. Like, these people are just... Like, conservatives are weak fucking beta male cucks.
Putin knows if he ever launched a nuke he would lose the war instantaneously. Sick of hearing people fear-mongering.
Well, yeah, he'd lose instantaneously because NATO would directly intervene, and even if he went full psycho mode and tried to launch as many nukes as possible, first of all, I don't even know if he could. The amount of demoralization and corruption and dissent within the military is so fucking high. If he gave the order to launch a nuke, or like just a barrage of nukes, I don't know if they'd do it. I really don't think people respect him enough to actually go forward with it. And he knows he'd fucking die. Like, he's guaranteed a fucking dead man if he does that. He's never gonna fucking do it. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC. You know what I've also noticed, too? I've said Muslims are beta male cucks. Like, the religion of Islam is literally made for weak beta male incels. The whole idea of getting 72 virgins after you die, that was just made up so that the Prophet Muhammad could get loser beta male incels who women wanted nothing to do with to throw their fucking lives away in battle so that the Prophet Muhammad could get fucking rich. Conservatives have a similar mentality. Like, you do see a lot of people who are, especially like white nationalists or Christian nationalists, they're promoting this idea that women shouldn't work, they shouldn't go to school, they should be subservient to men and everything. It's that same beta male fucking mindset, because like when women have equal rights and everything to men, well, now they're not going to, you know, end up dating and marrying some fucking loser that they wouldn't otherwise, you know, get shacked up with because they don't need them. They can work and they can wait for, you know, a better man to come along. All of these fucking conservatives are just weak fucking pussy beta males, and this whole Russia-Ukraine just exposes them for what they are. They're fake tough guys online who talk about masculinity and shit, but then when it comes time to just do like the literal bare minimum, no one in the US has to go over to Ukraine and fight Russia. No one. All we're doing is sending weapons and munitions to Ukraine, and they're too afraid to even do that. They're such chicken shit cowards. They're too afraid to give weapons and munitions to other people to fight a battle for them. That's how fucking beta male they are. Bend Over donated $2. Skip 225. Joe Rogan and every other mega cucking to Russia reminds me of this.
That's definitely a... We ready to do this? Yeah!
Yeah, hell yeah, let's do it!
Are we badasses?
Yeah!
Are we badasses? Yeah! All right, so... What do we do? Wait, I know. How about we go on their ship and then beat ourselves up? And then we can tell the media they did it. Great idea, Captain! I'll start right now.
I hated that they made this episode, by the way. I think I met the guy who runs Sea Shepherd at an activist event. He's a really nice dude. And I know what they do. Like, it's not like they can shoot these people with machine guns. They'd be international terrorists, right? So they're kind of hamstrung with what they can do with their org. But they do effective activism when it comes to preventing whaling. But yeah, like, it's a similar kind of idea.
It's going to Ukraine, and it changes because the outgoing president or whoever the fuck is actually running the country has decided to do something fucking insane. Fucking insane. And we're all sitting there watching it, and people are cheering it on. CNN was saying, like, finally. See what their headline was about Zelensky about Biden giving Zelensky the ability to use long-range missiles. U.S. made long-range. It's not like nobody knows where they came from. It's not like nobody knows we've been funding this. It's a proxy war. The whole thing is fucking insane. It's insane.
Okay, so it's all right when Russia gets missiles, artillery, drones from Iran, North Korea, but it's not okay when the Ukraine gets weapons from the U.S. Like, get fucked.
Come to the negotiation table. Sit down. Work this out. Stop killing everybody. U.S. allows Ukraine to use...
What does he mean, come to the negotiating table?
Long-range missiles. So what did they say? So far crazy that they think it's a good thing to launch missiles.
Like, by the way, this is a guy who runs the most popular podcast in, like, the entire fucking world. And he's teaching his audience how to be beta male fucking cucks and bow down to fascist dictators. Like if this were World War II, he'd be one of these appeasement jackasses who's like, Hitler never did anything to us, let's just stay out of it. What a fucking pathetic loser.
You're right about our invadable diminishment as a species, VG words of the incredible shrinking man.
Yes, you sent me this before.
And in that moment I knew, and I felt my body dwindling. All this vast majesty of creation, it had to mean something. And then I meant something too. Yes, smaller than the smallest. I meant something too.
Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Frog donated $2, give Ukraine nuclear weapons. Well, Ukraine never should have given up their nuclear weapons. That was a big mistake. I don't think nuclear weapons would really do anything for them right now. They just need proper weapons and munitions to fight Russia. And that, you know, primarily includes long-range missile systems, drones, and armored vehicles. Thanks for the donation, though, Frog.
I just got a new, motherfucking sword, fully vegan and sharp. Bet you're jealous, huh? It's a Swiss degen type. Your cat is huge. What are you feeding him, lol?
That's pretty cool. That's like a hand and a half sword, right? Yeah, it's neat. And we're feeding him evolution. We're feeding him evolution vegan cat food. Yeah, he's a big boy. Look how big he is. Oh my god, he's so big. I love Gum Gum. gummy is my gum. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
The problem is that the State Department takes Russia's doctrine seriously, and they have like AI tools that calculate probably responses locally and globally to different aid packages and training/logistics, and they freak out about it in meetings.
Maybe. I don't know what any of those conversations really look like. But they're taking the Russian, like, nuclear threats way too fucking seriously. Thanks for the donation, retard. $2 do you support maid dying? What is that? I don't know what that is. Thanks for the donation, though, too.
His mind over the haters, right? Now, I think it's funny, though, because he's like, oh, keep that same energy. Yeah, remember that one guy that clowned you in person?
We seen you before, dog, like, try to troll and things like that, man. I've never trolled you. That's fine, but we seen you, man. If you come with respect, it's cool, dog. If you don't want to come with respect...
I do respect you.
It's cool, dog. If you're not gonna respect, dog, then don't come over here, dog. For real.
How am I not respecting them?
Well, just come on, dog.
What do you mean?
Want to get a picture and get a poster? You like, let's do it. If you don't, then.
Well, I can check your height and weight.
I'm cool, homie. I'm not at the doctor's office, dog.
You're at the doctor's office.
No, I'm trying to keep it respectful, dog. I'm good.
Well, me too. How did I disrespect you?
I've seen your videos before. That's all.
So what's wrong with my videos?
Nothing. Just don't want to be disrespected, dog. That's it.
But how am I
Yeah, Eric Konevsky, he actually mogged that guy in person. Hey, I don't want to be disrespected, dog. Don't disrespect me, dog. You know what? All of these guys, dude, they just pull the same shtick online. They're like, oh, I'm going to stomp you out in person. But when something actually happens where you get trolled in real life, yeah, you just go full like robot mode, dog, dog, dog. So what I have to say is this.
You'll do nothing. You'll do fucking...
I think Big Boy, probably can fight. Oh my god. So I've seen some of his boxing videos. Is this anything?
5 to 308, and I went from 358 to 308.
Interestingly, the Pol Pot regime was eventually also advantageous for incels, as men and women were forced to marry each other randomly. Their regime was leftist.
Forced marriage. Unique type of sexual and gender-based violence practiced during the Khmer Rouge rule to ensure the emergence of the next generation of workers in the Union. That's fucked. Jesus. Like, yeah, chances are the Pol Pot regime was a bunch of loser incels, and they did this, you know, because I've like, this is a normal thing with African tribes that become like Islamist radicals. They do the same thing. They'll wipe out other tribes people and then force women to marry them or keep sex slaves. So that's probably what it is. Like, they're just incel fucking losers that women wanted nothing to do with, and then they instituted these sorts of policies so that they could, like, finally get laid. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias. $2 medical assistance in dying. Basically, you can ask the doctor to euthanize you. Okay, I don't know why I'd know what maid dying is. Just say medically assisted suicide. Well, I'm in support of it. Canada does have medically assisted suicide now, and I think it's a good idea. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Can we hate watch this? And also, did Destiny's Kid accept your debate challenge?
No, I'm not watching that guy. None of his political commentary is at all interesting. He's a fucking retard, and I'm assuming he's just a pro-fascist since he's pro-Hamas, right? I can't stand that fucking guy. He's a coward. I've challenged him to a debate, won't say shit. He's promoting anti-Semitic propaganda, Holocaust revisionism shit. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Yeah, like, Big Boy can probably fight. He's a lot faster than you'd think he would be for a guy his size. He's a little flat-footed, obviously, because he's just too heavy, but... Still, if he were to fight somebody like Eric Kanefsky, he'd probably win, just because he has more training and shit, but... I don't know what he's really like, because the only... Like, I know he organized that home invasion on Rich Piana's home. I don't think he was actually there doing it himself. And the only other physical confrontation I've seen him, like, try to start was with what's his name? Not Joey Swole, that other guy. And he didn't do anything because the guy pulled out a knife, so... I don't know if he'd actually fight somebody if he was confronted.
What is your opinion on Netanyahu being wanted by the UN? Also, do you think the CCP will be gone after Xi Jinping passes, and will they ever invade Taiwan? Thank you for the based vegan W's and fucking cells.
The Netanyahu arrest warrant is fucking retarded. It makes absolutely no goddamn sense. And it's clearly just anti-Semitic, Jewish hatred, why they're doing it. So look, here's a good example. The Hezbollah leader, Nasrallah, is a fucking terrorist, runs a terrorist organization. He has violated UN resolutions with his militant group. There was a UN resolution to force they didn't... I'm using force in quotations here. There was a UN resolution demanding that they demilitarize, and they're also not allowed to have a presence in southern Lebanon. The UN never enforced that resolution. And all the while, they've been murdering political dissidents and any politicians, any journalists, any civilians that question them, that try to undermine their power. They're literally they're like the mafia. They're also involved with international sex trafficking. They make most of their money trafficking drugs and the sex trafficking trade. Has the UN ever ordered an arrest warrant for Nasrallah? How about after they started bombing Israel, right after the October 7th attack, and they've been constantly lobbing missiles into Israel, killing innocent Israeli citizens. And those missiles are not precision guided. So they literally just launch missiles into Israel. They have no idea where they're going to fucking land. They're deliberately trying to kill innocent Israeli citizens. Was there any arrest warrant ever issued for Nasrallah? Nope. So here's a situation where he's violated UN resolutions. This guy makes money with international sex and drug trafficking, murders any political dissidents, including actual politicians in Lebanon's parliament, deliberately tries to kill innocent Israeli citizens, no arrest warrant, but they'll issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. It is clearly fucking anti-Semitism. Like, that is what's driving the arrest warrant for Netanyahu. And again, there's no basis for any of the fucking claims for the arrest warrant. Like what? Using starvation as a method of warfare? Like, what kind of fucking ridiculous shit is that? There's more food going into Gaza now than pre-war. There's more food actually in Gaza than pre-war. It's just an issue with, like, the issue with food insecurity in Gaza right now is an issue with food distribution. What's the other stupid claim? Deliberately targeting civilians. Right, that's why they tell civilians to evacuate. That's why they've created safe zones. That's why they use precision targeting whenever they fucking can. Like, it's just retarded. The UN is run by fucking anti-Semites. There was also another insane, like, and this is nothing new. The UN has always been anti-Semitic. Back in the 1980s, there were Israeli citizens that ended up getting kidnapped in a plane hijacking. The hijackers told the pilot to land in some shithole African country where they thought they'd have some safety with this dictator. The IDF, they had this brilliant operation where they found out the exact car that this dictator drives. They hid IDF operators in the car. They drove up to the plane because all these terrorists and shit thought that was the African dictator. They burst out of the car, killed the fucking terrorists, rescued the hostages. The UN claimed Israel invaded the country. Like, the UN is just anti-Semitic, and they've been anti-Semitic for a long-ass fucking time. And do I think the CCP will be gone after Xi Jinping passes? Well, it will definitely make their regime far less stable. Right now, nobody likes the CCP. There's a lot of riots, there's a lot of protests, especially amongst young people and students. No one likes them. No large businesses like them. They're basically destroying the economy. All the most productive people in their society are trying to fucking leave or hide. So if Xi Jinping passes, it would definitely make the regime far less stable. Xi Jinping doesn't necessarily need to pass away for the CCP to collapse, but it would make it far more likely, but it's not a guarantee. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan San.
Being a man does not mean being an asshole or an incel. It means being smart, wise, and most importantly have a heart.
Yes, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Elon been crashing out on Neil deGrasse Tyson today cause Neil said the Mars thing is silly.
Well, yeah, it's ridiculous. Wow, they don't get it. Mars is critical to long-term survival of consciousness. No, it's not. Also, I'm not going to ask any venture capitalists for money. Right, that's why you literally take investor funding. I realize that it makes no sense as an investment. That's why I'm gathering resources. Right, that's why you have these bullshit press conferences to get more rounds of investment. Like, this guy's just a fucking liar. Momo Donate Tellers Canada says they will arrest Netanyahu if he goes to Canada. The U.S. senators are now saying the U.S. will invade and bomb Canada if they do that. Yeah, they should. Trudeau's a fucking asshole. Like, an absolute fucking retarded asshole. They really need, I think Canada really needs conservative leadership right now. The Liberal Party is fucktarded.
Can we please watch this if we haven't already in previous streams?
I think we've already seen this, but I'll take a quick look, but I'm pretty sure we've already seen this. Thanks for the donation, ABC. Yeah, the liberals and the NDPs have been sipping way too much progressive Kool-Aid, and they're, like, every single one of their policies are just fucking stupid.
How soon could Elon Musk realistically send humans to Mars? Ah, another good question.
I have strong views on that. My read of the history of space exploration is such that we do big, expensive things only when it's geopolitically expedient, such as we feel threatened by an enemy. And so for him to just say, let's go to Mars because it's the next thing to do, what does that venture capitalist meeting look like? So, Elon, what do you want to do? I want to go to Mars. How much will it cost? $1 trillion. Is it safe? No, people will probably die. What's the return on the investment? Nothing. That's a 5-minute meeting, and it doesn't happen. So
we agree. I'm not for going to Mars.
Okay, wait. I got nothing against Mars. What I'm saying is, here's how we get to Mars. Ready? China leaks a memo. Doesn't even have to be true. They leak a memo that they want to put military bases on Mars.
Right.
Then we're on Mars in 10 months, but NASA doesn't have a spacecraft, but Elon does. Here's my spacecraft to Mars, and we end up paying him to use his spaceship to get to Mars. And that'd be easy for China because Mars is already red, right? So that'd be an easy sell. That'd be an easy sell. Okay? That's how. So I don't see it happening until governments judge that it's geopolitically in our interest. Otherwise, I don't see it as just an exploration.
But I believe President-elect Trump has some interest in Mars, so you might have another conversation in a couple of months.
At some point, somebody has to pay for it, and just being interested in something is not the same thing as paying for it.
He believes there are people there. I mean, I listened to that podcast with Joe Rogan. It took 4 hours and two bottles of wine, but I listened to it.
Why do his comments of what he thinks is alive on Mars matter to you at all?
Because I was wondering.
You can make it happen.
I thought maybe that he might escape there for the holidays. You know you got me stuck on the damn holidays now.
The point is, you can't live on Mars. I've said this so many times. How badly would we have to rat fuck Earth?
Yeah.
Before it was worse than a place that's 200 below zero.
Yeah.
With no air.
I'm with you.
No water. With 6 months.
Preach it.
Yeah, there's literally nothing on Mars. Like, there's just no reason right now for us to want to go there. The kind of technology we would need to actually make Mars livable and self-sustaining is going to be really, really far in the future. Like, it's just, again, this whole Mars mission thing, I think part of it is just a cynical scam to get investor funding. And another part of it is just Elon Musk being a narcissist and wanting to feel like he's important.
In addition, Elon wants to terraform Mars. And if you do that, you could then just walk off a spaceship and breathe the air. But if that's Earth Plan B, what did you do to Earth that now you got to go to Mars? If you messed up Earth, but you're good enough to turn Mars into Earth, then you can turn Earth back into Earth and never have to go there in the first place.
Yeah, it's just such a stupid idea.
At Vegan Gains don't go to Mars. We're going to open a hell portal and have them come back to Earth. Doom reference.
Well, that's only assuming we start researching portal technology. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Trade Joey for Gummy? How's the maintenance diet going?
I don't know. Gummy's a pretty special kitty. I'm pretty happy with Gum Gum. I think I'll keep Gum Gum and then you can keep Joey. Maybe we can just trade them for the weekend or something. Or maybe we can just bring the kitties together and they can be friends.
And the maintenance diet's going just fine. Don't have... Like, I'm not gaining weight. Have way more energy, feel much better. Still recovering from the crazy fucking diet, but it's only been like, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks? So, you know. But, yeah, it's super easy to sustain. perfectly happy with what I'm eating and how much, so I can comfortably sit at this body weight. Thanks for the donation, though, Ethan, though.
Get the fuck out of here!
It's not like people just came up with all of this stuff one day. No, that's not how life works, right? Big Boy, he's always saying stuff like, oh, the haters just want to see me fall, blah, 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 you know, just the usual stuff. But when you have somebody that was considered your brother leave a comment like this stuff is just not fugazi, right? It's not fake. This is for real. Now, what you're looking at is a comment left by Pitbull Torres himself, the most beloved member of the Strength Cartel. If you don't think that this comment is authentic, you're welcome.
Bend over, donate $2. What's so special about Mars? It's a planet full of this.
Over a desert full of sand, stretching as far as the eye could see.
Miss Fowler, some of your students have gone AWOL. I'm going to get to the bottom of this if it takes me the rest of...
Sand and more sand. So much sand you really wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, there's really no reason to go there. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Welcome to go to the video that it's under, the satisfying downfall of the Strength Cartel and Big Boy, and check it out yourself. It links to the official account of Pitbull Taurus. Now, I'm going to read the comment for any of my subscribers who are listening to this video while driving or like podcast style. I got your back, okay?
There might actually be artifacts on Mars. Can we listen to this song for 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, sure. I like this song. It's a good one.
We don't need to go to Mars, but would be cool to make space mining drones that can travel to asteroids or certain planets and back. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You know, I'm pretty sure the Doom guy is canonically vegan, because you never see him, like in the game, in order to increase your health, you only pick up health packs. It's not like Castlevania, where you find pork chops in the wall or something, so you only pick up health packs. It's also in the really far distant future, where, you know, presumably, they would either have like lab-grown meat or something, or just have a completely plant-based food system, or one of those Star Trek, what do they call them? Like fabricators, where you can just make any food you want out of any kind of matter. And Doom Guy had a pet rabbit. The whole, like, one of his big motivations for going to Earth and killing the rest of the demons was the demons killed his pet rabbit, Daisy. And a lot of rabbit owners are vegan, so there's a very high likelihood that the Doom Guy is vegan. He also has a very strong sense of, like, justice. The whole reason he got sent to the Mars base in the first place was because one of his commanding officers ordered him to kill civilians, and he beat the living shit out of him, and then he got reprimanded and sent to the shitty Mars base. So the Doom Guy might actually be vegan canonically. Yeah, replicators. I remember when Doom 3 came out, that game looked so fucking insanely good. Orgasm cum anal beads, donate $2. Elon wants to establish a colony on Mars so he can be dictator of an entire planet. I could see that being one of his motivations. He is stupid. Thanks for the donation, Orgasm cum anal beads.
Let's go ahead and read. Pitbull Taurus. I'm glad when people talk about me, it's all positive. That's what's up. I left because I was tired of being broke. I was only athlete getting paid monthly and was only $250 a month. LOL. Second year, 5.
Have you played Doom 3 from 2004 or just the newer Dooms?
I've played every single one aside from Doom 64. I never beat Doom 3, but I have played it. I think I even played it for VR. The VR version was okay. It was, I don't know, it's just not the kind of game I'd want to play VR. But no, I played every single Doom aside from Doom 64. Still got to play that one. Thanks for the donation, Goomba.
500.
Or not Goomba, CDG. Goomba donated $2. The worst thing about Musk fans is the notion that Musk is some genius engineer. Cringe to hear Sam Harris saying this. Yeah, I guess Sam Harris doesn't know enough about the Elon Musk lore. He doesn't seem to be interested enough in Musk to know better. Rogan thinks Musk and Peterson are one of the smartest people in the world. Far from it. And Rogan had physicist Penrose on, the new Dave Rubin. Dude, Joe Rogan is absolute fucking cancer. Again, he has the largest podcast in the world, and he's making some of the dumbest, most delusional fucktards seem like they're geniuses. Thanks for the donation, though, Goomba.
Third year, 7.
You should play Doom 3 on stream. It's on Steam for like $15. The resolution is a little small, but it's still really fun. I just played it all the way through the past few nights and it was so much fun. They don't make games like that anymore.
I have Doom 64. It's not a very good game. It's just not. The worst thing about it is the hit scanning. The hit scanning is fucking terrible. On top of that, you do have to mod the game. It's practically unplayable without the duct tape mod. It's just not a very good game. I know some people really like it. Like, back when it was new, just because the standards at the time, the gameplay was much better, but yeah, I played it when it first came out on PC, and I didn't get very far, and then I ended up playing it, years later, and it just hasn't really aged well. I don't think I'm gonna bother. Like, it's kind of interesting for what it is, but no, it's just not that great. I'd rather play Doom 64. I don't know why I didn't have that installed. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
750. Fourth year, 750. I was never in it for the money. I was just doing what I love. Crazy how he took so much advantage of me. He wanted me to sell merch under him and make programs so he could get a percentage off of that and 2 other people that run Straight Cartel back in. I started my brand all by myself, out of my uncle's house, making $30,000 a month right off the bat. It was the best life decision I ever made. I never made a video talking why I left because I didn't want to react out of emotion like he did. I didn't have a logo or a name at the time. I had just put new merch coming soon on my bio of a YouTube video. LOL, it was a free shout out though. I gained so many followers from him making that video. Now that is right from Pitbull Torres, okay? He's not lying about the issue. When people say that Big Boy...
Wow, I'm offended. Time to open a hell portal in Ottawa and send Hell Knights your way. Lol.
It just isn't a very good game, dude. Like, it's just not. Especially right when it came out before mods. Like, I don't know how people really played it. Like, without the duct tape mod, it's really stupid. Like, you can't fucking see anything. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
AKA Big Girl is not...
I don't know if I'm going to play Stalker 2. Not sure if it's the kind of game I'm into, so I don't know.
A loyal person, that he's going to do you dirty. There's a reason why. Pitbull Torres was like the right-hand man of Big Girl. So when this guy is trying to say that haters are tearing him down or whatever, we're not doing that. Like, we're just putting it out there as to what was done. And this channel of the Strength Cartel is just so cooked. They're beyond cooked. Now,
would you do in this hypothetical? Also, what would you do if you were one of the prisoners and had to convince the person not to shoot?
You're given a gun, a line of prisoners. Everyone you shoot saves the life of an innocent person. You don't know the crimes or the sentence of the prisoner. Can be horrendous crimes or jaywalking. That said, each one of them was actually guilty. You have to shoot them point blank. Each time you shoot one, you will cure terminal diseases of innocent individuals like cancer, or will save people from being a victim of a crime. You must kill the criminals, otherwise ammo never ends. The line may or may not end. Edit 2, the line of criminals may or may not end, and may or may not have a finite number, but the amount of people you can save does have a finite number. You do not know either number. Well, I don't know what crime they committed, so no, I wouldn't shoot. Thanks for the donation, though, registered sex offender. And what would I do to convince them not to shoot? I guess I'd tell them the crime I committed.
Big Girl, he posted that video that you saw was, oh, keep that same energy with me. If you see me in person, keep that same energy. And then he has like this vlog channel where he posted stuff like this. You just have Cali Muscle dancing, making a fool of himself. They're screaming in this video that they're the juggernauts in the game. This is actually the title of that video. Like, really, bro? An AI thumbnail? That's so beyond lazy. So the whole time they're like blasting music over this video. You can barely hear what they're saying. Whoever edits those videos is god awful at it. I'm pretty sure Big Girl's doing it. Doesn't look like he knows what he's doing. But yeah, so they post this video. It's a response to what people are saying of the criticisms, and the whole time that they're lifting weights, they're like dancing around. They're saying the haters ain't gonna bring me down. I love being the most hated. I like that. And that's just not how you respond to an issue like this. When you start seeing comments like this on your channel, you're cooked. Like, you're beyond cooked. And I just want to be on the record and say that I'm not telling people to leave these comments. I just don't want to get in trouble with YouTube, right? Like, I don't want no smoke from YouTube. They're the ones that run this whole platform. I don't want to get in trouble for that, right? But I'm not going to control what other people say. Like, you have your own free speech. You have your own free opinion. Do whatever you want, right? I'm not going to tell you, though, to do it. But when you start seeing comments like that on the video, you just know you're cooked. There's never, ever any positive comments left on his channel. I mean, you're welcome to give your opinion on this. Is that this situation, like, he's really popular. He, like, Real Man does.
I thrive in shit like this, to go in there and just not be the loved one, and to be hated and to be booed and to be doubted and to be shit on and humiliated and who the fuck is that guy, and it's like, I get to go.
Shama.
The future champion.
The future champion is here. Work in progress.
Thank you so much.
John is sending the baddest dudes in the world to the emergency room. Father Time did not beat Stipe. John Jones beat Stipe. Imagine how good John could be if he stayed active, if he stayed consistent. It's truly frightening how good he is at this game.
Yeah, people are saying the only reason Stipe lost is because he got old. Like, John got old. Like, John isn't the youngest guy either. He's 37. And John Jones beat Stipe because he's fucking John Jones, not because Stipe is old.
Myself as the best.
Goomba Donatellers, the retarded Benny Johnson, who was on the Piers Morgan show you watched yesterday, was involved in the tenant media thing. He once said he was against violence. Guess he'll let some guy just murder his 4 kids while he watches and prays he stops. Yeah. They're all just weak, beta male, pussy fucking cowards, dude. Like, by the way, look at all the, like, big conservative pundits online. You've got Jordan Peterson, who is literally a fucking crybaby. Like, he cries when he watches Pinocchio, one of the most feminine fucking men imaginable. Ben Shapiro, who's this whiny, nerdy fucking dork. Michael Knowles, who was literally in, like, a fucking weird gay video where I don't even think he was pretending to be gay. I'm pretty sure he's just fucking closeted. You've got Steven Crowder, who's clearly fucking closeted. He's trying to, like, have sex with dudes he works with. Cross-dresses all the fucking time. Like all of these people are weak fucking beta male, just dork simps. Thanks for the donation though, Goomba.
Best striker in the UFC.
If you were to break down his striking, how do you break that down?
When you hear him talk about the FU money in.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
I call out Piers Morgan. Piers, you should have been a responsible moderator. You should have stepped in right away and said, there's no place here for personal attacks. That's not what we're about. But you abdicated your professional responsibility. And
I mean, has this guy never watched Piers Morgan?
You sat there and let those personal attacks, which added nothing to the discussion, go on. In fact, you exploited them to try to get ratings.
Yesterday, Professor Alan Lichtman, aka the mind behind the keys, complained that Piers Morgan didn't save him from our very own Cenk Uygur during their fiery exchange earlier this week. We have a lot more Lichtman where that came from. But first, if you haven't seen Cenk's mega...
Cenk's criticism of Alan Lichtman's keys was really bad. If you're going to criticize his keys, I think the most apt criticism would be his interpretation of the keys. He doesn't actually engage in debating the actual topic, which is the merits of the, you know, keys themselves and whether or not they have predictive capability. But yeah, like, Alan Lichtman's an old guy, so he might not know how social media and shit works, but, like, I mean, you went on Piers Morgan's channel. Like, what do you expect?
It's going to be invigorating. Yep, amen to that. Definitely, that's exactly how I feel. And I also, you pointed out with regards to this book, that one of the definitions of God in the biblical library, in the story of Abraham in particular, is that God is in fact the voice of adventure. I mean, whenever people are discussing religious matters, one of the first questions that arises, obviously, is, well, what exactly is it that you're speaking of? What's your conceptualization of God? What constitutes the divine? And you could say the divine is the pinnacle of ambition or the foundation of reality. Those are both good ways of looking at it. And one of the answers in the biblical text is that God is the call to adventure. And that's definitely the case in the story of Abraham. And the idea there, which is an unbelievably deep idea and also one that works biologically, is that the full expression of the spirit that takes you beyond your zone of comfort and out into the terrible world is the same spirit that makes your life a blessing to you, that makes your name renowned among other people and for good reason, that helps you establish something of lasting value, and that does that in a way that brings benefit to everyone. And that's actually the deal that God offers Abraham in response to his willingness to aid the trajectory of Abraham. And the idea there, which is an unbelievably deep idea and also one that works biologically, is that the full expression of the spirit that takes you beyond your zone of comfort and out into the terrible world is the same spirit that makes your life a blessing to you, that makes your name renowned among other people and for good reason, that helps you establish something of lasting value, and that does that in a way that brings benefit
I
to
wish I
everyone.
could like take people who listen to this and think they have like huge, and like ask them like, what did you extract from this? What is the insight here? Can you tell me? Can you like make this relevant to anything you do in the real world? What's up? What do you want?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Jordan Peterson probably suffers from schizophrenia. He did actually get a schizophrenia diagnosis. He claims it was a misdiagnosis, and he actually had something else from the benzo withdrawal. He does this thing that schizophrenics normally do, where schizophrenics will watch, like, say, a TV show, or listen to music, or they might read a religious text. And they end up thinking they're getting some sort of wisdom, or there's some message being conveyed that nobody else can see, but they're somehow able to interpret.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think the way Peterson talks about this it doesn't sound anything.
Oh, it
even
totally
remotely
does.
Schizophrenic to me.
Oh,
I
it
don't think so.
totally does. Dude, have you heard him talk about how he thinks Cain and Abel is like more brilliant than Shakespeare?
No, but the way that he connects ideas and everything feels a lot more lucid than like the weird random connections that I see how they make them, but they're not like totally rational that schizophrenics will make. I don't think it's the same.
There is no fucking way.
I could be wrong, but
well, dude, there's no fucking way you could read Cain and Abel and think that is one of the most brilliant works of literature imaginable. It is nonsensical horseshit. And this guy is saying, "Oh, it's so brilliant, and it's only one single paragraph, and it's more brilliant than Shakespeare, and it talks about like the savageness of mankind." Like, no, I think he's fucking schizophrenic. Just because there's like a common narrative between some of the things he talks about in the Bible, like, I don't know, the spirit of adventure, and you have to bear a burden. That doesn't mean he's not schizophrenic. He just has a delusional way of thinking. And again, you'll see this in schizophrenics. And you'll see the sort of pattern of them picking up some sort of interpretation from something they see or hear that has a similar coherent pattern. Like they might think aliens are talking to them, or demons, or something from the spirit realm, or some shit like that. It's very similar to the way, you know, Peterson says, "Oh, this is like some sort of divine thing from God, and it's about how we need to bear some kind of burden of responsibility and crap." He's fucking schizophrenic.
Okay, I'll keep my eyes open on it and see if I agree.
Okay. Well, how's life going for you, dude?
It's been great, you know, just working and working.
Well, that's good. Same here. You working out?
I'm about to. It's
okay,
on
that's
my
good.
Next thing on my agenda, okay?
That's good. If you need any lifting advice, feel free to reach out.
Okay.
All right, take care, dude.
Bye.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh wait, we already saw that one. Every time you come across Jordan Peterson speaking, he's always about to cry about some Bible story. What the fuck? Also, can you go on Destiny Discord and see again if he can get you on Jubilee Vegan versus 25 Carnivores, see if he contacted his manager. I'm not going to bother. I already asked him, so... yeah, I'm not going to bother and hound him about it. Thanks for the donation, though, Goomba. Or Dodo, I mean. Goomba donated $2. The pro-Palestinian and anti-war grifters Dave Smith and Candace Ovens both voted Trump, so they have given their blessings to Netanyahu. That's... like, I guess they're not single-issue voters, especially Candace Owens. Or Ovens, I should say. Yeah, I'm sure with how much Candace Owens hates Jews, she's not happy about Trump's relationship with Israel. For this reason, can we assume both Dave and Ovens both support dead Palestinians, settlements, and war with Iran? Well, again, not necessarily. They may have just not been voting on that single issue. Thanks for the donation, though, Goomba. I hit a 250 deadlift recently after being stuck at 225 for weeks. Is it possible to reach 300 by end of December? It's certainly possible. A 250 deadlift is not much, so I'm assuming you're still in the novice phase. So, it's not outside of the realm of possibility. I would say especially if you can make significant technique improvements, a 300 deadlift by December isn't out of the realm of possibility. So you might want to pay a special attention to just optimizing technique and leverage.
Why are you holding off on playing Sparking Zero? Are you gay or something? Blackie?
I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna get it eventually. There's some games, like, there's a bunch of games coming out. I still have to finish Shenmue. And I also still need to beat, like, Sekiro, so... Holy mother of a fuck. $93.49. That cost has to be from the licensing. There's no way that fucking game would otherwise cost that much. Holy shit, licensed games are expensive. Thanks for that donation, though, Machine Elf.
Background, because Trump isn't exactly your fade into the background sort of guy. But, you know, the fact that he's invited so willingly these other participants, all of whom are high status people around him, also, to me, put to rest any concerns I had about any pathological narcissism on his part. I mean, obviously, Trump...
How's your diet going? Are you eating normally? Also, what's your weight at and are you still cutting? Can we please have workout streams someday? Richard, please lol.
Well, I'm not dieting right now. I'm just eating at maintenance, and yeah, I'm basically eating normally. My lowest weigh-in was 207 when I was dieting. I probably, like, just regained some weight just due to, you know, eating more. Like, you know, I'm holding more body water and glycogen and stuff. Haven't weighed myself yet, but I'm probably, like, around 212, 215, something like that. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. And yeah, we can do some workout streams soon. I haven't really gotten back into my routine yet.
And everything that he says there, what is your reaction?
I think he should be compensated well. I agree. Because I'm a damn dangerous fight for him. The most dangerous of his career at this stage. By far. And he knows it.
How old were you when you left?
7.
When you left Moscow?
The Soviet Union, yeah.
What have you sort of taken from that culture and applied within your life?
That culture.
Or has it influenced, has that sort of upbringing influenced you now?
Well, one time I overheard a conversation between my parents of how much money they made in Russia. And I like started talking about it on the elevator. And my parents kind of shushed me. And then later they told me, don't you ever say that kind of stuff in public? And I was like, why? And they had to explain to me that people who were jealous would report you to the authorities, who would take one of the two of them or both away forever. And I remember that being like, what the fuck? Because to me it was like, well, this is how much money my parents make. It's just true. I wasn't even bragging. I had no idea if it was a lot of money or not. By the way, reference now, it's an unbelievably pathetic amount of money by global standards.
Oh, absolutely.
It was ridiculous. But my parents and sort of the culture around there, was taught that sometimes people have bad intentions. And I'm naturally a person, Crystal can tell you that, like, just don't assume anyone's poorly intentioned. I have all kinds of flaws. Holy shit, we can do 5 podcasts on that. Bad intentions is just not one of them. I rarely have that in me. So I started learning at a young age, and it didn't really sink in so well, I'm still learning it, that sometimes people you should distance yourself from some folks. I actually experienced my first episode of racism directed at me in Russia. There was a couple of preschool teachers that were very mean to me, made fun of my last name, because I was Jewish, and I had no idea. I was fucking 4. But in retrospect, my parents were like, yes, like, anti-Semitism was insanely rife in Russia. And so I kind of learned then that, like, some people just aren't going to like you, and that is what it is. So, because, you know, most of the cultural values of communism at large are just total shit. I mean, like, look at China. The degree of corruption is something that most people in the Western world, and actually in most of the East Asian world, cannot imagine. Like, a Japanese person, for them to fuck you over on a deal would be unconscionable. In China, you're trying to fuck everyone over on a deal. As a matter of fact, one of my friends, I don't know if I'm allowed to say who he is. Fuck it. Mike Zendelovich. He's a great guy. And he used to work he works in sales, technically very high-level sales. And his company was dealing with a Russian company. He doesn't work for that company anymore, nor do they deal with Russia anymore. But since he's a fluent Russian speaker, he was kind of mediating the deal. And the Russians pulled him aside and they were like,
can you please react to my Halloween video again, since last time you were drugged up and slept through it? I can't link it because I'm driving home from VegFest. It's the middle of the night and I'm driving 85 down the highway and I have 6 more hours.
I can do that. And I hope you pulled over to donate that and you didn't just text that while driving. But we can do that. Thanks for the donation, Gigglyardo.
On a crisp Halloween night, in a cozy home, wrapped in autumn's glow, we find Gig and Vegan Gains. The air is thick with magic and mischief, the kind that only stirs on Halloween. Join them now as they step into a night where anything could happen, if you dare.
I'm Vegan Gains, and I hate Halloween.
OVG, don't be a lame ass bitch. Now let's watch some good informative television.
If you eat pineapple, it makes your taste good.
Wow, I did not know that. Who the hell is it?
Trick or treat.
I hate trick or treaters. Almost as much as I hate pineapple on pizza. Huh? What now? Those darn kids. Hello? My nuts. What? Pineapple on pizza. Oh no.
What the fuck? Is anyone there?
What was that? Gig, where are you? What the hell is all this sticky shit?
Is that a cum monster?
That was close. Gig, I found you.
Hello VG, I seem to be trapped in some sticky goo.
Oh no!
VG, you have to fight this monster.
But I've never been in a real fight in my entire life.
Hello, I am the monster and I am made of your sperm. That's right. I have been trapped in your balls ever since you got a vasectomy. I escaped when that pizza hit you in the nuts. Now I am here for my revenge.
So you are made of my sperm? What kind of sicko could ever think of something like this?
Enough talk.
VG, what are we gonna do?
If you eat pineapple, it makes your taste good.
Pineapple! Hey, Jizz Monster, I can't fight you because I'm too tired.
What?
I said, I'm too tired.
Hey VG, I heard you were tired. Here's $10,000. Now you can end the stream early.
What the fuck? Hey kids, wanna eat something sweet?
As our story comes to an end, we find fair VG with a newfound love for Halloween, surrounded by the echoes of laughter and treats. Once a skeptic, now a believer in the magic of the night, VG shares a warm smile with Gig. As they share that final smile, Gig and VG bid farewell until next Halloween.
That was one of your best ones, Gig. That was excellent. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Mike, like, who's getting fucked in this deal? And he's like, no one, it's win-win. And they're like, that doesn't make any sense. If someone's not getting fucked, it's not a deal. And he had to explain to them that in the United States and most other countries, it's a win-win. That's how it works. And to them, it was entirely alien because they had grown up under communism and then under post-communist, still same values Russia, where communism made it illegal for 70 plus years to serve your own rational self-interests and benefit. And so if you were going to benefit the state, it was going to be an expense to you, self-sacrifice, altruism, yay. And if it was going to be rational self-interest, you're going to have to fucking be corrupt and pull some under-the-table shit. And so he had to explain to these guys who for the longest time wouldn't understand that, like, no one's getting fucked, and that's cool, we still all make tons of money. And they were like, what the fuck? So that's the mentality there. My parents, to this day, I love them dearly, are, I would say, for the United States, irrationally cynical and skeptical of various folks, because in communism, it was, you can get reported by anyone, and you're trying to be corrupt. I remember going to, here's a fun story, it's really short. We went to the meat store to get meat in Russia. It was all government operated. They had a basement. And if you didn't know anyone, you just went to the regular store and got fucking dog shit products. They weren't even there half the time. They were shit quality. Sometimes they'd slice the bologna and it was like a bluish green tint. If you can even imagine what the fuck that means. And one time I was standing in line with my dad and I was like, Dad, when are we going to go to the basement? He was like, because in the basement is where the guys you knew worked, the real people that ran shit. And if you went down there and you were buddy with them and you handed a couple extra rubles, they were going to get you the good cut for communism, the good cuts of meat. And like, that's just how shit worked. So I learned that at a very early age. And then, at age 7, et cetera, I came to American culture. And it's this continual shock for myself, my parents, my sister, everyone for a long time. Like, people here aren't like that.
Yeah.
One of the things that we moved to Detroit, Michigan, fucking one of the murder capitals of the United States.
Living?
Yeah, correct.
Well, not in Detroit.
The Metro Detroit area. We moved very close to Detroit itself, right? And one of the things we noticed in the first several weeks of being there is we just couldn't understand, why is everyone smiling all the time? Why do people smile so much? And then we went to the grocery store and figured out that it was essentially almost free. An infinite variety of foods we had never even understood were foods. Like, we didn't have peanut butter most of the time. I'd never had peanut butter in Russia. In Moscow, we just didn't have it. Ayakova masala is what it's called. I knew this term only in the United States. To think that the U.S. has like 15 brands of peanut butter at any one time is baffling. And then we sort of figured, like, oh, that's why people are happy. Life here is fucking incredible, and there is no con. No one's trying to con you. I mean, every now and again, right? It's incredibly rare. So I see all the lessons I had from communist Russia is communism fucking sucks. And especially as witnessed currently, a lot about Russian culture is to blame no one but other people for your problems. And as witnessed in the invasion of Ukraine, which is pointless through and through. And it's just because Putin wants to fucking go out on a high note, I guess, or some shit like that. So a lot of evil in this world, and it's real. And my dad actually calls a lot of Americans sarcastically Gigglyardo, which means pure-eyed people. They just believe anything you say. Why? Because nobody fucking lies to them all the goddamn time. In Russia, people lie to you all the fucking time because they want something out of it. So like, when we go, like my parents would go on vacation to Mexico or the Dominican Republic or something like that, where haggling is still accepted, which isn't a terrible thing. But when they're haggling you for like this necklace, they'll be like, it's $50. And it's not fucking $50. It's fucking $1.
Yeah.
And if you pay them $1 for it, that's like a fucking 95% markup for them anyway. They're fucking over the moon about it. Americans will straight up pay $50 because they just you guys don't go to the fucking regular store here and they're like, here's a computer for $1,000. Like, look, knock it down to 500 and we're talking. They're like, it just costs $1,000. There's no haggling. My parents, you cannot fucking out haggle my dad. It's impossible because he assumes you're lying from the get-go. And that's the lessons learned from Russia. So they're not very applicable lessons to much of life, but there are other places in the world which are not, the nice people are not in charge. The culture is not a nice place to be.
Yep. Communism.
Trouble in Paradise. First Lady Elonia Musk
seems to be increasingly at odds with Trump on the topic of tariffs. You knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
You knew this was going to happen. Washington Post reports Musk appears to pressure Trump on cabinet and tariffs, irking advisors. Elon Musk, the billionaire who has become Donald Trump's first buddy, appeared to publicly pressure the president-elect on economic policy and a key cabinet pick. This is super, super interesting. In a Saturday morning post on X, Musk praised a foreign leader's decision to cut tariffs, the same import taxes that Trump wants to raise to the highest level in a century. Several hours later, Musk posted,
"Some people take sports too seriously. Can you react?"
This is fake. I'm not reacting to that. All those videos are fake, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
That Howard Lutnick, Trump's co-transition chair, would be a better choice than hedge fund executive Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary. I absolutely love this. You know what is so great about this? So let me give you the backstory. Trump wants to raise tariffs. Economists have said, bad idea. These blanket tariffs on China, they're just not a good idea. As I've said to you before, tariffs are not objectively good or bad. It's sort of like saying, hey, are taxes good? It's like, well, taxes on who? For what purpose? Collected in order to fund what? At what rate? You know, are taxes good or bad? Are tariffs good or bad? Well, tariffs can serve very specific goals, or they can just be a disaster depending on how they're implemented, the market or country on which they are placed, whether there are alternative or substitute goods, what domestic supply chains look at, you know, all of these different things. Are tariffs good or bad? It really depends. But as a general principle, Elon Musk has started to praise countries that have eliminated tariffs, which is at direct contravention to what Donald Trump plans to do. Now, we don't even really need to get into the specifics of the tariffs here, because at the end of the day, I don't really care what Elon Musk actually thinks about tariffs, and I don't think Trump understands tariffs. He's shown that to be the case. Economists have said tariffs as implemented the way Trump wants to do it would be a bad idea. This is more about the fact that this was destined to happen. We have already heard reports about people at Mar-a-Lago annoyed that Elon Musk has been hanging out there since Election Day, traveling with Trump. They went to UFC together over the weekend. I'll tell you about that a little bit later. Musk just kind of hanging around there. JD Vance missing. By the way, if you're JD Vance, you're like, why don't I get to go to UFC? Why don't I get to hang out at Mar-a-Lago? But that's a different story. And there have been reports of people at Mar-a-Lago, individuals involved with Trump's transition team and others, who are getting kind of annoyed at Elon Musk's presence. And now on top of everything, Elon Musk comes out and starts undermining not only Donald Trump's cabinet picks, but also Donald Trump's plan to just throw tariffs on everything China related, when he is praising other countries that are saying, we are actually going to get rid of tariffs. This was bound to happen, but I'm surprised it's happening this quickly. I expect, based on the way Donald Trump's first term went, that certainly within 6 months of...
Like, Elon Musk and Trump never really got along or liked each other. They're talking shit about each other publicly for the longest fucking time. And just the way they are, they're scamming, lying retards. Like, obviously, they're going to get at each other's throats. Somebody asked me about this before. I think the way this is going to end is Trump is going to end up like kicking out Elon Musk, and then there's going to be a lot of drama, and it might end up in like a courtroom or something.
Of the start of his term, more of it will probably more like 12 to 18 months in, but within 6...
How many grams of protein are in a block of tofu? Depends on the size of the block, but the ones I get, I think it's around 50, 60 grams protein. Ask yourself, donate $2, what you doing when Jasmine pulls this move on you? Let me see. Man hangs onto his ex-wife's car as she drives 70 miles per hour down the highway during rainy weather. Well, might just be better to stay apart. Thanks for the donation, Ask Yourself.
6 months, I expect you are going to see some horribly public fallings out. It's like attorneys general. You will see a lot of fallout publicly between Trump and some of his cabinet picks. Will it be Tulsi, if she can even get confirmed? Will it be Matt Gaetz, if he can even get confirmed? Will it be Marco Rubio as Secretary of State? I don't know, but you expect to see that in any Trump cabinet at least 6 months in. We're not even at Inauguration Day. They haven't even formally counted the electoral votes. And Trump and Musk already seem to be having a problem. So I think that DOGE, the Department of Gag-Worthy Edgelords, the Department of Government Efficiency, I think it'll probably go very wrong and almost certainly accomplish very little. But that's if it even gets going, because Trump and Musk already seem to be having trouble in paradise, that's for sure. And that is something we are going to cover very closely.
Oh yeah, I can fucking guarantee, dude.
The top 3 picks from Trump so far who could be heading towards a rejection for their nominated positions are, as I mentioned, Attorney General nominee Matt Gaetz, Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard, and number 3, a Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth. It's getting worse and worse and worse for Hegseth. An exclusive from the Washington Post, defense pick Pete Hegseth, paid accuser, but denies sexual assault, according to his attorney. The Washington Post has been able to obtain a...
Like, these are some of the most corrupt, slimy fucks, and...
Are you still a homosexual?
I don't think so. Thanks for the donation, though, Jezebel. Like, these are the most corrupt, slimy fucks, and then, you know, Trump's picking them for these, like, really important positions.
A series of documents that outline allegations of, I think we have to call it rape, against Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth paid a woman who accused him of sexual assault, reads the article, as part of a non-disclosure agreement, although he maintained the encounter was consensual. Hegseth's attorney, Timothy Parlatore, says Hegseth was visibly intoxicated when the incident happened, maintained that police who were contacted a few days later they encountered the woman, concluded the complainant was the aggressor in the encounter.
What are your thoughts on Berkeley, California making history by being the first U.S. city to ban CAFOs?
CAFOs. What does CAFO stand for? Oh, concentrated animal feeding operations. Well, that's good. I don't really see that happening anywhere other than in California. But, you know, it's better than nothing.
Key.
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Grains. Yeah, but that's, like, it's good. Thanks for the donation, Amaya.
Dr. Oz is probably one of the most
Did we watch that on stream? I think I watched that off stream.
My name is Chet Sandu.
Okay.
China has the most...
Sup, chooms? How y'all?
She also got tired because the...
Alright, we can, oh wait, we already watched this one. Yeah, we saw this one on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Grains.
Sophisticated internet censorship apparatus in the entire world. If you post anything criticizing the Chinese government, your post will be blocked and erased within seconds. If you are even able to post it in the first place. Your location and internet activity are tied to your national ID, and you will be immediately detained and investigated by the police. Sometimes, within minutes of going live, people's apartments have been raided and the live streamers whisked away. Someone posts an image of a protest in a specific location, it will be erased, keywords will be blocked, and not only will the poster get into trouble, but the police will go as far as to physically censor the area. Like the time they took down actual street signs or removed locations off of GPS maps. What I'm getting at here is that the Chinese government has an incredibly tight grip on what happens on the internet. The only things that are allowed to be posted publicly on the Chinese internet are things that the Chinese government allows to be posted. So, why is it that thousands of videos of brutal cat torture are allowed? Why are verified cat torture channels with huge audiences and large followings allowed to exist? People are receiving money, gifts, and praise for doing the most inhumane and unspeakable acts of brutal torture against helpless kittens and cats. How can this be allowed? We're going to delve into this sordid topic, but also look at a positive development on how people are fighting back. Before we do, it is my great pleasure.
That's really fucking weird. I haven't heard anything about this.
To offer you an amazing gift idea for the holiday season. So here in the USA, people are getting this / I must approach this topic from a non-emotional angle, as animal abuse is something that greatly upsets me, and I'm sure, dear viewer, it upsets you too.
Can guarantee this guy is not vegan.
The truth is that the Chinese government enables, encourages, and condones these animal abusers. It's not actually a question of if Chinese people brutally torture kittens for pleasure and profit, but why they carry out these depraved acts, and why it has become such a massive mainland Chinese phenomenon. I know that if I showed even a smidgen of the awful Chinese animal abuse I've seen, that it would deeply upset you and possibly even mentally scar some of you. I know there are certain images and scenes that I've personally witnessed that I can't erase from my mind. And so I would never want to inflict that on anyone. That is why I've decided not to include any footage of what I've talked about in this video. You can fairly easily find out what I'm talking about, even here on YouTube, with a quick search. A few cases of sickos getting their kicks out of the brutal suffering and killing of helpless animals can perhaps be expected, no matter where you are in the world. I mean, it's well documented that serial killers often start off by killing and hurting small helpless animals. But when thousands of cases pop up unchallenged, with massive amounts of viewers and support, you know something is broken. Why is it that someone in China is allowed to film and post videos of themselves torturing kittens in unspeakable ways in front of the mother cat to the applause of the many viewers they have, and not get into any trouble? How is this possible? Simple. The Chinese government condones and enables animal torture. How does the CCP condone and encourage this behavior? By having absolutely zero animal abuse laws. You heard me. Zero. Nada. Zip. Hien. Nil. Nashi. Bingo. Look, I know Xi Jinping himself isn't saying to torture animals is glorious. But think about it this way. If there were no laws against murder, certainly people would be emboldened to just murder whoever annoyed them because, well, there are no legal repercussions. Imagine there were no laws against drunken driving. Well, Just about everyone would drive drunk. And that's because the government is condoning your bad behavior by not making it illegal or punishable. Animal torture is rampant in China. I've unfortunately witnessed it firsthand. And although I tried to ignore it and even excuse it for the longest time, trying to justify to myself that it's only a case of a minority group of uneducated people taking part in these terrible acts, unfortunately, that's not the case. Animal abuse is widespread and an accepted fact of mainland Chinese life. The brutal dog meat trade is simply a part of life, and people don't bat an eyelid.
Is the customer always right?
No, the customer is usually wrong. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
When seeing a dog in distress on its
Jesus.
way to a brutal death, or the carcass of a dog freshly tortured and burned alive hanging in a store window. Remember,
I really wish I had superpowers so I could just fly around the earth, just annihilating people.
the dog butchers purposefully torture the poor animals to death, as it is widely believed that dog meat is far better if the animal died under extreme stress. I wish I were making that up. Even in the biggest and most sophisticated cities, cooking animals alive is common, with restaurants that specialize in allowing you to cook your seafood live on your table. You can steam or boil a live octopus on your table, for example. There are also plenty of
These people are pieces of shit. Yeah, I really don't like people, dude. I really don't.
common Chinese dishes that allow you to eat live animals and seafood. You know,
I've said this before. I don't think it's a bold statement to say if you were to fire a machine gun randomly into a crowd, there's a good chance everybody who gets hit probably deserved it.
the Three Screams or dancing shrimp salad, that kind of thing. With no animal abuse laws, anything goes, and this allows the worst parts of human nature to come to the forefront. Sadistic sickos can gain pleasure and profit by finding more and more inventive ways to torture animals, and cats have become a popular target. The thing is, many Chinese people do object to this horrible behavior, and some have even tried to shut these guys down, and have sometimes succeeded in getting them disciplined by their universities or talked to by the police. But since there's no law against torturing animals, it's a...
You've said before you'd be okay with killing carnists since they contribute to animal suffering. Doesn't this not align with deontology?
No, how would that not align with deontology? Thanks for the donation, Jezebel.
a constant uphill battle. Worse still, these horrific videos and accounts are spreading overseas on apps like X, formerly known as Twitter. But here's where I can share a bit of positive news. I've been in contact with people who are actively getting these horrific accounts suspended and shut down. Unfortunately, it's a game of whack-a-mole as new accounts keep popping up, sharing the most horrific content imaginable. It's very difficult to stem the tide. There are also groups that organize protests calling for the end of Chinese cat torture and abuse, often outside Chinese embassies. It's good to see that people are protesting for the very noble cause of ending animal abuse in China. What I'd like you to take away from this video is that China, with its bluster about having a space program and being advanced with flashy hollow cities, is a country where the most vulnerable of creatures are not protected or defended. China is a country where being born an animal is to be born into hell.
Well, it's not just China.
The punishment cat abusers should get.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
I'll live it. Hope everything is no
Let's see.
thing, you're all having a preem week. Well, I am proud to announce that we have some breaking news on the low-dose oral minoxidil front. This article was just published by the Journal of the American Medical Association. As you can see, it is an article on using low-dose oral minoxidil for patients with hair loss. It's what's called a consensus statement, meaning it was written by a committee of doctors. It's basically a survey of the opinions of dermatologists who specialize in hair loss and how and when to use low-dose oral minoxidil for hair loss. Longtime followers of this channel know that I've been very negative about the use of oral minoxidil for treating hair loss because I think it is overrated, and I also worry very much about the risk of serious cardiovascular side effects. And I've made a series of videos on low-dose oral minoxidil, so I'll go ahead and list the playlist for
Well, isn't deontology all about following moral principles, regardless of outcome? So the principle of not killing should be followed regardless of consequence. Or are you arguing that the animal holocaust meets the threshold to violate this principle?
That's not what deontology really means. The guy who developed the concept of deontology was like this retard who basically said that you shouldn't do like anything to intervene in anything, because if it ends up having like some sort of bad outcome, then you're responsible for it. It's really weird. Deontology just means like a rights-based form of moral principles. So the principle of not killing should be followed regardless of consequence. No, that's fucking retarded. So you're telling me if there was a mass shooter and you're a deontologist, you shouldn't shoot the mass shooter? Like, that's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Jezebel.
below. Anyways, the most serious cardiovascular side effect is pericardial effusion, which means fluid buildup around the heart, which can compress the heart and can be fatal. Now, I know what some of you are thinking right now, but Kevin, that only applies to high-dose oral minoxidil, not low-dose oral minoxidil, and to that I would say you are wrong. We know this can occur with both high-dose and low-dose oral minoxidil because of published case reports like this one here. Now, admittedly, it is a rare side effect, but because we don't have any prospective long-term studies of low-dose oral minoxidil, we really don't know how rare it actually is. And because of that, I don't feel comfortable as a hair loss influencer recommending it on my channel where I have thousands of viewers. If even just one of my viewers were to suffer cardiovascular complications as a consequence of my advice, that would be one too many for me, so I can't do it. Sorry, chums. But the reality of the situation is that doctors are now prescribing oral minoxidil like water these days, especially after the New York Times published a fluff-piece article that touted the drug without showing any of its negatives. So, with oral minoxidil's explosion in popularity, it's no wonder that experts in the field are trying to arrive at a consensus on how and when to use this drug. But before we get too excited about these recommendations, it's very important to realize what this article actually is. It's not any kind of research study. It's just based on the opinion of experts in the field. Keep in mind that when ranking the quality of medical evidence, expert opinion is at the very bottom, even below case reports. So, I'm not saying that this article is worthless, but we're obviously not talking about a randomized control study here, chums. So nobody should treat this as gospel. What this article does do, though, is that it gives us an idea of how low-dose oral minoxidil is being prescribed today by most doctors. Unfortunately, the only thing we have to go on for using low-dose oral minoxidil is expert opinion, and that's because the research on low-dose oral minoxidil is not high quality at all. All we have are some small studies suggesting that low-dose oral minoxidil may be safe, but we have no large studies proving any of that. On the other hand, we know from decades of use that topical minoxidil has been proven to be safe, and that's because its systemic absorption is negligible. That's probably why it's over the counter. In fact, oral minoxidil is no longer even a first-line treatment for high blood pressure, and that's because it can cause fluid retention, rapid heart rates, and more serious side effects like pericardial effusion that I already mentioned. It can also cause angina pectoris, which is chest pain. Again, I know what you tunes are thinking right now, but Kevin, this is only applicable to higher dose oral minoxidil prescribed for high blood pressure, not low dose oral minoxidil. Didn't you know that, bro? Well, there are a couple of problems with that. First of all, we know that oral minoxidil's most serious cardiac side effects are idiosyncratic, meaning that they aren't related to the dose of the drug. So, any dosage that goes beyond a negligible dose will be equally as likely to cause serious cardiovascular side effects as the standard dose of the drug. Secondly, the reason many people use oral minoxidil to begin with is because they think it is more efficacious than topical minoxidil, but that is only true if you're using more than 5 milligrams per day of the drug. 5 milligrams per day has been shown to be no more effective than 5% topical minoxidil at treating hair loss. And even 5 milligrams of oral minoxidil per day, which many people consider to be low dose, that's already sometimes prescribed as a standard dose for treating high blood pressure, and going beyond that would definitely be considered high dose oral minoxidil. So people who think they're taking low dose oral minoxidil oftentimes aren't really, and the people who really are taking low dose oral minoxidil aren't getting any additional benefits beyond 5% topical minoxidil. They're just exposing themselves to a greater risk of side effects. Anyways, for the purpose of this article, low dose oral minoxidil was defined as a dose of 0.25 milligrams up to 5 milligrams per day. In the article, 73 experts were invited to give their opinions, but only 44 of them actually responded. That's unfortunate because it is very possible that skeptics of oral minoxidil just didn't want to get involved in this survey. In fact, if we look at the specific doctors who did respond, we see Dr. Rodney Sinclair, who was one of the pioneers of low-dose oral minoxidil, but notably absent here is Dr. Ralph Trueb, who's the scientist Solarian of the hair loss industry. Dr. Trueb is also an oral minoxidil skeptic and actually published one of the case reports of pericardial effusion arising from low-dose oral minoxidil specifically. So that's a little suspicious, but hey, at least they didn't invite Dr. Trash. Anyways, in this article, a consensus was defined if at least 70% of the experts agreed on a particular.
Well, that's the difference between traditional deontology and threshold deontology. I agree with you, BTW. On another note, when the animal holocaust ends, do you think we should revive the wild cow population? Or just let cows die with animal factories?
Well, there's never any wild cows in North America, so probably not. Thanks for the donation, though, Jezebel.
Recommendation. So what did these experts agree on? First of all, they did agree that oral minoxidil could benefit most types of hair loss, including, of course, the most common type, which is androgenetic alopecia. That makes perfect sense because it is minoxidil after all, and we know that minoxidil works. However, I think it is very important to realize that these experts did not consider low-dose oral minoxidil to be a first-line therapy for hair loss. The expert opinion is that the gold standard for hair growth stimulants is still topical minoxidil, not oral minoxidil. They only recommended oral minoxidil when topical minoxidil caused problems. Some of these problems listed here seem reasonable, like when topical minoxidil causes local inflammation or has been ineffective. I think some of them, though, are a bit more questionable, like if topical is too expensive, which doesn't seem to be too much of a problem since topical minoxidil is a generic over-the-counter medication after all. I mean, I could buy a 3-month supply from Target for like $20 US. I think even a broke-ass college kid could afford that. Another indication given here is that oral minoxidil can be more effective when body hair growth is actually desired, like in specific populations such as female to male transgender populations, although I think taking testosterone in that case will probably be plenty effective enough at promoting body hair growth and beard growth as well. The experts then tackle situations where oral minoxidil shouldn't be used, meaning when it is absolutely contraindicated. These situations include most importantly when people have a history of cardiovascular problems. In particular, people who have a history of pericardial disease or congestive heart failure, as well as pregnant women or women who are breastfeeding. Also, people who have a history of rapid heartbeat or abnormal heart rhythms, low blood pressure or kidney problems, they should take extra precaution if they use oral minoxidil. And you know, I gotta say that this really stood out to me because I've noticed that oral minoxidil has become increasingly available through telehealth companies where patients will never even meet with their doctor to begin with. They'll just answer a few basic health questions online about their health history and then they'll get a prescription immediately afterwards. This really doesn't seem right to me since a lot of these contraindications we're talking about, especially those related to the heart, require an extensive in-person medical diagnosis. What telehealth companies give their patients instead is little more than an informed consent paper. And to further reinforce that point, because of the very serious side effects of oral minoxidil, there was a consensus that dermatologists should seek a specialty consultation either from a primary care doctor or a cardiologist before starting oral minoxidil, particularly if any of the risk factors like heart rhythm problems are present. But the harsh reality about oral minoxidil usage is that the vast majority of people who are taking the drug are not seeing any kind of specialist at all. They're getting the drug from a general practitioner or a dermatologist who do not have training in internal medicine, or they're not even seeing a doctor at all. They're buying the drug through shady gray market sources. Now, to be fair, the experts did not feel that routine lab test or an electrocardiogram was actually necessary before starting oral minoxidil, unless of course there were underlying risk factors present. But of course, you also need an expert to diagnose many of these risk factors to begin with, so that's just something to ponder. So like I said, this isn't really a study, but this does still reflect how dermatologists are using low-dose oral minoxidil in the year 2024. So there are definitely limitations to this analysis. The article points out that a relatively large number of experts who chose not to participate in the survey may not have had the same opinions as those that did. That's what I was saying earlier, and it's especially disappointing because it would have been nice to get Dr. Troop's input and the input of others who are more skeptical of low-dose oral minoxidil, because the fact is that doctors who don't use low-dose oral minoxidil because of its risk probably would not participate in this kind of survey. So the survey is extremely biased towards the opinions of doctors already using the drug in their clinical practice. So I'd say this is not a consensus opinion of all medical experts on the use of low-dose oral minoxidil. It is just the opinion of doctors who already use low-dose oral minoxidil and already have a favorable opinion about it. The article also did not look at comparing the efficacy of topical minoxidil versus oral minoxidil. It also didn't assess the long-term safety of low-dose oral minoxidil or the use of other forms of minoxidil like sublingual minoxidil, which is disappointing. So like I said, this article is just based on so-called expert opinion, which again is at the lowest level of medical evidence. Even Rob England's scalp massage study ranks as higher tier scientific evidence than this article, and that's no joke. But even given all those flaws and biases, these experts still prefer topical minoxidil as the first line of treatment over oral minoxidil. So if you really trust their conclusions here, you should still be using topical minoxidil before considering oral minoxidil as your primary hair growth stimulant. Also, the experts here are clearly worried about the serious complications of the drug. They say that a history of pericardial effusion is a contraindication to using oral minoxidil because they know that the drug can cause pericardial effusion even when it's used at a low dose. However, what makes oral minoxidil especially risky here is the fact that most people who do get pericardial effusion after oral minoxidil don't even have a history of previous pericardial effusion. So these guidelines aren't guaranteed to prevent that complication from happening in people who are using low-dose oral minoxidil. So, does this article change my opinion on oral minoxidil? No, not at all. The fact remains that there aren't any large-scale, long-term studies of low-dose oral minoxidil. The incidence of a life-threatening complication like pericardial effusion is just not known yet, and the risk just isn't worth it when we have a perfectly safe alternative in the form of topical minoxidil. So, I still don't recommend oral minoxidil on this channel. I know many doctors prescribe it, and many of my followers are on it, and I wish them all the best, and I sincerely mean that. And the same goes for any other hair loss YouTubers who are pro-oral minoxidil. I have nothing against you guys. Even though you guys know I'm a lefty, I am libertarian on the subject of drugs, but I really can't in good conscience recommend oral minoxidil as a safe treatment when topical minoxidil is available and it is completely free of the serious systemic side effects, especially since there are ways to get around topical minoxidil's limitations, such as by adding topical tretinoin into your stack, or by using higher concentrations of topical minoxidil, like 10 or 15%, and I have videos about that subject, which I'll also link below. So, I just want to give you my take on this one, Choom, since I know this article is probably going to be getting a lot of exposure on social media.
Alright, well now we know we should avoid oral minoxidil.
AKA the King of Karachi. I smuggled roughly $50 million worth of illegal steroids from Pakistan into Europe. This is how crime works. There's about 1 million people in the UK that use steroids. It was just like a money-making machine for me. If you go to a doctor for it, they won't give you that. So you have to go legally. So smuggling, bringing it in, that was the only option.
Dude, it's so stupid. I don't know why we can't just legalize all drugs, tax them, generate more fucking tax revenue, and then get rid of, you know, all this organized crime and, you know, issues with like dangerous supply chains. It's so fucking retarded.
I was bringing it in by large amounts because the need for it, the demand was massive. There are steroids in the UK that can be prescribed by a doctor, but they will give you a minute amount. But if you want to import, sell, do anything else with them, give them to other people, that's totally illegal. That comes in a conspiracy to supply drugs. Well, the first time I started to sell steroids was probably about 1994. I was working as door security in a bar in Newcastle. And then that's where I got to know people in the gym, people, the doorman, the security, they all want to be big. They were all taking steroids. And people wanted the proper source. They wanted the real deal. I thought, okay, this is what they want. And there's a niche in the market here because there was a lot of people that couldn't even get their hands on it. I had to go to the source, and that was to Karachi, because that was the address on the label of the box that I used to buy in England. The Karachi scale probably started from about 96, 97. I'm Indian, so I need a visa to go to Pakistan. We'd go there for a week, and we would source the drugs somehow, and we would bring them back. So we travelled there, booked into a hotel, but the prostitutes were there, yeah, on the 8th floor, where we were staying. And I used to talk to them, and they said, what you need to do is go to this marketplace. But these people have links with Al-Qaeda, Taliban, the police. They're all paid off. They all get a bit of the money, so they're allowed to move drugs in them large amounts. So I went to the shop. There was just like a market stall shop. There was two guys outside with shotguns. And I thought, this is quite strange, this, a chemist, and they've got guns outside. So the boss called me in, told me to have a seat. And then he was asking me stuff, where am I from and this and that. So I explained to him what I wanted. He went, right, okay. Gave us a price, what was it, 30 grand? He says, I have the real deal for 30 pence an ampule, or I can give you snide, fake, for 10 pence an ampule. And they come exactly the same, they look exactly the same. I said, no. I said, I just want the real deal. I gave him the money. And what he did, he didn't even count it. He just tapped on the ceiling of the roof. One of them squares opened up and there was a kid up there. He gave him the money and he ran off. And that was that. And he says, he was called, he says, come here back in the morning. He'll be here for you at 11 o'clock. And bring 2 taxis, he said. And we went back and everything was there. Ready, just like he said. I only stuck with that one supplier the whole time. He backed me up, he helped me out, gave me some good links, and they even spoke to the chief of police for me as well. The steroids, they were all coming from registered factories. These factories are officially open. It's like Pfizer. He used to sell their products. The supplier worked with a few factories because he had every spectrum of pharmaceutical drug that you can think of. The companies he was working with, Roche. Roche is a big firm. Roche was like a big supplier of pills to Pakistan. I did ask him, do you supply these steroids to anybody else in the UK on this level? And he said, no. He said, it's only you. The only people that were selling it were like some white guys. But I know white guys can't go to Karachi and do what I just did because firstly, they don't know their language and they wouldn't trust them and it just wouldn't work. So that's how I knew he wasn't really dealing on a high level with anybody else, from the UK anyway. Normally, steroids have a certain smell to them because I've smelled every steroid there is. They have that same odor. That's how I know always, yeah? I always smell it. Sometimes I've smelt it and it's been weak. So that, I would suggest, is just filled up with cooking oil. So fake products are getting moved. I just had the finished product at the end of the day. But I knew that was from a good source. So these steroids, they're made officially, hologrammed, packaging, how to take. They come with all the instructions inside, the side effects. It's like a full doctor prescription thing. It's like everything.
Have you ever seen a lab in the UK?
Yes, I've seen a backstreet garage lab. This guy, he had the oils. He was just getting them in these big container things. The quality of the steroid was rubbish. And he was putting it in the 10 mil multi-shot himself. He puts it in himself, seals it himself. And so this is where you can get bacteria, anything can go into these bottles. And this is where people were getting abscesses. And other things were happening to them because it's not made in a clean environment. The quality of what my friend was selling and the quality of what I was bringing in, there were two extreme levels. Because the quality of what he was doing, it was very, very weak. And you don't know what's in it. When we got the steroids, they're all packed individually. They all came like a little box, like a matchbox. And there's one ampule in each one of these things. But how we had to bring them back, we had to get one of these boxes and put 6 ampules in each box. And so it was condensed by 6 vials in a small box. At first, we did this ourselves, attempted it by getting each bottle out and packing it. But there was 50,000 ampules, and this was like, it was taking us hours. So I spoke to my taxi driver about it. Went to his village where he was from. He got about 12 boys there, sat them all down in his house. So he got it all, the 50,000 ampules, packed up. And I paid him, I think, about £300. That was like a month's wage to get that all packed down. After that experience, I told the supplier that I had a problem with the packaging. And he says, okay, let me do it. I disguised them in vitamin B12 tubs. But he organised that on the second trip onwards.
That's fucking funny.
To smuggle the steroids back, they would just all be packed down. I think it was 23 to 24 kilo I was allowed to take back in one case. I thought, okay, let's just take it through the airport because it's not illegal here in Pakistan. So I'm thinking we'll bribe them. That was my initial thought. The first time going through airport security, that was nervous. The first security were there. And they said, okay, open up the cases. We opened them up. Some of them didn't even know what it was, you know? Steroids. They were just looking at it going, okay, fine, what is it? But why have you got all this amount and there's too much of it as well? 3 suitcases full. I got through that bit because there was some adult magazines in the case, right? And one of the security, he picked her up. In the year 1996, in Pakistan, you can't get like adult magazines there. You can't get it, it's illegal. So we gave them the magazines and then they let us go through the first part of security. And then I had to go to the x-ray machine. They x-rayed it. And then they went, right, open it up. So the same process again, but with them again.
I love how gooning facilitated drug trafficking. That's hilarious.
I bought them off with the magazines. That was my first time round. The second time round, they knew who I was. I had to pay them off the first security ones, and then I had to pay the X-ray ones. I think I gave them, it was UK pound notes, £40 each on the security. 40
Jeez,
to
that's
50
nothing.
pound. And then it was only on the third trip where the chief narcotics officer at Karachi airport approached me. He said, you just pay me £100 a suitcase and I will guide you through. So on that trip, when I went back.
Don't underestimate horniness, mate.
Yeah, really. Holy shit. Imagine bribing somebody with fucking porn. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
He met me at the airport and I just bypassed all security. All the x-ray machines, all this, he just told his people, his porters, get their bags and take them all the way through. The bags are on the flight. We change at Amsterdam. And the bags go from that plane onto another plane and then from Amsterdam to Newcastle. It's a 5 a.m. flight. There's no security there at Newcastle, customs, ever at that time. The people involved in the smuggling operation was like me and 2 mules I would take with me. I would just pay them £1,000, pay for all the holiday, just all the food, drinks, expenses. I pay that. So for them, they're just getting like a free trip away for a week. So that was a system I had, and I would change my mules as well. It would be people who I knew from my hometown, trusted.
Pre-internet in third world country porn was probably rare lol. Man needed his fix.
Yeah, I bet. I don't know how anyone survived back then. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
The people sort of thing who could keep their mouth shut. Back then, there was a surplus amount of people who would be willing to do that because the jail for it in England was Class C, which is, I think, a maximum of 3 years. So the sentencing on that, it wasn't like cocaine or ecstasy. I walked through and there was nobody there. There was no airport security there. And I was thinking, wow, got through. After I bring in the steroids into the UK, then the marketing starts. I would approach, I had dealers in Scotland, Manchester and Liverpool. And I would sell to them in bulk. They would buy off me 10,000 ampules at a time. And plus I sold steroids singly as well for the top value for £4 an ampule. I got the top price because people would come to me and just buy 10 at a time. Nobody else would take a cut of any of this because it was all done quite easily. If I moved it in bulk, in large amounts, it goes quite quickly. I would serve up like people I knew, my doorman friends, people at the gym, security.
Europeans used to import tons of porn woodblock prints from Japan back in the day. Wood block prints of porn? That's really fucking weird.
Other gyms, they all got served up with my supply. It's quite open that sometimes I've seen in gyms where people have just gone into the changing room and they've just started injecting each other. I would always inject at home, but I have injected in the gym. I've even injected stood outside the door of a club as well.
Dude, people who inject in the gym are fucking unhinged. I don't know why the fuck you do that there.
Security, just even there as well. Big gyms are complicit. Yes, they would really turn a blind eye to it, yeah, because they know these people, if they weren't taking steroids, they're not going to come and train. So it's hand in hand. You want these people in here because they're paying the monthly fees and they're using all this and they're paying them money, but they're using steroids at the same time. So if you stop them from using steroids or try and stop them from using steroids, they won't go to your gym. Yeah, and in smaller gyms, I've seen people, the owners, and they're quite open with it. I've seen them just talk out loud in front of people. I've got this, I've got that. This is available. How it used to work was I never used to ask the gym owners if they wanted the steroids. They used to approach me. They used to ask me because they knew I had a quality product. It was good and it was on there sound and reliable and based as well. Like the stock will always be there, but mainly they'll just let it go, just let it happen. As long as it's not directly in front of everybody, just do what you want. People that moved on from legal use to illegal use, I do know people who have approached their doctors and they've asked them for testosterone. And I think I remember one person, he got something, but it was only like 100 milligram. If there's a big seizure made, normally things can go dry in that area. Things can go dry and then the stock isn't there. And then people will, right, if they can't get the best stuff, they will get the stuff that's not that well made. But I was just doing it on a constant flow, so it never went dry. I did these runs. It lasted about 1.5 years until it came on top. And I was doing it every 6 weeks, roughly. I was just thinking myself as I'm an extra person and I can take back, I can make off a bag 20 grand, 60 grand off 3 bags, it's about 20 grand a bag I'm making. So I wasn't going to let that opportunity go down. Greedy I was in a way. The cost of my trip will be like this. There'll be 3 tickets bought, but they're about £350 each. The hotel, I would pay for 2 rooms, one for me, one for the mules. That wouldn't be much in Pakistan. That was only about, I think, £20-30 a night. I used to give everybody drinks out, so you would spend money there as well, you know. You would give them money, you would give out tips. I gave a lot of people tips as well, which I didn't need to do, but I did that just to keep people happy, because I'm doing bad in their country. And the officers, yes, I used to pay them as well, £300 on them on each case. So that would be on top. About £2,500. £2,500 for a 60 grand return. I've made millions and I've lost millions. I bought myself a few things, jewelry, clothing, cars I spent a lot of money on.
Dude, jewelry is the biggest waste of fucking money. Like, oh my god. Not a lot of people know about this. Diamonds are literally worthless. They are absolute fucking garbage. They have no more value than rocks you find, you know, just on the road. So, like, especially spending money on diamonds is so fucking stupid.
I had a lot of nice cars. You buy cars, but I crashed a lot of cars as well. While the money's rolling in, it's all good fun. There's a lot of people want to jump on the train. But when the train stops, they all jump off the train, man, and they don't even come near you after that. They're all there for the ride, but once the money stops, the jail comes, and then that's when reality, it kicks in. The steroids I was bringing in at the time were Sustanon, which was a mix of testosterone. So there was a testosterone decanate, propionate, cypionate. It's just a mixture of tests what last a different length of time. The main forms is tablet form, but they go through your liver and kidneys. The tablet form, people have seemed to have gone off the tablet form, but some people like to take a tablet form. You can still get the Anapolon, Anavar, which is a steroid what girls take, because it's the mildest steroid you can take and it has the least amount of side effects. In the ampule, you can get different ones. They normally come in 1 mil. You can get 1 milliamps or 2 milliamps. It depends on the steroid. But you can buy a 10-shot mini one as well. Mini vials, yeah. You get 10 1 mil shots out of that. They just have a plastic stopper on. You put the needle through and you draw back. You get 10 in one of them. So that's how they're normally sold. There's some people that will abuse it. And there's some people that can take about 20 injections a week. 3 injections a day, which is what I used to do. There was a time where, like, I was injecting that much. I needed new sort of injecting sites. I've injected my biceps before, my triceps, my chest even once, my thighs, my ass, anywhere where there's like a...
Who in the fuck injects into their chest? This guy is retarded.
Big muscle.
Are you ever going to indulge in steroids in your lifetime? What do you think about it?
Doesn't seem particularly likely. Like, I can get pretty big and jacked without steroids, so... I mean... do I care enough? On top of that, like, there's health issues. What I'm especially worried about is kidney disease. Kidney disease is fucking horrific. I would really not like having kidney disease. And just getting a safe, reliable supply is a huge issue too. I don't want to have to get anything on the black market or find... I found a pharmacy in Turkey that's willing to ship the drugs to me illegally, but they don't make any guarantees if it's going to get stopped by customs or anything, and a lot of their time they're out. They have a lot of international orders, and they're making sales illegally, and a lot of the time you can't even get some of the stuff you want, so nah, I don't think I'd really bother. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
So if you're looking for new sites all the time, then obviously you're abusing it. Steroid use, misuse, yes, it is a medical matter. Yes, I was addicted to steroids. When I was taking them in my peak, I really used to be about 12 stone. 12 stone, I couldn't get past that no matter what I did, no matter how hard I trained. And then I went up to 17 and a half stone.
Jesus.
From 12 to 17 and a half. And my bench press was 200 kilo. 200 kilo bench. There weren't many people in my town who could do that.
Yeah, my best bench was 186 kilos. So, I mean, again, is there really any point for me to take steroids when I'm like bigger and stronger than like 99% of fucking people? Like most people would have to take steroids to get to my size. I don't know if I'd really ever bother.
Who had that sort of power and strength that I had. And I think...
Not even for just a short period as an experiment / for fun? Like 6 months? Then you would avoid any long-term issues and get to just more or less see the benefits.
Well, it doesn't usually work out that way. And, I mean, what would be the point? You know? If I'm gonna come off anyway, then you're gonna lose most of the gains you made anyway. So, I don't know what the point would be. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
I was addicted to that. I was addicted to having that power and strength. And if I stop taking the steroids, that power and strength's going to go away. The look of me is not going to be as good. It's not going to be as intimidating. It's not going to be... I will lessen. I will go lesser if I stop taking it. That's my belief. Yes, so an addiction, yes, because I was addicted to that and I wanted to stay that way. If you have enough on you, what they suspect you are supplying, and you are making money off this, you can go to jail, yeah. Up to 14 years in the US. I was arrested in Spain, Alicante, in 1999. The amount I had, I think, was 250,000 pills and 50,000 ampules. That's what I had on me. We landed at Alicante Airport, me and the 2 mules. I was stood on my own, the 2 mules were stood on their own. The baggage was going round and round. Our cases never came through. So then I knew something was up. And it was then when I knew, I think it was here. And then the Guardia Civil come round the corner with guns and they went, bam, Sandu on the floor, handcuffed me. I was devastated. And I just looked over at the 2 mules that I bought and I just felt bad for them. I just saw instantly then, I seen it in their faces, like, bam, it just dropped. Me, I knew what I was doing, and they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know that this was going to happen, that this could happen. I knew, you know, but it was just a sinking feeling. And then they took us away. They took us to Fontcalent in Alicante. It was just in the middle of mountains, nothing else around it. It's just like a jail amongst mountains. They took us in. It looked scary to me. We were just held there on remand for over 2 years. Our court date had not come because the police were trying to find out if I had money in Spain.
Jesus.
They went, you're going to Moodloo 1, and they went, Sandu, you're going to Moodloo 4. I went, why can't we stay together? They went, no, not you. Then you're going to 4. That was the top security wing. They put me there because at the time I was big, I was intimidating looking. They didn't really like me from what I was doing. So my cell was just like, it was really small, tiny. You could touch both sides of it if you put your arms out. The length not that long, there was like a concrete slab for a bed. And on top of that, there was like a sponge. And then you're given a sheet to stick on top of that, to sleep on top of the concrete slab. And then my door is like, you have cages on it. It's got one door with bars, that locks. And then there's another door that locks because we are considered dangerous. And then some of us, we have to go handcuffed through the door. We have to put our hands in and then they take you out. I had fights with people. My hands were cut. At first, when I went in, I was on a proper downer. I got talking to this guy who could speak a little bit of English. He used to smoke heroin. So I started to smoke heroin as well.
Oh my
when
God.
I first went in, just to get my mind out of where it was. I needed that escapism, and heroin took me out of there. There was only about 40 heads in my jail. There was 4 Germans there for kidnap. They had a bit of a gang. Russians were there, about 3 or 4 of them. The South Americans, they all stuck together. I didn't know the language. I was on the come down off the steroids. They were all leaving my body now. I was feeling angry myself. I was like getting smaller. I was on heroin. My mind was not good. There was fights, stabbings I've been involved in. 2, I was stabbed there twice. I stabbed somebody there. His cousin later stabbed me in the back. When heroin goes dry, when there's none on the wing, there's a lot of aggression there, people wanting drugs, and fights start. I just lost everything. I lost everything. I was married on the out. My wife found out about everything, what was going on, because I was in jail. So she...
What steroids would give you the best bang for buck in terms of keeping most of the gains, no health issues after ceasing taking them? Well, you're gonna lose most of the progress you've made regardless of what compounds you're taking. But Anavar is the safest steroid to take in all likelihood. So if you're gonna do an oral only cycle, I would recommend Anavar. Most of it's fake though. It's extremely difficult to actually find real Anavar. Chances are the only way you're gonna get real Anavar is if you get it ordered from a pharmacy that's willing to sell internationally, like under the table, like the pharmacy that I found in Turkey. And I guess just testosterone.
She goes, right, divorce. So she didn't want me. She goes, you're never going to see your kids again either. I had 3 children at a time, and I've never seen them as well since 1998. I had my chance and I blew it. How I feel about the mules now, I feel bad about the 2 that got caught with me because they went to jail as well. And I told them this would not happen, you know. I told them jail would not happen, but it did happen. I messed up. I got out of Spain 2002, and then I went back to jail 2003. So I was only out a year. I didn't really learn my lesson from my first jail experience, simply because of the fact I had the wrong mentality about me. There was no rehabilitation in Spain. There was nobody, no counselling, no like talking to you. I didn't get anything. So I think that's why in my head, I was still in jail mode. I was still like talking to people and acting to people as if I was in jail. Because my head was still in there, and I was only out a year and my head didn't really change. And then I was back in jail again. I stopped trafficking steroids. The simple fact the police knew what I was doing. They knew how I was operating. They knew my links. Even though I was arrested in Spain, the British authorities, they knew of it as well. They were on my case. And now when I came out of jail, I got involved in heavier crime. I got involved with cocaine. I got involved with prostitution with these people. I was working with a firm, a gang in Gateshead in Newcastle. They were a heavy firm and they were controlling the whole area. So I gave the steroids a miss and I moved on to that, which was a mistake as well. I got 7 years
That's not
for
very smart.
conspiracy to supply Class A. blackmail, and controlling prostitution. The 7 years I was given, I served 4 years. This was in HMP Durham. My parole date was 3.5 years. It went over my parole because I didn't think I was going to get parole. But then there was a bit of jail overcrowding at the time, and they decided to let a few people out. And I was one of them who they let out early. The comparison between Spanish prisons and UK prisons is massive. There's no health and safety in Spanish prisons. There's no rehabilitation. And sentencing there is like mad.
Don't get arrested in Spain. Gotcha.
When I was told my body was of a 45-year-old at 28, it was a shock to the system. But to be honest with you, I couldn't stop. It was like I couldn't stop. I didn't want to go smaller. But what made me stop was the prison sentence. So it was after that it all sank in. The come down off the steroids, the come down off all the drugs. My head felt, right, okay, I was doing it wrong. This is a way to do it now. But it was jail and the fact that I couldn't get a hold of the steroids in Spain that made me stop. Otherwise, I don't think I would have stopped. I've had my tests done, my liver, my bones, my arthritis, all been checked, and now I'm back to normal. I was just like on this roller coaster of making money. Importing, money, bam, bam, bam. And I forgot about everything else around me.
That R8, man, that's like such a meme car now.
Was it worth it? Well, no. Nothing, none of that is worth losing family and going to jail and losing your money. I do regret what I did, what I've lost. Steroids are more mainstream now. This is because it's more acceptable now. Social media influences you get off all these actors. All these actors are in good shape. They all look the part. Everybody wants to look the part now, men and women. But where do they get them from? You don't go to a doctor. You have to go to a legal supplier. So importation is not really a factor no more because things are just getting made here now. It's getting made in England. I believe there should be a steroid-like practitioner, and that's his job. He's got like a pharmacy where he sells steroids, and you can go and you can buy and you can get advice and you can get help. The police could invest more money into it, put like a new agency involved, maybe like branch out of the drug enforcement agency, maybe to have like a separate agency what concentrates on the illegal. And I'm sure that you could find these people easily because I can find them easy enough. In the UK,
if they just sold them legally over the counter and just taxed it, there wouldn't be a problem. Like, that would get rid of pretty much all organized crime. Because the government can sell it for cheaper and offer a better quality than any black market dealer. So you'd get rid of the entire fucking black market and smuggling and organized crime. But they won't ever do it because politicians are fucking morons. And they also have this like weird mommy and daddy complex where they just know better for you. And, oh, well, you shouldn't be taking that, and so we're going to make it illegal. It's fucking retarded.
Steroids is not really a major police problem. They don't see it as a major drama. So the law enforcement, either they have to resources, get more money involved in this, trying to even like upgrade it to.
Is it racist for an eyewitness to a crime to describe someone as black based on how they talked?
No. People from certain ethnic backgrounds and certain areas are going to sound different, so no. Ugh. Like, if you were overhearing some sort of criminal conversation and the person sounded Chinese, like,
Oh, yes. Send the drugs to the warehouse down the street and make sure you killed the one guy who tried to rip us off.
Like, yeah, no shit. Like, you're gonna fucking say to the police, yeah, I think they were like Chinese or something. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
To Class B, but then I don't think that will stop anyone from taking it because people will still take it. So if you up it for it, make it Class A even, why do you want to send people to jail if all they're trying to do is just like make themselves look a bit better? I don't think it's a criminal offence, personally. I now have a CBD company, Alpha CBD. That's been going well. And so I've been helping out a lot of people with that. I've wrote 2 books, King of Karachi.
Well, the definition of racism is the idea that certain races are superior to other races. Like, that's how racism is essentially defined. So if you just recognize, like, yeah, the way certain people talk aligns with certain, like, races, like, you can usually tell if somebody is, like, black or Asian or whatever, just based on the way they talk. Like, that's not racist. That's not an acknowledgement that one race is superior to another. You could maybe call it stereotyping or something like that, but, yeah, like, if Snoop Dogg were to call you randomly and you didn't know it was Snoop Dogg, you'd probably assume the person you're talking to is black. Like, what's racist about that?
Which was the first book, which was about the steroid dealing for Pakistan. And Self-Made Dues Paid is my second book I wrote now. That's my life story from when I was like 3 years old. And it goes up until the time I left jail in Spain to 2002.
Oh yeah, it does kind of have clubbed fingers.
Well-known doctors in the world due to his hit TV show named The Dr. Oz Show, which racked up an impressive 1,681 episodes over the course of 13 seasons. Sadly, despite his enormous fame, Dr. Oz is one of the biggest promoters of scams that has ever been on TV, and pushing these bogus products on his audience for over a decade has made him insanely wealthy, with an estimated net worth of over $100 million. His promotion of bogus health products eventually led to a Senate committee meeting where he was requested to testify to the Consumer Protection Board, where he was grilled for not only the products he promoted, but also the outlandish way he described these products, in many cases calling them miracles and magic pills.
And when you call a product a miracle and it's something you can buy and it's something that gives people false hope, I just don't understand why you need to go there.
My job, I feel, on the show is to be a cheerleader for the audience. And when they don't think they have hope, when they don't think they can make it happen, I want to look, and I do look everywhere, including alternative healing traditions.
In order to tell Dr. Oz's wild story from decorated heart surgeon to scam promoter, we have to go back to the beginning of his journey. Mehmet Oz was born in a wealthy family, which helped him get a great start to life. He attended Harvard for his undergrad degree, and then attended the University of Pennsylvania, where he received both a medical and business degree at the same time. From there, Dr. Oz got his first job in the medical field at New York Presbyterian Hospital. It was during this time that he founded the Cardiac Complementary Care Center in order to provide patients with alternative medicine. Even way back in the 1990s, it became clear to his fellow doctors that Oz loved media attention, and being a simple doctor just wasn't enough for Oz. In 1996, Frank Torre, who was the brother of Yankees manager Joe Torre, needed heart surgery. Oz helped save his life, and the Yankees won the World Series shortly after that. Dr. Oz received a ton of media attention for this and seemed to revel in it, while the other doctors on the team didn't like his constant media attention. It became such an issue that the co-founder of his complementary care center was even quoted as telling Oz to stop the media circus, as was bringing too much attention and scrutiny to their center, which was in its infancy and really didn't have the track record at the time to back up a lot of what they were doing. Unfortunately, Dr. Oz's taste for fame didn't stop there. As he continued to court the media, this eventually led to Oz getting a short-lived show on the Discovery Channel called Second Opinion with Dr. Oz, where he talked to various celebrities about health concerns. The first guest on the show was Oprah Winfrey. The two of them hit it off, and Oprah would have Dr. Oz appear on her show more than 60 times over the next few years. Dr. Oz's fame would grow from these appearances, which led to Oprah and Oz creating his own show together called The Dr. Oz Show. This show is where most of the scam promoting would take place, and we'll dig into some of the worst of these scams after a word from today's sponsor. A year ago, I decided to buy a new office chair as my old one was falling apart. I bought a highly recommended one from an online retailer, and to put it lightly, I was disappointed. The chair's holes were not properly aligned, so it took forever to put together, and once it was together...
Back when I was working at a casino here in PA, Dr. Oz came in once to do a speaking thing. Jealous?
Yeah, I'm really jealous. Thanks for the donation, Cass.
If you would like to buy one of their coupon, an extra $50. spot for being a fantastic sponsor of the channel. When the Dr. Oz show started in 2009, they initially had good content covering various health concerns and some memeable moments, like Dr. Oz talking about his two favorite things, poop and pee.
Today, we are talking about one of my all-time favorite things, your poop and your pee.
The show averaged about 170 episodes a year, and when you're pumping out that much content, it became clear Dr. Oz needed to make videos about a wide range of topics, and the show started to evolve into a wellness channel instead of a medical advice channel. Dr. Oz began making videos about whatever was currently in the news, even if it made no sense. At one point, Dr. Oz devoted an entire episode to a report about there being toxic levels of arsenic in apple juice. Eventually, this was proven not to be true, but the Oz episode covering it got tons of attention, which led to many people avoiding apple juice, and the FDA had to issue a report stating that it simply wasn't true. Dr. Oz would frequently put the spotlight on alternative healing methods that had no scientific evidence to back up their claims, such as the time he promoted the energy healing cult known as Reiki.
If you've got a medical problem you can't solve, you may find the answer in the next few minutes. Start. And this is the area of energy medicine. Reiki. And you're a Reiki master. My wife Lisa's a Reiki master. So when the kids get sick, or when I'm out of sorts, she actually comes by. I can't even tell when she's treating me. Sometimes she secretly treats me. She thinks I'm in a bad mood. And I see hands moving around, but I actually feel the heat.
Reiki is a pseudoscience form of
What a fucking retard, dude.
energy healing that some practitioners have claimed can help cure cancer, diabetic neuropathy, anxiety.
Yeah, Trump should have made Dennis Prager head of education. I don't know why I chose that. Like, what's her name? Linda McMahon? Like, knowing him, that would have maybe made a bit more sense.
And even depression. There isn't any evidence to back up these claims, and even other religious groups like the Catholic Church have publicly come out saying it's all superstition and should be avoided. There doesn't seem to be any real evidence this energy healing works at all, yet Dr. Oz had no issue displaying it to his audience of millions and claiming his wife does it as well.
Reiki is a balancing practice, and so rather than addressing the headache or whatever else is the problem, what it does is it influences the person's overall system toward balance, and then as her system becomes more balanced, symptoms tend to fall away. Then over time, for example, if you get headaches, you may find that you get them less frequently.
Do you feel anything, Dalita?
Oh yes, my headache's going away.
Your headache's going away. Yes. And do you feel any heat?
Yes.
With the growing obesity epidemic in America, Dr. Oz would frequently do shows talking about new weight loss products he believed could help his viewers lose weight. He would frequently use over-the-top language to describe these products, and many times claimed them to be miracles in a bottle, or that this new product was the lightning in a bottle product that could be the one thing that changed your life.
Now, here's 3 statements you made on your show. You may think magic is make-believe, but this little bean has scientists saying they found the magic weight loss cure for every body type. It's green coffee extract. Quote, I got the #1 miracle in a bottle to burn your fat. It's raspberry ketone. Quote, Garcinia cambogia. It may be the simple solution you've been looking for to bust your body fat for good. I don't
Yeah, I take creatine.
get why you need to say this stuff because you know it's not true.
I actually do personally believe in the items that I talk about in the show. I passionately study them. I recognize that oftentimes they don't have the scientific muster to present as fact, but nevertheless, I would give my audience the advice I give my family all the time, and I've given my family these products.
Dr. Oz's promotion of these pseudoscience products would have a profound effect on its sales. Many companies who sold raspberry ketones or fiber supplements would see huge jumps in sales after Dr. Oz would mention them on his show. This happened so frequently that a name was created to describe what happened. They called it the Dr. Oz effect. This happened for years with many different products, but probably the most successful of these sham products was green coffee bean extract, which was a supplement made from unroasted coffee beans that contained chlorogenic acid. This antioxidant is often promoted as a weight loss supplement, however there is no clinical evidence to back up those claims.
Green coffee bean extract is a polyphenol. You don't have to remember what that is, but it's a chemical. It comes from the fruit of the coffee plant, and the reason it's different from regular old coffee beans, it hasn't been roasted. So it's green coffee bean extract because it hasn't gone through any of those chemical processes. It holds on to this element that seems to help people lose weight.
It was after this episode, and many others like them, that Congress decided to call Dr. Oz to testify before the Consumer Protection Board for his promotion of these products. My favorite at the hearing was when they asked Dr. Oz if he believed there was a magic weight loss cure, to which he said no, despite the fact he had said something contradicting that in an episode previously.
Yeah. Do you believe that there's a miracle pill out there? There's not a pill that's going to help you long-term lose weight and live the best life without diet and exercise.
Do you believe there's a magic weight loss cure out there?
The word, if you're selling something because it's magical, no. This little bean has scientists saying they found a magic weight loss cure for every body type.
Now that hearing had no actual power to shut down Dr. Oz or fine him. It was really just a circus show designed to humiliate Oz for what he was doing and display to the American people that Congress was looking out for you. Ultimately, it was up to FDA if they wanted to take action against Dr. Oz for what he said, and the FDA never went after him personally. The FDA did, however, go after people and companies that made false claims on the Dr. Oz show. Lindsay Duncan, who appeared on the green coffee bean extract episode and claimed people could lose 16% of their body fat in just 12 weeks taking the supplement, was sued along with his company that was selling the products. They eventually had to pay out $9 million to consumers for their false advertising. Another company, which capitalized on the green coffee bean episode, started marketing their pure green coffee to consumers and used the claims from the show that you could lose weight drinking it, as well as made up fake testimonials for their product and made fake news websites to make it appear that this was a legitimate weight loss product. After the FDA sued them, they eventually had to pay out over $30 million to consumers for their lies. Now, while doing research for this video, I actually discovered yet another controversy that Dr. Oz was a part of. 8 years ago, a YouTube doctor, Dr. Berg, made the allegations that Dr. Oz stole his research and script for one of his episodes. Dr. Berg claims to be a leading expert on different body types and what foods to eat for those body types. He's written several books on the topic and was contacted by the Dr. Oz show staff to appear on the show to talk about this topic. He sent them over a script of what he wanted to talk about and was scheduled to appear on the show, only for the Dr. Oz show to cancel on him at the last second. According to Dr. Berg, the show then got some other doctor who wasn't an expert on this topic to come on the show and read his script he had written for the show.
I got an email that says, sorry, Dr. Berg, we're going in a different direction. Sorry, we're not going to do the show. So I'm like, oh, that was a waste of 30 hours.
And cortisol causes weight to accumulate in the midsection and especially around our organs.
So you can see that this doctor is using my script. In fact,
Yeah, so Eric Berg is not a doctor, he's a chiropractor, and he also got his medical license taken away. Well, not medical license technically, but his like chiropractic license taken away by the Virginia Medical Board, and it was for a few reasons. One, he was literally scamming his patients. He was offering bogus tests that have absolutely no efficacy that were banned in his state. He also wasn't keeping proper medical records. He was lying about a number of the supplements he was selling, and he was also telling his patients that they shouldn't take, I think, the Gardasil vaccine because he thought it caused like cancer or diabetes or something fucking crazy. And he never ended up getting his chiropractic license renewed, so he ended up not practicing anymore. Who knows why? It might have been because he figured if he couldn't scam his patients, it didn't really make enough sense to, you know, keep, keep his medical license and pay rent or something for his clinical practice. It just didn't make enough money for it to be worth it, and he makes a lot of money on his YouTube channel and selling supplements and crap. But that might have been a reason why Dr. Oz decided not to have him on his show last minute.
nowhere on this doctor's website will you see anything about body types. He's not an expert. I don't know where they got this guy, but basically he's talking about my body types.
Now, I'm not actually a big fan of Dr. Berg, and I may do a video on him at a later time, but despite my issues with Dr. Berg, having your entire script just stolen by a large TV show to use as their own and give no credit to you is really a scumbag thing to do. That, along with all the scammy products Dr. Oz promoted on that show for over a decade, make Dr. Oz one of the biggest TV show clowns that has ever existed, in my opinion. Fortunately, the Dr. Oz show was canceled in 2022, so that means all these shady companies now have to try and find a new avenue to push their scams on people outside of daytime television. But as I've done hundreds of videos covering scams on this channel, they clearly always find a way to continue the scam. Thanks again to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. Use my coupon code.
There's a lot of confused young men in the world without any positive role models to look up to. Many of them grew up without a father figure, which causes some of these young men to go online and find someone who can fill that essential role in their lives. Andrew Tate is one of the more popular online role models that these impressionable young men flock to, like my ducks, whenever I replenish their swimming pool with fresh water.
Oh my God.
Now, if most people in the world were to find out that you're learning how to be a real man from some dude on the internet, they would probably make fun of you, especially if you're taking advice from the self-proclaimed top G. Unfortunately, Tate decided to specialize in skills like shitposting on Twitter instead of information security, which is the main reason why his online school, called The Real World, formerly Hustlers University, suffered a massive data breach revealing the private information of about 800,000 of his current and former students. Many of these are people.
I guess it was bound to happen. Like, he has, like, credit card and payment information for a lot of people, so it was bound to happen.
Who paid upwards of $50 per month for advanced training and mentoring on subjects like crypto investing, health and fitness, and creating your own e-commerce store like my website, based.win. Except their stores don't offer a 10% store-wide discount to people who pay in Monero XMR like I do on base.win. A lot of the course material was also leaked, so if you were interested in learning anything from Hustlers University, you can now do so for free. Unfortunately, the data leak also contained people's usernames, email addresses, the date that people joined Hustlers University, the roles of people on the forums, as well as their score and coin balances, which I assume is similar to karma and gold on the Reddit platform. So if that's the case, then those stats would roughly translate to how active people are and how well received their posts on the forum are. The contents of The Real World's 221 public and 395 private chat servers was also leaked. which contains some of the most damning data as far as future employment opportunities for the people that were making the posts there are concerned. Obviously, I'm not able to show you some of the more spicy stuff here on YouTube, but if you can imagine an unmoderated 4chan board combined with your average Call of Duty chat room from the Xbox 360 days, then you've pretty much got the idea of the typical post in the safe space that used to be the real world private chat rooms. Now, you're probably wondering, who is responsible for the Andrew Tate data breach? I haven't been able to find the precise names of any groups or people that were involved in the data leak, but the hackers appear to be some kind of LGBT hacktivist based on the emojis that they spammed in the live chat on Rumble during his podcast last Thursday. The hackers were also able to leverage a vulnerability in the platform to upload emojis, as well as delete attachments, crash people's clients, and temporarily ban people from that platform. There's a few different content creators on Rumble that I really enjoy. I also really like the fact that on mobile devices, you can listen to Rumble videos while your phone screen is locked without having to deal with the "are you still watching" interruptions that YouTube purposefully implemented, not to actually confirm if you're still watching a video, but to try and force people to buy YouTube Premium, which is the only legitimate way to listen to YouTube with the screen off. So I really hope that those vulnerabilities on Rumble can be fixed soon, because I think that that's an excellent platform that clearly has fewer restrictions than YouTube does. Now, other than the humiliation of people finding out that you paid Andrew Tate $50 a month to teach you anything, being associated with Andrew Tate could result in you getting canceled or denied a job because of how much he's hated for his views and his treatment of women. Andrew Tate has been canceled multiple times himself, but he's stated that this doesn't really affect him because he's already a multimillionaire who has everything that he needs. And if we multiply the 113,000 active members on his platform, which was revealed by this data breach, by the $50 that they have to pay each month to be members, that comes out to over $5.5 million that Andrew Tate is making from his platform every single month. Now, I'm sure that some of those profits go to employees and hosting resources that are needed to keep the site running, but now that we know that the site's security is a joke, I think it's pretty safe to say that not much was being spent on securing that site's data in the first place. And that's why I'm advising anyone who ever had an account on this platform to do some serious digital sanitization. I don't think people who use his site are necessarily bad people. Like I said at the beginning of this video, I think that they're mostly confused young men that are in the world without father figures, and so influencers like Andrew Tate take advantage of this to make a quick buck. But potential employers probably aren't going to see it the way that I do. They're going to lump you in as a toxic misogynist simply for giving Andrew Tate $50 per month. So hopefully you practice good OPSEC by using a unique email and username that isn't connected to any...
Oh, Andrew Tate. What a dumbass.
Hegseth agreed to pay an undisclosed amount to the woman because if he feared that if the information went public, he'd be fired from Fox News. The statement came after a detailed memo was sent to the Trump transition team by a woman who said, "I'm a friend of the accuser." The memo alleged he raped the then 30-year-old conservative group staffer in his room after drinking at a hotel bar. The person who sent the memo did not respond to requests for comment. You know, the reality here is that birds of a feather assault together. And we think of this as negative. Trump has done the same thing. So it is just par for the course for them. This will likely not affect the process at all. It is true that there is concern among some Republican senators about Pete Hegseth. I struggle to believe that this is genuinely the reason why they are concerned. There were similar allegations brought against Brett Kavanaugh, Donald Trump's Supreme Court nominee. He sailed through. They didn't care about it.
The Brett Kavanaugh allegations were clearly just complete and utter horseshit, though.
They just didn't care about it. Donald Trump himself has dozens, around 50 allegations against him. Republican voters have now voted for the guy 2 times in a row. Trump certainly has a type, and I'm not talking about the women he's accused of assaulting. Trump has a type in terms of the people he hires. And in a sense, there is not really the concept of a damaging story at this point in the Trump MAGA era kind of doesn't really exist. And if Pete Hegseth fails to be confirmed, or if the nomination ends up being withdrawn before the confirmation hearings even happen, if it becomes known that Hegseth is not going to be able to get confirmed, I don't believe that it will be because of this. This is easy to say, you know, they made all the fake allegations against Trump, and these are fake allegations against Pete Hegseth because he's been nominated. Of course, then you go, well, but hold on. The allegations were made a long time ago. The documents are from a while ago. They'll say, no, it's all part of...
I thought that it was based when the YouTuber in the last video mentioned fatherless men and conveniently placed a depressed black guy in a bedroom while claiming that LMFAO.
Don't know if he meant anything by that. Thanks for the donation though, Wilma Dickfit.
of a plan. It was because he was a Fox host or because of this or because of that. They just don't want him. It is completely plausible that Hegseth does not make it through confirmation. I don't believe that it is the sexual assault allegations that will do him in. Let me know what you think. And here's the bigger question I have for you. Who do you believe is the most likely nominee so far to fail confirmation? Is it Hegseth? Is it Gates? Is it Gabbard?
Gates,
or is
obviously. Car donated, you know, one thing I always thought about, I wonder what would happen if a racist conservative Christian saw Jesus face to face. It is being said that he is known to have dark skin. So would they tell him to go back to his country? Strange people indeed. That would be funny if, like, Christianity was true and Jesus came back to Earth and he was, like, this dark-skinned, weird-looking dude, and then all these Christian conservatives were, like, super racist to him or something, or, like, lynched him or some shit. So, yeah. A lot of these Christians are just fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Car.
is it somebody else? Let me know. info@davidpakman.com. Well, I wrote a book.
Thank you. Any of the sports out there, including the Super Bowl, we beat them on social media. And just for the record, our rights are up right now, too.
Animal Liberation Donatellers. I don't have a leg press at home, just free weights. What could I do as a substitute for leg press other than squats? Well, again, you're just going to have to do free weight exercises. So, like, you can do squat variations. So, like, back squat, front squat, tempo squats. It's one you could use. Whatchamacall, why am I, Bulgarian split squats, lunges, so just whatever free weight, quad focus movements you want. Thanks for the donation though, Animal Liberation.
Power Slap's rights are up in January, so we'll be out looking to do new deals with Power Slap too.
A Dublin jury delivered a guilty verdict on Friday, finding that Conor McGregor sexually assaulted Nikita Hand in December 2018. Hand had filed a civil suit in early 2021, alleging that Conor and Conor's friend James Lawrence engaged in sexual acts with her without her consent. After deliberating for just over 6 hours, the jury awarded Hand approximately 250,000 euros in damages. The jury determined that Lawrence did not assault Hand. However, during the trial, Hand's attorney argued that McGregor and Lawrence collaborated to shift the blame onto Lawrence rather than McGregor. Hand sought various damages, general, special, aggravated, and punitive, due to the incident and her inability to work stemming from mental health issues. Court documents revealed she initially sought $1.79 to $2.13 million in damages. Conor admitted under oath during the trial that he had sexual relations with Hand during the incident, but maintained it was consensual. Conor and his legal team were present for the verdict, along with his wife, Dee Devlin, with whom he shares 4 children.
Do you have any reaction to the women at the centre of this? Do you have a reaction? Do you have an apology to the women at the centre of this?
I'm part of the role model for young fans.
What do you have to say about start off by saying I'm overwhelmed. I'm touched by the support I have received from everybody. First, I want to thank the Coleman legal team and
I don't know anything about the details of the case. From the way the guy explained it, it seems kind of fishy that the defense would focus on shifting blame to the one accused rather than just trying to provide evidence that it was, like, consensual. Who the fuck knows? Like, we know Conor McGregor is a fucking asshole. Like, again, this guy assaults elderly people, so... Is it beyond the realms of possibility that he sexually assaulted a woman? No, like, he might have done it.
My three barristers, John Gordon, Ray Boland and Sean, they have been amazing from start to finish. I want to thank Mr. Justice Alexander Owens, the jury, all the witnesses. I want to thank the doctors, nurses and everyone at the sexual assault treatment unit and the Rotunda Hospital for looking after me, especially my own Dr. Frank Clark, for the last 4 years and has held my hand throughout this plea. And I look forward to the future with my family and friends and daughter.
Nikita, what has the last 2 weeks been like?
Breaking news, Conor McGregor has just been civilly found liable for rape. So the story dates back to 2018 with allegations that he sexually assaulted a woman in a Dublin hotel.
Yeah, what's also weird about the story too, Conor McGregor has ties to, like, the Irish mob and shit. So, for a woman to come out and take those sorts of risks, and, I mean, being publicly known as the girl who got raped by Conor McGregor, kind of makes me think the claim is more likely legitimate.
Room. Today, a jury gave their verdict and he was found civilly liable and he was ordered to pay approximately $250,000 to his victim. So just really quickly what this means, leaving aside any potential appeals, this means he's a civilly convicted rapist. Now, this was not a criminal trial. He wasn't found guilty. He's not going to be punished. The fallout for Conor is that he has to pay this money. And the further fallout is just in terms of how society is going to treat him. So who's going to want to do business with this man? Who's going to want to be associated with this man? Things like the UFC, are they going to exercise their right to contractually cut Conor? Or do they think there's more dollars to be made with him still being affiliated with them? So there's going to be some fallout separate from...
He's never fighting again. The guy's a fucking drug addict. Like, if you saw his interview with, what's his fucking name? Jake Gyllenhaal, for that shitty Roadhouse movie. He is fucking addicted to something. I don't know if he's on meth, fentanyl, cocaine, whatever, but that guy, like, he needs to go to fucking rehab if he hasn't already. There's no fucking way he's ever fighting. Kyra donated $2. Yeah, dude, lol, it's pretty insane to know that their loving Lord and Savior was actually a dark-skinned Middle Eastern man that they would probably frown upon if he walked in their presence, lol. American Christians are the most hypocrite people ever. Yeah, I mean, like, at least Muslims, they're consistent with their insane, retarded bigotry. Thanks for the donation, Car.
The money that the court is ordering that he has to pay on the business side of things, but he's not criminally convicted. He's not going to jail for this, but he's going to have to pay money, and he's earned the reputational harm this has caused him.
Conor released a statement saying, "I will be appealing today's decision. The judge's instruction and the modest award given was for assault, not for aggravated or exemplary damages. I am disappointed that the jury did not hear all the evidence that the DPP reviewed. I am with my family now, focused on my future. Thank you to all my support worldwide." Conor released...
What the fuck does he mean? The jury did not hear all the evidence that DPP reviewed. They have to see all evidence in the case.
Released a statement saying, "I will be appealing today's decision." Meanwhile, an old tweet from Khabib from 2019 is doing the rounds on social media. Khabib had tweeted, "Rapist, you are rapist. You are a hypocrite who is not responsible for his actions. Justice will find you. We will see."
We'll see. Yeah, we will see.
Thank you for everything. Thank you. Good night. Education in the fitness space can be a bit of a fickle thing. People want to believe so badly in one particular thing, and their emotions can oftentimes be attached to that belief. So when someone opposes that belief, even if it's based in fact or myth, it is going to cause some fireworks to fly. And here's the interesting thing about this, is that it's not always about the facts that people talk about. In fact, it might be just their opinions that are shrouded with a 3-letter word in front of their name. Something like a gray area right now in fitness and bodybuilding is Mike Israetel. You may have seen him in one of Greg Doucette's Lambo-winning video series, or you could have just simply caught him on Renaissance Periodization channel, also the name of his company. A company in which was actually founded by 2 individuals, which Mike was a co-owner with, Nick Shaw, who thought, hey, let's make a company that essentially combines science with actual results-driven coaching. But there's an irony with the tagline for the company: real science and application with real results. It couldn't be more fitting, or maybe misleading, because while the RP channel floods YouTube with catchy titles like Exercise Scientist Critiques Insert Any Random Influencer, it doesn't necessarily make them a paragon of evidence-based fitness. In fact, their team often veers into the bro science territories. So when the science meets the bro science, who do we get and what happens? I think it's worth finding out. Dr. Mike Israetel, the co-founder of Renaissance Periodization, holds a PhD in sports physiology from Eastern Tennessee University. His academic background includes teaching stints at institutions like Layman's College and Temple University and the University of Central Missouri, where he focused on subjects like nutrition, strength, and hypertrophy. Interestingly, born in Moscow, Russia in the 1980s, Mike immigrated to the US in 1991, from Hillel Day School to then attending soon the Berkeley High School, to transitioning into getting a degree in kinesiology, which was from the University of Michigan, which was Mike's path to a PhD as well. Mike actually even did stints of personal training before moving into academia almost entirely. Also, quite interestingly, Mike has done some pretty impressive things with the Olympic team. He's worked as a sports nutrition consultant for the US Olympic teams and has been a guest speaker at many conferences worldwide. In 2011, while pursuing his PhD, Mike co-founded Renaissance Periodization with Nick Shaw. The company has since grown into a major player within the fitness industry, offering books like The Renaissance Diet or Scientific Principles of Hypertrophy Training, which have received rave reviews and top fitness book charts, in instances actually getting up to the top 30 book of all time in fitness and health. Quite an impressive resume for someone who is a online personality. He has a lot of claim to fame because there's stuff to back up what he has to say. But there is more of an issue here. You see, Mike's ability to blend science with his personal opinion is his Achilles heel. For example, take his debate in 2023 with Dr. Milo Wolf on optimal ranges of motion and as well how to interpret whether there was effective training stimulus in a certain session. Dr. Wolf, fresh off completing his doctoral thesis on ROM, range of motion, presented a case rooted in empirical data and meta-analyses. Meanwhile, Mike leaned heavily into rationalist deductions, which amounted to basically bro science, but make it smart. And this isn't a one-off pattern. In this instance, we saw Mike basically saying that the principles of qualifying a set being relatively effective or a training stimulus to be effective were his own subjective opinions of what training was, and not necessarily any kind of mechanistic standpoints or data-driven standpoints. We also saw this with ROM in regards to what Mike Israetel was arguing, and it was basically the same concept, based on an opinion founded behind science, but something that he formulated himself without any kind of clear clinical trials to guide his path. He also claims cardio after training inhibits gains due to AMP kinase activation. AMP kinase activation happens in both resistance training and endurance training. The science just kind of simply doesn't add up there. But Mike's opinions are wrapped in enough jargon to sound relatively convincing for the general populace, and his videos netting over usually 500,000 views, it's a reality that most people digest his content quite well. And this is a really interesting one, but I don't know if you guys remember his stance on physiotherapy. Mike has questioned its efficacy quite greatly publicly, citing and suggesting things that would make it seem ineffective, even claiming it to be directly ineffective. The research also shows that with adherence to a general routine for physiotherapy, you can yield really, really impressive results. It's not that physiotherapy doesn't work, it's just that these studies are often poorly designed and the inclusionary criteria for these subjects is not that great. Mike often cherry picks data that supports his specific narrative, but sometimes I feel like he fails to look in the other direction. I guess it feels like oftentimes Mike is just sometimes shooting from the hip and injecting his own bias and opinions into the things that he has to say. Now, I will say that exercise science is generally really hard to interpret. It's kind of similar to how there are hundreds of different religions based on the same scripture. It's all about interpretation. And the one thing I really like about data is that it's not just left up for interpretation. Many times you can look at the mechanism behind certain things. For example, hypertrophy. Now, before Mike's fanboys pull out their dildo tip spears and start jabbing me with them, at full ROM, mind you, he hasn't done everything bad. In fact, I think there's a lot that Mike has done that's extremely beneficial for the industry, and oh my gosh, I mean, many people viewing his content. For example, there was a controversial moment a little while ago where Mike was featured on a lot of prominent podcasts talking about his steroid use. Now, mind you, the interesting thing about these conversations is that they're meant to be very honest and upfront with the use of steroids and what those can implicate with someone's life. But the issue here is that Dr. Mike is just that. He has a doctor in front of his name, and so people often claim him to be the ultimate authority on very specific topics, which aren't necessarily such a broad stroke for a normal doctor to understand. Yes, you can be a doctor. You can even apparently be a doctor as a lawyer, as Dr. Tony Hughes just showed us.
People come to me when their doctor can't solve their problem, so I'm like a doctor.
But that doesn't mean you've researched, for example, biochemistry. That doesn't mean you know pharmacokinetics and dynamics. It doesn't mean that you've actually been able to develop an actual pharmaceutical drug or understand the mechanisms of its action. Yet he goes on to explain several things which I think are good, but I'm pointing out the hubris in some of it, because when he's been open recently about his steroid usage, it's sometimes erring on the side of concern for an individual. Him exposing his experience with steroids is completely and entirely a unique experience for him, and the way he talks about it is that it could possibly be something that most people using steroids are experiencing, and I would assure you that it's not a collective experience by all steroid users. This really does begin to paint a horrible picture for us as steroid users, or at least responsibly using steroids, in a not so favorable way. If you just listen to some of the things he says, he talks about killing people.
You mentioned from...
I would imagine he's probably on a lot of fucking drugs, so if you're taking more moderate doses.
Well, she's here for good. I have 3 cats officially.
Oh my god.
What is going on?
Oh my god. There's little Joey. There's big round orange Maui. So orange and round like an orange. And I don't know what that cat's name, but she's much smaller and less round than the two of them.
What's going on here? What is going on? What a lovely, lovely arrangement.
Oh my goodness. The Holy Trinity.
I can't believe it. I am very happy with
oh
what
my
I
god.
see.
What beautiful kitties. That's amazing.
Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Personal experience being aware of the dark side of anabolic use. What is that?
How long do you have? Anxiety like you would not believe. Every day that I'm on high doses, I wake up in the morning afraid of the rest of my day. Intrusive thoughts. I think about violence all the time. Well, if your testosterone is 25 times what it's supposed to be, what the hell do you think it's going to make you think about? Another one is a marked proximate reduction of IQ. Like right now, as I talk to you, I'm unconscious, bro. I'm on a considerable dose of anabolic.
Why is he doing this to himself? Like, it's so fucking retarded.
I'm not as smart right now, and I can feel it. It's this fog, an inability to perceive a broad spectrum of positive human emotion. I live in a really beautiful area in Michigan, and I walk out and there's this pond and these trees, and I know that I like looking at them, but it's a memory to me. I go work out every morning, and I look at the pond and the trees, and I'm like all I feel is rage and frustration and anger and anxiety. That's my daily life.
While steroid use is clearly less healthy than no steroids, it's also very far from the worst thing you can do to your health. Even when we directly compare it to an average alcohol consumer, for example, the World Health Organization, WHO, reports that alcohol consumption is responsible for approximately 2.6 million deaths annually, accounting for about 4.7% of all global deaths. However, research indicates that male users of anabolic androgenic steroids, or AAS, have a mortality rate of generally 1.3%, compared to the 0.3% amongst non-users or general population. When you compare a steroid user to someone who avidly drinks alcohol, it's very interesting to find that the alcohol drinkers oftentimes will actually, by data's concern, have about a 4-fold increase in mortality risk, overall leading to significantly less deaths on a massive order of magnitude. And so I actually really like what Mike has to say. I think it has value and merit, and the things that he's doing is actually pretty good, because a lot of people can, really trust me, experience some nasty side effects psychologically from steroid usage. But in the same breath, as I've mentioned before, there's just this sprinkle of maybe his own personal bias in there that does really create some issues with his statements. Another one of his standout contributions is the concept of a stimulus to fatigue ratio, a simple idea that I think is absolutely brilliant. Basically, pick movements that generate maximal muscle stimulus with minimal fatigue. Basically, isolation exercises. Solid. Basically, heavy squats and deadlifts for beginners who don't know what they're doing, probably a bad idea. You're not really going to get much reward, but you are going to get a lot of risk. And if we can...
No, there's practically zero risk for noob lifters doing squats and deadlifts. They just can't lift nearly enough weight.
Select movements that do give us the maximal stimulus. If our goal is to build a copious amount of muscle, that's the best way to do it. Mike also breaks down the myths of rep ranges. He emphasizes that basically what the data supports is that there's anywhere from 5 to 30 challenging reps that seem to be effective. If you get 5 reps and they're challenging, great. If you get 30 reps and they're challenging, great. They're both awesome for hypertrophy. And this really does debunk something you very, very often see within beginner programs or someone who's just copy and pasting programs to their clients, which is about 12 to 10 reps. And it is a significant mentality that beginners can often cling to. They're a bit afraid to step outside of the box and experiment with lower repetition ranges or higher repetition ranges. Another gem here is that he advocates for higher carbohydrate intake when someone is trying to basically build a ton of muscle, because glycogen-loaded muscle performs better than, well, not glycogen-loaded muscle. And Mike's advice here is spot on. If you're lean enough and you're wanting to go into a massing phase where you can create the most hypertrophic result, yeah, you want to increase your calories by primarily increasing carbohydrate intake. These nuggets of wisdom, which are few compared to the many he's given, are wildly useful for the fitness industry, especially the people who are just beginning their journey. It's undoubtedly helped thousands and thousands of people get started with their bodybuilding or just training in general. But I think what really...
So I was going to do a video on my road to 19-inch arms, currently sitting at 18 and 5/8, when in my feed popped up a Renaissance periodization video on scientific arm training. So I thought I would give that a little bit of a dissection instead.
And we're going to train him with a scientifically based arm workout.
So Jeff does describe later in the workout what would constitute a science-based training plan, but I think most of those definitions are so broad that a reasonable training plan would have pretty much 100% overlap with the science-based training plan. So for me, I think in a lot of cases, it's a term that doesn't really necessarily have a lot of meaning.
So our first exercise is the overhead tricep cable extension.
Love it, love it. Big fan of these. I really like overhead work in order to focus on that sweep of the long head. To me, this is pretty much essential if you want to maximize arm development.
This overhead version does hit the long head of the triceps a little bit more, but I think that focusing on long head of the triceps is massively overrated.
I don't love that as much. I mean, the long head is extremely important. From like a side triceps kind of situation, shove that shit against your lat. Yeah, look at that. Look at that shit. So the long head is very, very important from an aesthetic standpoint. I don't want to get too personal here, but I think Mike could use a little bit of long head.
In general, because almost every compound pulling movement, pull-ups especially, rows and things like that, will hit your long head a ton.
Oh no, oh no. Okay, so the long head has two functions. First is extending the elbow. The second is extending the shoulder. So when you're doing a pull-up or a row, yes, the shoulder is extending. However,
Fat Blob donated $2. I burned 1,400 calories today. I left my frozen pizza in the oven too long. This is much easier than going to the gym. You burned 1,400 calories by overcooking your pizza? Is that the joke? That would be a little easier than going to the gym. Thanks for the donation, Fat Blob.
the biceps is flexing, right? You're getting elbow flexion. And so the long head of the triceps is going to shut off because you're asking it to extend the shoulder, but you're also asking it to extend the elbow, but you're actually flexing the elbow because you're doing a row. So that is not going to hit the long head of the triceps at all, really. And so for him to say it hits it a ton, and him also have no long head of the triceps, and also shit on overhead cable work, to me, this kind of all makes sense. That explains his lack of development in this area, despite using a lot of anabolic. So if a natural lifter absolutely mugs you in an area, maybe you should listen to him. Now, if he had said, oh, I do dumbbell pullovers, yes, that would actually work quite a lot.
Dude, I think arms, compared to any other part of the body, maybe calves being the only exception, like, are so genetically determined. Like they're, like, look at Mark Lobliner, right? Like, he was on a fuck ton of steroids. He could never really get his arms any bigger. The rest of his body would get, like, really big, but his arms would stay, like, pretty small. So I don't know. Pretty sure the reason Mike Israetel doesn't have the most impressive arms is probably primarily genetics.
A lot of long-headed triceps because you're not actually flexing the elbow at the same time. You're keeping it relatively straight. So yeah, pull-ups, rows, not going to be hitting long-headed triceps. If they are, something has gone terribly wrong, or you just don't really understand biomechanics.
And so I don't worry about triceps heads a bunch, but
you should. So sometimes heads don't really, sometimes getting head doesn't really matter. Like the short head, long head of the bicep, I don't really worry about that. But when a part of the muscle has a very different function, or it has an additional function where some exercises just won't target it, that's when you need to pay attention. So for example, the rectus femoris of the quads, you can't just squat and develop that area because it also flexes the hip. Whereas when you're squatting, you're trying to extend the hip. So that shit shuts down and you need to do other exercises in order to target it. Maybe a sissy squat, maybe a leg extension. And so yeah, knowing anatomy and knowing biomechanics is very, very important. And the fact that Mike said that is actually a little bit worrying and surprising.
This is the only exercise in this session that we'll do in a conventional straight set style. All the others, we got twists and tricks and who knows what else.
So I actually like that. I think adding intensifiers, adding advanced techniques, which you can find in my book, Sweat, Special Workouts, Exercises, and Advanced Techniques. I think adding this to arm training or some machines or isolations makes a lot of sense. So kudos to adding.
Let's see. Oh, yes.
This new Trump administration he unpacked with incisive clarity the reasons why Americans should trust Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Clearly, America agreed. When it comes to Dr. Jordan Peterson, they often do. His books and tools have had a profound impact on 21st century culture. Now he's back to tackle the biggest subject of all in his new book, We Who Wrestle with God. The best-selling author, psychologist, and co-founder of the Peterson Academy joins me now. Jordan, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Hi, Pierce. Nice to see you.
I'm going to get to your book a little later, and it was utterly gripping, fascinating, challenging, all the things I'd expect from you. But before we move on and then come back to it, the reviews have been almost comical. Like, people love you or they hate you so much they want to rip you to pieces. Do you care? Or, because I get the same, We call it Marmite over here, which is a savory thing you put on toast, which people either love or hate. Do you care, or do you just want people to be reacting?
Well, look, I mean, if you have any sense and people are paying attention to what you're doing, you're happy about the fact that they're paying attention to what you're doing. And then whether the attention is negative or positive, I suppose that's the next thing up on the agenda. And it's been a pattern through my life that people have that kind of reaction to what I'm doing, you know. And luckily in my actual life, day to day, in the real world, virtually everybody I meet is pleased with what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And so that's wonderful. The reviews, as you said, have been comical.
Stop. But you've got to have an amazing big picture brain to think the way that he does. And if he's right next to Trump in this administration, I'm all for it.
That's my situation too. And I feel the same way about RFK. I mean,
he is so fucking cracked. Like, it really shows you his lack of critical thinking skills if he thinks Elon Musk and RFK Jr. should be, like, have anything to do with Trump's administration.
Also a preposterous person. You know, he's bigger than life. He's full of remarkable and crazy ideas. And I'm fascinated to see what he might put in place. And I would say the same thing about Ramaswamy. Like, Ramaswamy is
We already had a Trump presidency. It was a big lame duck.
Establishment of the Strive Fund was brilliant and daring. And we have brilliant and daring people in government. And that doesn't...
Bend over, donate $2, skip to 010. That calorie burning joke earlier reminded me of this.
I'm old news.
It's cute. Borderline Smurfy. When she flirts, it's not cute.
Uh-huh. I hear you.
Oh, hey, how's your ankle?
Not good. Doctor says I gotta lose 55 pounds. I said, well, I'm losing you. That's 200 pounds right there.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Ever happened. And God only knows. I don't even know if it's a good thing under normal circumstances, because I think under normal circumstances, you want competent administrators running your nation. But we're not in normal times. Far from it. And so I'm, like I said, strapped in, waiting exactly as you pointed out, waiting for the adventure of this administration.
Yeah,
and everyone's sitting there thinking, oh my God, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, good. We should be thinking that.
What a fucking dumbass.
Oh, literary. It's absurd.
Jordan, I was going to come to your dad because one of my producers discovered that your father had died several weeks ago and found an obituary. I don't know whether you wrote this obituary. One of the family did, and it talked about dad. So it's one of the
Yes,
three
I wrote it.
It was you. I thought it was because I read it and I found it unbelievably moving. I was going to leave it to the end, but since you've mentioned it now, first of all, my deepest condolences on losing a remarkable man. I mean, even if I didn't know the connection, I just read this about somebody, I would think what a remarkable life he had. He had 3 children, 4 grandchildren. He was a great grandfather to 4 more. He grew up in Norway in a log cabin. But then, as you said, he lived outdoors, shooting, hunting, bird watching, trapping, cross-country skiing, canoeing. And he was a...
Oh, so he was a fucking asshole. Well, good riddance.
Enthusiastic collector of single-shot rifles. I love this detail. That he loved their simplicity, their design and craftsmanship. More importantly, he loved the precision of these rifles. And he liked the fact that a single-shot rifle only allowed for 1 bullet as a hunter, dead center. And that epitomized to you the care and attention that he put into his work. And he was a beautiful gunsmith and craftsman. All of these things.
He was a fucking dickhead who murdered innocent animals. Fuck his dad. Good riddance.
And then became a teacher and was quite a tough disciplinarian. You say he could be fearsome. You know, acting up in Waddy's class was not the world's best idea. And as a result, there wasn't much trouble
that
there.
was definitely true.
But he loved kids too, and he was great with them. And as I was reading all this, I was just thinking, wow, okay, I get it now. I get where Jordan has got all this from. There are so many parts of your dad's character in you, clearly. I mean, do you feel that? When you wrote this obituary, did you feel that really quite intensely?
Well, you know, you pointed to that detail with regards to these rifles. Like, my father had 300 rifles. This was a real obsession, and he was a very good shot. He was a provincial level shot. And it took me 30 years to figure out why the hell he collected those guns. I don't think he knew. And I told him 5 years ago, I said, Dad, I figured out why you're so obsessed with rifles. I said, it's because you want to hit the target dead center with 1 shot. And that's like, it's a symbolic representation of your aim in life. And he thought about that. My dad wasn't particularly metaphysically oriented, and that was an explanation he was entirely satisfied with, right? And you know, the word sin means to miss the mark, right? It means to miss the target. And that's acted out in this, it was acted out in my dad's life in this relationship that he had with guns. And
is that even what sin means? Sin definition. An immoral act considered to be a transgression against divine law. I don't see any definition where it says missing the mark.
And as a hunter, it was the same thing. He hunted with a single shot rifle. You got one shot. You got one chance to hit the mark. And he was very dedicated towards that kind of.
Oh, I see. So if you shoot at a fucking innocent little deer and then you don't get a kill shot, you hit it like somewhere else, you miss the aorta or something, it'll run off and you've only got one shot, so you can't shoot it again, and it will just die slowly in horrible, horrific pain. Gee, what a caring, considerate person.
Precision. That was part of what gave him that rough edge. He had very high standards. He was a very encouraging person. He believed that he imbued me with the belief that I could do anything I set my mind to, but that didn't make him someone who was easy to please. Quite the contrary. It was a very remarkable combination.
You said Dad had the force of nature about him. He'll be greatly missed. That force of nature, was it a sense also of that adventure that you talk about so much in the book? Was he an adventurous man?
Well, he was adventurous in his outdoor life, I would say. You know, my father was a tough man, and so he was the fire chief of the local town as well. And the adventure for him was his ability to prevail. You know, and as you pointed out, the log cabin that he grew up in was actually in Saskatchewan. His parents were pioneers, and like the log cabin that he grew up in still stood when I was a kid. We used to go out there. He was quite sentimentally attached to it. But he was a pioneer type, my father. You know, so, and he was great with little kids. Great. And he spent a lot of time with me when I was little, a lot. And it made a huge difference to me.
You know, we found a clip. This is you actually interviewing your father several years ago. Let's take a look at this.
I remember driving home with you to Nacum a number of times and talking the whole time because you'd never stop asking questions.
Yeah, well, hasn't changed much. I think I remember mostly when I was a little kid reading with you.
Oh, yeah.
He's about to cry. Oh my
How
god.
are you so dishonest, bro? Someone uses a word casually and you go all like, well, actually that's not the word for word dictionary definition, retard. The more I watch you, the more I realize how intellectually dishonest you are. Either that or dumb.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Alawali. Sorry to disappoint. Oh my god. He's crying while talking to his dad while he's still perfectly alive, and then he's crying watching himself cry, talk to his dad. This is crying inception.
Yeah, well, that was great. That was so much fun.
I thought so.
I can see how moved you are, Jordan, understandably. Obviously...
Oh my god, what a weenie.
You know, I knew you might get...
He cries so much. Oh my god, it's just embarrassing.
Emotional about this. I wanted to leave it to the end. It just, when you brought it up, it was so... I found the obituary...
You could maybe imagine he was entitled to after his adventure, and his son Ham comes along and sees him splayed out in his tent.
Obviously, you've just written a whole book about the Bible, about God, about all of this. When I finished it, I couldn't work out whether you actually believe in God, whether you think there is, personally think there is, for example, a heaven. You've obviously had to give this, through the death of your parents, a lot of thought, I would imagine. What is the reality? I mean, do you believe do you believe in God? Do you think there is a heaven? Is that where you think they've gone to?
You know, Pierce, I would say that I leave the things that are beyond my comprehension outside the realm of my comprehension, and I try to understand what I can understand. I certainly believe that we can produce hell on earth, and we have, in many ways.
Yeah, see, he'll never give a straight answer. So Peterson's smart enough to know God doesn't exist, but he's also like an emotional fucking crybaby, so he can't like reject the idea, and he has this weird cognitive dissonance where it's like, yeah, I know it doesn't really exist, but I want it to exist, so I'll like just sort of try to believe it exists or something.
Certainly had experiences that indicated to me that the reestablishment of the Garden of Eden on earth is a possibility, and that you can live like that. How those things are related to what's eternal is beyond me. I think like it's beyond everyone. And I believe that with sufficient faith that you walk with God through the valley of the shadow of death. I think that's true. I think that if you're courageous and you confront the worst life has to offer, that the spirit of your ancestors walks with you. What that means in the final analysis with regards to the relationship between the finite and the eternal, I don't know. I don't know. I can feel eternity touching the mundane life in the confines of my own life, and I try to make that welcome, and that works. Everything else that I think I've written...
Kept crying randomly a month after I buried a community kitten that was super friendly. Well, that's a lot different. That's a cat, you know? like, when a human dies, who cares? But if a cat dies, you know, I'd say that's a much bigger tragedy.
Written or spoken about. There's nothing hidden. You know, I'm trying to take people along my own explorations and discovery and sharing what I've come to understand. I can tell you with regards to studying the biblical texts that the more I study them, the more they reveal. That seems inexhaustible. And it's been unbelievably useful. Like writing this book was ridiculously useful. I learned so much. I'm still adjusting to the things that I've learned. And I certainly do believe as well that it's by no means chance that the most functional societies in the world are predicated upon the biblical text. That's not, there's a direct causal relationship there. Not least because
just on that,
Go ahead.
did the book give you a greater sense of faith? I mean, did it make you, in a way, more religious as you read more and more and dissected text after text after text?
Yeah, well, I do believe, like I said, I do believe that, and I think all the clinical evidence points to this, the more forthrightly you confront the challenges of life, the more powerful the spirit that abides with you. And I think you can make a very strong biological case for that. The biological case is, well, obviously, you're going to make what's within you more manifest psychophysiologically in precise proportion to your willingness to voluntarily take on the burdens of life. Like, obviously, if you shrink away from things, you're not going to adapt.
So again, this is the guy who got addicted to benzodiazepines when his wife got cancer. Like, you have to face life's burdens. Start shoveling drugs into his mouth. Like,
adapt and adjust to them. And so if you confront them with faith and hope, then why wouldn't that put you in a position where the best of you is brought to bear on the challenges of the situation? And why wouldn't that be identical to the spirit of the most...
You got addicted to drugs after your fucking wife got cancer. Like, go fuck yourself.
Profound spirit of your illustrious ancestors. I can't see how that cannot be true. And, you know, what's the relationship between the core of the human spirit and the nature of reality itself? Well, there's some relationship, obviously. What's that relationship in its totality? Well, I don't think that's not within, what would you say? That's not within the realm of the graspable, but we can make approximations to it.
Christianity Today reviewed your book and said, Christian readers should learn from Peterson's boldness, his disposition of awe, and docility before the sacred page. However, the question of God is unavoidable. Peterson is slippery on this point. Familiar words with Christian doctrine like creation and redemption and resurrection mean something altogether different when Peterson uses them. They're kind of suggesting that you go right to the point of saying...
Well, if you were to really get Jordan Peterson to answer some of these questions, his beliefs would be considered heretical in all likelihood. He's not really he's not really what you'd consider Christian.
Saying you believe in God and that you're a fully paid up God believer, if you like, for want of a better phrase, but you don't quite cross that line. Is that where you are? I mean, if you say you've had a sort of...
Well, no, I don't think so. I think the first thing I would say is that, no, there's a continual insistence in the biblical text that God is outside of understanding, outside of our understanding, right? So whatever God is beyond the categories, even of real and unreal. And that's not my interpretation of the text. I mean, even Moses only gets a glimpse of God's back. And so we have to...
You know, it's funny how they'll say this, God is outside our understanding. If he's outside of your understanding, then how do they, attribute anything to God? Oh, God is all loving, he's all knowing, he's all powerful. Well, you just said he's outside of your understanding, so how could you know any of that? Like they want to have it both ways. I don't know anything about him, but I know this about him.
To always remember that we're talking about something that in the final analysis we don't understand. But then I would also say, I don't believe that belief means what most people think when they say belief. For me, religious belief isn't propositional, it's existential. And, you know, we talked about the great adventure, let's say, that Trump and his weird team of X-Men...
Dawkins. It's a fascinating exchange. I want to just play a little mashup from that encounter.
You either believe that the world of truth is unified in the final analysis, or you don't.
The facts that I care about are the facts that are true and have evidence. Did they exist or did they not exist?
Well, I'm speaking allegorically there within the confines of the text.
What makes you think the writers of Genesis were a great writer? I mean, who were they? We know nothing about them.
I think that there's a spirit of literary genius at work across millennia, crafting that story so that it has almost an infinite depth.
The truth of science is the truth that gets us to the moon.
And I don't think it makes any difference.
It doesn't make a difference whether it was divinely inspired or whether it evolved.
Truth is unified. And what that's going to mean eventually is that the world of value and the world of fact coincide in some manner that we don't yet understand.
You've analogized the dragon fight to...
Well, how many dragons have you overcome in your life?
I'm not interested in dragons. I'm interested in reality. I think Dr. Peterson was drunk on symbols.
Yes, you mentioned. I've heard that comment.
It's really interesting. I've interviewed Richard Dawkins several times, and I always say to him, you know, it's interesting. I said, because you cannot explain to me, Richard Dawkins, for example, what was there before nothing? You know, what was there before nothing? Because the human brain can't comprehend what that even means. there has to be a superior power to a human being out there somewhere that can make sense of all that. And that's why, look, I believe in God. I was raised as a Catholic. But the Catholic Herald said of your debate there was no meeting of minds. They were forced to agree their minds were differently constructed. There was no merging of reality. And it seems to me probably if you have me, you, and Dawkins in the same room, you've got the three components there. You've got one person, me, who's an absolute unequivocal believer. You've got you that I suspect is nudging that way, but it's not quite there in the way that I am. And you've got Dawkins who's completely implacably opposed to any sense that there could possibly be anything other than what's staring him in front of his eyes. Would that be fair?
Well, I'd say a couple of things about that. The first is that even the scientific accounts for materialist reality require one miracle to get going. For example, it's a truism among cosmologists that the laws of time and space, the laws of science, break down at the singularity. And there's no difference between saying that and saying something that we can't explain from within the confines of our materialist.
Yeah, God of the gaps argument. We can't understand something, so it must be God. Like, people were saying this about why the planets align the way they do, and now we know why, because of gravity and shit. So, God of the gaps argument.
Understanding emerged at the origin to bring all things into being. There's a miracle lurking in there somewhere, and of course the biologists are also stuck with the problem of the origin of life, which they hand-wave about constantly, but have been completely unable to account for. And so my friend Jonathan Pajot, his insistence is that if he's going to accept a miracle, he'll accept the miracle that proclaims that the cosmos itself is founded on sacrifice. And that's a completely different framework of conceptualization that I unpack to a large degree in my book, because you can make a very strong case that perception itself is a sacrificial endeavor. And so Dawkins' metaphysics is very narrowly empirical and very narrowly enlightenment. And part of the problem with that is that there
Bend over, donate $2. Time for burb break. Oh my god.
That was a wet one. Try asking me for a pooey fart. Or say random.
That's funny.
Pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Ow.
I fucking love parrots.
Oh, that poopy.
He pooped. Oh my god, that parrot poops.
Thanks for the donation, Ben. That's a sweet burb.
I've heard the sensation of death was akin to a super orgasm. This is why people who see the light and go through clinical death get depressed when they come back to life and wish they died. Thoughts? Pretty cool cope if you ask me.
I've had at least 2 near-death experiences. The first one was when I was fairly young. I think I might have been around 10, 11 at the time. I was riding my bike and I had asthma when I was a kid. And I ended up having an asthma attack. My throat completely closed up, could not breathe. So I got off my bike, sat down, and I figured, this is it. I'm going to suffocate to death. And my vision went black, and I slowly started slipping away, and there's a really nice, calm, peaceful feeling of acceptance before you just completely black out. And then I blacked out, and then I woke up sometime after. So I guess the asthma, like my throat opened up enough after I passed out, and I started breathing again. And then I just, kept riding my bike and then went about my day. Another time was when I was in the hospital. I had an E. coli infection in my knee. And they put me under for surgery to flush out some of the infected fluid. So, they give you like some sort of opiate for that. Then I was in so much pain, they put me on the highest dose of morphine they possibly could, and I could press the button, to inject more morphine, I think, every, 10 or 15 minutes or something. Then, that same day, I needed to go under for surgery again to flush out more infected fluid, so I was given more opiates. And then I was put back on the morphine drip, and I was still in horrible pain, and then the nurse gave me Percocets. And then I think the nurses changed shifts, and then the next nurse, I was complaining about being in horrible pain, and she gave me OxyContin. So I was on a fuck ton of opiates, and I think I overdosed. And I started feeling raindrops hit me. Like it literally felt like I was being rained on. And then I could feel my heart slow down, and I started feeling colder and colder. And then I felt my heart like completely stop, and it felt like a wave crashed over my body. And then I started floating up to the ceiling, and I turned around and I saw myself laying in bed while floating up to the ceiling. And then once I finally floated up to the ceiling, I like rocketed out into space. And then I basically saw like the universe from, you know, like a really far vantage point. And then I felt myself becoming the universe, and like every particle felt like one of my fingertips. So each time I've had like a near-death experience, it's been a pretty pleasurable feeling. I wouldn't compare it to an orgasm, but I wouldn't say they were bad experiences. I did have a mushroom trip where I had a 30-minute nonstop orgasm. That was fucking insane. I think I took 7 or 8 grams of penis envy mushrooms, and at first, like, I just started, like, laughing hysterically at the beginning of the trip. Then my vision, like, completely blacked out, and I started like experiencing really crazy ego death where I was like communicating with myself. It's like I was me, but there was like another version of me that I was talking to, and I was communicating with myself by like moaning and groaning and shit. And I could see like my spinal cord. It's hard to explain, but I could like see my own nervous system while I was talking to myself. And then I saw my own face, and I was female. I turned into a woman, and then female faces started coming towards me out of this black void. And I started having lesbian makeout sessions with these female faces, and I was having a nonstop 30-minute fucking orgasm. And it was like this weird combination of like insane, unimaginable, unending pleasure, and also it became so pleasurable that it started being painful and I wanted out of it. And I kept going in and out of experiencing like crazy fucking pleasure, and it's starting to hurt and I want out. But I never ended up getting depressed after any of those instances. It's not like that experience, like any of those experiences made any other experience like less pleasurable or enjoyable. Thanks for the donation though, Enkin Jews.
There are also just things that Dawkins doesn't know. And I would say in his favor, and in the favor of our discussion, is that near the end of that discussion, we did have a meeting of minds because we started to talk about how the evolution of narrative in the manner...
Bend over, donate $2. Remember this parrot, he's a Guinness World Record holder.
You've earned a plaque. You're now a world record bird.
Most items identified by a parrot in 3 minutes is 12 on December 18th, 2023.
What's this? Book. Yes, this is a book. Look at
Wow.
the book. You might be better at this.
Now, Apollo's world record.
Guinness is a garbage, stupid organization. I would never do, like, I would never get Guinness to record a world record for me. They're just fucking scum. But that is a very nice burb. What a beautiful burb. Oh my god. Oh, he has other burb friends.
What's this called?
Schrock.
Yes, schrock. Good job. What's this called?
Sock.
Yes, what's this made of?
Rock.
Yes, good job. What's this called? Yes,
Oh my
Wario.
god.
Good job. Soleil, come here. Good.
Oh.
Ophelia, come here. Good.
Oh.
Apollo, come here. Oh, good boy.
Or a pistache.
Or a pistache. What's this called?
Block.
Yes. What color?
Red.
Yes, color red. Good job. What color?
Purple.
Yes, color purple. Good job. Oh. Throw bottle. What's this called?
4.
Do 4 questions, you get a snack. Yeah. What's this called?
Box.
No.
Box.
No.
Block.
This is a bottle.
Bottle.
Yes, bottle. Good job.
Oh my god. That burb is so beautiful. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
That he represented as memes could have a long-term effect on
Nighty-night,
the
pig's
genetic
dream.
evolution of humanity. And he got very excited about that. And I was thrilled about that because one of the reasons I wanted to talk to Dawkins is because I think some of his ideas, especially the idea of meme, has far more significance than he thinks it does.
Right.
Now, part of the problem is there's a whole literature that Richard Dawkins knows nothing about. So, for example,
My GF heard part of orgasm story and is disturbed by this stream now lol.
Alright, well, just tell her you're gay, and that should clear everything up. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
he doesn't know anything about the work of a man named Mircea Eliade, who was the preeminent historian of religion for years. He's out of favor in the academia because he's not a postmodern, hedonistic, power-mad nihilist. And, you know, Eliade was one of those people who thinks that there was something fundamental about the structure of mythology and narrative. And Dawkins doesn't know anything about that entire field of endeavor. And that's a major problem, given that he's also very concerned with the evolution of our ability to abstract. And I was trying to move the discussion in that direction, and that happened very successfully near the end of it. So
there's a brilliant, in the Telegraph review actually of your book, there's a really good line there where they said Peterson's at his best when he brings alive the pathological behavior of the Bible's bad guys, from Cain to the whore of Babylon, via everyone who dawdles, resents, exhibits pride, worships false idols, complains, lies, accuses, wallows in victimhood, and fails to live up to their responsibilities or talents. It's all on you, he writes, with God as a guide. And I love that, because that was a big takeaway from the book for me, is again, the way you take the text of the Bible, the Old Testament, but you make the point that if you bring it forward to today, all of those things there, you know, when I look at Trump's big win in America, for example, yes, it was to do with the economy and cost of living, no question. Yes, it was to do with the border crisis and people genuinely concerned about what's been going on there. But it was also, I felt, a real repudiation of what Elon Musk calls the woke mind virus in all its guises. That people have just basically had enough of what is ironically a kind of modern day fascism, the way they go about destroying people that don't sign up to their worldview. And all the things they kind of
How many conservatives, like, try to accuse gay and trans people of being pedophiles? How many people has Trump fired in his administration who, like, didn't agree with him? Like, and then they're talking about, oh, yeah, fucking left-wing liberals.
represent the woke brigade, for want of a better phrase, the wallowing in victimhood, you know, the constant whining and moaning about absolutely everything, the lack of taking personal responsibility, et cetera, the kind of inherent laziness of so many of them as well, very work shy, I've noticed. You put it all together, you've got all these things, all these themes from the Bible of things to avoid in the way you conduct yourself. They're in that mentality, that woke mind virus. It encourages that way of thinking. I mean, do you see a parallel there?
Well, we'll start with a practical parallel. I mean, the Trump election campaign was a great drama, and there was a kind of victimized femininity, let's say, on the Democrat side, with Kamala Harris and her cohorts, really emblematic of that. And then,
what in the fuck is he talking about? And again, victim femininity? Like, which political party is trying to help a Russian fascist dictator take over a sovereign nation because they're afraid of fucking nukes? Like some fucking boogeyman that's never going to appear? Just retarded.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how Australian would you rate this experience?
Oh my god. It's a big kangaroo person. Well, that's got to be a 10 out of 10. Kangaroos are so amazing, dude. They're like big rabbit people. Oh my god, he's a person. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Wib's girlfriend likes sucking cock. It sounds like bloob, 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 kathunk, 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 thwipe, thip, 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 thwip. Don't get it in my eye, you weirdo. Bloob, 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 thwipe, thip, thip.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Thanks for the donation, though, Anthem.
What did we have on the Trump side? Well, one of the most dramatic...
Oh my god, Gum Gum, what are you up to? Gum Gum. He was on my racing sim rig, and I was worried he was pulling on some wires.
Portrayals, maybe the most dramatic portrayal of what we had on the Trump side was Trump's response to being shot. It was like this.
Yeah.
Right? Go to hell. You're not stopping me, no matter what. And like, as Musk pointed out, that's not staged. And you know, it was so interesting watching the victimized Democrat response to that, because their response was open-mouthed amazement that anything like that could even be possible. It must have been a hoax, because no one could possibly react like that.
Yeah.
It's like, well...
The fuck are, like, what is he talking about? Like, didn't Roosevelt also get shot and then give like a 2-hour speech or something after being shot? Silver compression shirt donated $2. That dono about death feeling like ejaculation reminded me of this video. Lol, please react and give your thoughts. I fucking hate TikTok, dude.
But on some real shit, who the fuck is trying to bust a nut every time they want to manifest?
See, nobody. But I'm about to explain why and how the O method works. If you listen to what I'm saying, you should be able to manifest without it after this video. So bro said not everybody trying to bust a nut. The thing with the O method is that it's not about busting the nut. That's where a lot of people get it wrong. By focusing on the orgasm, but not the sexual energy.
I didn't miss a dono.
Sexual energy, the Kundalini energy, that is the most powerful. Now, when you're experiencing that orgasm, what you are feeling is what the spirit world feels like, what death feels like. Straight bliss. You're having a real one. Like I said, it's not about the actual orgasm. It's about everything leading up to that point. The rising to the climax. The foreplay is during this time. That's when you focus your intentions. Mentally chanting your affirmations, visualizing. Then when you're about to bust or you're about to climax, stop and hold it back. When you get back to base level, do it again. Because what you're doing is charging the energy, energizing that energy within you. You can get more prominent, like making the light brighter. So it's easier to see, it's easier to attract. Also another thing, for men, back-to-back ejaculations is not the move. That's why you charge. For women is a different story. And another thing that goes into this manifestation technique is understanding with that sexual energy, that Kundalini energy. In sex, what you do is create. You're supposed to be creating a goddamn child. Or immense feelings of pleasure. Really.
None of that made any sense. Thanks for that donation, though, dude. Bend over, donate $2.
Hey! Dum Dum.
Yes?
You give me Gum Gum.
I give you Gum Gum?
You do Dum Dum. You give me Gum Gum.
Yes. Gummy is my Gum Gum, and I love him.
Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Wrong. Trump could react like that, and despite whatever faults he might have, that's what he's like. He got up and said, "You're not stopping me no matter what." And, you know, more power to him. And I don't think it's an overestimate to presume that that won him the election.
I totally
and you
agree.
can see the immense literary drama there.
You know what, Jordan? I've just...
They really love just slurping
Noel
up
Diesel is a
Trump's cock. Just fucking sucking him off like crazy.
pharmaceutically enhanced IFBB Pro bodybuilder who recently made a video titled Dear Nikocado Avocado. wherein he calls for the popular mukbang YouTuber, who goes by Nikocado Avocado, to lose weight. Now, however correct Noel may be that Nikocado should lose weight, it occurred to me when watching Noel's video that his exact words also apply to him, with a few substitutions. Allow me to demonstrate, or in Noel's words, let me explain.
You've probably heard of Nikocado Avocado before. Nick is a mukbang YouTuber. And
Yeah, I've pointed this out before myself. There's so many fucking retarded steroid-taking, like, fucking bodybuilders and dumb shit influencers on YouTube, and Greg is kind of guilty of this too, where they're like, it's unhealthy to be at that body weight. Oh, it's really bad that you're promoting this. And then they're fucking talking about their gear use, like how much steroids they take. They're also overweight, by the way. Like, yeah, they're overweight because they have a massive amount of muscle mass, but having that much extra muscle mass, we know, is unhealthy. We know there's, it's unhealthy to just be on steroids. And then they moralize about how it's bad that Nikocado is overweight, but then they never acknowledge that what they're doing is also unhealthy. Like, so stupid.
he's grown a following of over 8.5 million subscribers. Over the years, Nick has made videos documenting the extreme amount of fast food he eats. So naturally, also results in
Oh wait, it's okay for all these steroid users to be overweight and take steroids because they look good. Oh, so when somebody has your beauty standards, it's okay for them to be unhealthy.
You've probably heard of Noel Diesel before. Noel is a fitness YouTuber who's grown a following of over 4.7 million subscribers. Over the years...
Ali G donated $2, let me see. That is not good.
Look at my dog.
Kangaroos have extremely sharp claws, and they can, like, actually shred an animal. Like, really bad. It's super dangerous if a kangaroo gets a hold of your dog.
Now, how you doing? Where were you to save him? And you, look, I got freaking mauled.
Well, I think that guy's a bit of an idiot. I mean, if you live in Australia and there's kangaroos around, you really shouldn't let your dogs off leash. Thanks for the donation though, Ali G.
Noel has made several videos documenting the outcome of abusing copious amounts of anabolic androgenic steroids for the sake of vanity. But naturally, or rather unnaturally, all of this drug use will catch up to him, despite all of his insincere posturing about how concerned he is for other people's health. The question on everyone's mind is, what is going to happen to Noel Diesel? The point of this video is not to bully or ridicule. I just want you guys to understand something. It's never ever too late to change.
Yeah.
I want you to use Noel as an example. He's built his career by sacrificing his health for vanity, with his last recorded weight being 308 pounds at a height of 6'2".
What are you weighing in now, Liz? The lowest, which was a couple, I think about 3 weeks ago, I was sitting at 308.
308?
Yeah. So I pulled back a little bit since then, just because it's been a challenge for the drum.
And how tall?
6'2".
Bruh. Whether you're 50 years old or 500 pounds, it is not too late. You can still change. And other such platitudes that Noel is more than happy to spew out, but is seemingly unwilling to follow himself. Noel, if you're watching this, I hope you know that you're a bigger hypocrite than you are a bodybuilder, and that your sanctimonious preachings about health should also apply to you. I don't know if this is all for business or how you're managing your health, or not managing it by the looks, but regardless, you can change the world and leave a legacy as the guy who changed. And I'm confident that your business can absolutely flourish by taking this approach and sticking to it. And millions upon millions of people's lives could be changed. There are a lot of us that are willing to help, and I'm always here if you'd like to take me up on that offer. Okay, I'm done reenacting Noel's video now. Noel, if you're watching, then I hope that this repurposing of your own words says something to you. That is, that what you've said of Gigglyardo can also be said of you. Only what you've achieved with your sanctimonious critique has the additional dimension of hypocrisy. Your own drug abuse and excessive bulk put you on death row, and yet you present yourself as a savior for those who are unhealthy. This is the kind of double standard that the so-called fitness industry doesn't need. Fitness, eh? Fitness for what, exactly? Fitness for plunging into an early grave, just for some social media presence? Because if that's the game we're playing, then Gigglyardo is about as fit as Noel is.
Yep.
Anyway, share this video. I hope Noel gets...
That is absolutely fucking based. All those fucking videos about Gigglyardo are just such horseshit. Like, for one thing, Gigglyardo did end up losing weight. Who knows why or how. He probably got like a, you know, he probably was on some sort of weight loss drug or something, or maybe just really got tired of being obese. Who the fuck knows how or why. But knowing Nick, why the fuck does anybody actually think them making a video urging Gigglyardo to lose weight would make him, like, actually lose weight? Like, they know it's not going to do anything. So it's just, it's entirely a grift. It's nothing but clout. Oh, Gigglyardo Avocado has a big YouTube channel. I can share a positive message, quote unquote, about weight loss. I can ape some views off of this fucking, you know, lolcow. And then they moralize about, I really care about you and your community, and you need to lose weight so you could be an example. It's just so fucking fake. None of them care about Nick. None of them care if he's fat, skinny, whatever. And if they were really sincere about the fucking message that they were, you know, talking about, they wouldn't be taking steroids and doing all the stupid shit just so they can look a certain way. It's fucking retarded.
Added a playlist to my channel, my buddy Solomon Nelson, who does some fantastic videos taking down the cretins in this industry. He deserves the exposure. Go check him out.
I like reviewing training programs. So much so that 4 months ago, I made a video critically reviewing Jeff Nippard's bench press specialization program. I argued that it was a terrible program for a number of reasons, including the fact that its week 4 day 1 workout was quite literally impossible. Jeff himself replied to my video, thanking me in the comments for my feedback and agreeing that his bench program was in need of an update owing to some of the criticisms I made. I'll put our correspondence on screen.
What in the fuck are you doing, Gummy? What did you knock over? What did you knock over, Gum Gum? I don't know what the hell he's doing. So what is this? Is that 4 sets of 6 at 85%? I don't know how the fuck anybody can do 6 reps at 85%. That's a pretty fucking high percentage.
Impossible. Jeff.
Or if it's 4 reps, 6 sets, that's still pretty difficult.
Himself replied to my video, thanking me in the comments for my feedback and agreeing that his bench program was in need of an update owing to some of the criticisms I made. I'll put our correspondence on screen. The defenses he made of his routine were unconvincing. I outlined why in my response, but he's still...
It's not that the percentages are a bit too high, as you write. It's that you're asked to do 4 sets of 6. Okay, yeah. 85% 1RM with 3 to 5 minutes rest after just 3 weeks of preparation, which is a workout that intermediate to advanced trainees and general population have a snowball's chance in hell of doing. No. You cannot do 4 sets of 6 at 85% and actually hit 6 reps each set. There's no way. 6 reps at 85% would be like near zero RIR for most people. And if you had to do that 4 times, there's just no chance you're going to do it.
Broadly agreed with me, at least to the extent that he thought my criticisms were worthy of a program overhaul, which was big of him, and I appreciate that he went out of his way to respond to me at all. In fact, I was so impressed by Jeff's conduct that I decided to send him an email offering to review his other programs privately and free of charge. However, it's been a few months now, and still no reply. Perhaps he just didn't read my email. So I guess I'll just keep making videos like these. That brings me to the topic of this video, which is I'm going to review critically a program that Jeff wrote with his wife Stephanie Buttermore, that being the Women's Specialization Program. Specialization in what exactly? I wondered the same thing, since usually you say what you're specializing in. You follow a biceps specialization routine.
Well, you're specializing in women, clearly.
To emphasize biceps growth, or a bench press specialization routine to emphasize your bench press strength. So what's a women's specialization routine? I guess the concept is that it specializes in women, which is half as bad as saying that it specializes in humans. Well, the program is advertised on both Jeff and Stephanie's website as one that emphasizes glutes, shoulders, abs, and back. So it's predominantly a bodybuilding or physique program that focuses on developing certain muscle groups. Additionally, it's advertised as appropriate not for beginners, but rather for intermediate and advanced trainees, so women with considerable experience in the weight room. Before I explain why this program is bad,
That'd be very
it's
weird.
important to reiterate why I focus on Jeff and Stephanie's bad program when there are so many other bad training programs that you can buy online. And the reason is this. Unlike Joe Sixpack's 6-week shred program or whatever, Jeff and Stephanie purport to be evidence-based. They usually are, and they let you know it too. In fact, on Stephanie's website, she writes in all caps that her program is backed by science and will elevate your current training to an advanced, structured level supported by the most up-to-date scientific literature. Additionally, she urges in all caps that you train smarter and stop wasting your time. The implication, of course, being that if you buy her program and follow it, then you'll be training smarter and won't be wasting time. Never mind training smarter. Let's talk writing smarter for the moment. PRs shouldn't have an apostrophe. Instead, it should be written like this, because we want to indicate PRs plural, not possessive. Anyway, when you purport to be so strongly evidence-based like Jeff and Stephanie do, and then proceed to release bad programs, then that leads to 2 undesirable consequences. Number 1, you undermine people's faith in evidence-based fitness. Or number 2, you convince people that their genetics suck, or they've reached a plateau, they're not cut out for lifting, or whatever, because they can't progress on a program that purports to be backed by the most up-to-date scientific literature. So, the stakes are high. Here's what I'll argue in the following 3 chapters. Number 1. The Women's Specialization Program is simply bad for its stated goals. Number 2. Inasmuch as this program is evidence-based, there's a dearth of scientific evidence for the various programmatic decisions, counter to the claims made in the advertising. And 3. The upper body workouts are as good as plagiarized. Quick caveat, I have to say that the version of Jeff and Stephanie's program that I'll be reviewing in this video may not be the most recent iteration. It's possible that they went ahead and changed it after I sent Jeff my email telling him the program had problems. I just don't know. Without further ado, let's get to the meat and potatoes. I'll make 4 main criticisms of the lower body training. Number 1, inbuilt junk volume. Number 2, excessive volume. Number 3, excessive frequency. And number 4, excessively high rep sets. This program has inbuilt junk volume. Let's define junk volume before we proceed. In fact, let's let Jeff, since Jeff Nippard himself has an excellent video about it, so I'll let him do that work for me.
Junk volume refers to any training you do that takes up time and energy, but has no actual benefit in terms of muscle or strength gain. The junk is garbage. It's not actually worth anything. The next type of junk volume that I want to look at is easy sets. And I do think this is the most common and most pernicious type of junk volume that there is, at least in commercial gyms and with more casual lifters. But if this type of volume dominates your routine, you might have a hard time getting past the beginner to early intermediate stage.
One easy way that junk volume can be introduced into a program is if both the weights you're lifting and the reps you're performing for an exercise are fixed. And that's because you need to come close to failure for a set not to be junk volume. Jeff and Stephanie admit as much when on page 57 they write that training near failure is a necessary prerequisite for optimizing hypertrophy. Anyway, the corollary here is that in order to come close to failure, the stronger you get, either the reps done with any given weight have to go up over time, or the weight done for any given rep target has to go up. So if you've got room to progress in weight or reps, and yet you're always lifting the exact same weights for the exact same reps, then by definition, you'll eventually be doing junk volume, since as you get stronger and stronger, your sets with fixed rep and weight targets will become further and further and further away from failure over time, such that eventually they'll be junk volume. For this reason, I call fixed rep and weight targets inbuilt junk volume, and there's no good reason for a bodybuilding program to include it. That brings me to the following question. Does Jeff and Stephanie's program have inbuilt junk volume? The answer is yes, and a lot of it. Consider lower body 1, bicycle crunch, 3 sets of 15 to 20.
It's not a particularly good ab exercise.
RPE 8. Lower body 2, knee banded bodyweight hip thrust, 3 sets of 25 to 30 at RPE 8. Lateral band walk, 3 sets of 20 at RPE 8. Upper body 1, close grip push-ups, 3 sets of 8 to 10 at RPE 7. Lower body 3, deficit bodyweight Bulgarian split squat.
Why would they specify body weight? How would they know? Like, by the way, if this is an intermediate to advanced program, why would they specify body weight? And how would they know the person following the program would only be able to do body weight for sets of 10 to 12 at RPE 7?
3 sets of 10 to 12 at RPE 7. Body weight, reverse hyperextension, 3 sets of 15 to 20 at RPE 8. Band seated hip abduction, 3 sets of 25 to 30 at RPE 8. Hollow body hold, 3 sets of 15 seconds at RPE 7. Lower body 4.
The fuck?
Body weight, walking lunge, 2 sets of 12 to 15 at RPE 7. Knee banded, body weight, hip thrust, 4 sets of 15 to 20 at RPE 8. Swiss ball leg curl, 3 sets of 8 to 12 at RPE 7. These are all exercises where a fixed weight, namely either your own body weight or a resistance band, and a fixed rep target are given. This makes them inbuilt junk volume, because even if you just so happen to be neither too strong nor too weak that these rep prescriptions with body weight fall within an appropriate proximity to failure, you'll eventually outgrow these prescriptions by design if you have any room to progress. Fortunately for Jeff and Stephanie, this issue of inbuilt junk volume has 2 easy fixes. Either 1, ditch the rep targets for these exercises and only give RPE targets. That way, proximity to failure is always ensured, because the reps will just fall where they naturally should. Or 2, change the exercises to ones where you can add weight to progress within a fixed rep range. However, as written, the abundance of junk volume makes this program terrible. At best, most of this training is just a waste of time, contrary to Stephanie's suggestion on her website that you won't be wasting time following this program. At worst, in Jeff's own words, this may have you struggling to get beyond the intermediate stage.
But if this type of volume dominates your routine, you might have a hard time getting past the beginner to early intermediate stage.
This program has too much volume, defined as the number of hard sets per week you do, for the glutes. Yes, a specialization routine should raise the volume of training for the few muscles it targets. But there's a difference between adding, say, 10 hard sets on top of what you'd normally do in a week, and adding 40. Doing more than 20 hard sets per week for any muscle is already pushing it, even when specializing. Going above 30 is extreme. And the argument that going this high could ever be a net benefit to you is flimsy in almost all cases, and you'd probably need to be under the watchful eye of a careful, rational coach to do it safely. Above 40 sets? 50 sets per week? Forget it. No well-conducted study hitherto has demonstrated statistically significant benefits in going that high. That brings me to the following question. how many hard sets per week do you do for the glutes in Jeff and Stephanie's women's specialization program? And I'm going to count any exercise that involves a high degree of tension in hip extension or hip abduction, which are both functions that the glutes perform, such that either the glute maximus or minimus could reasonably be expected to be the first or very close to the first muscle to fail for a given exercise pushed all the way to failure as a glutes exercise. That's my criteria. So in addition to obvious glutes isolation exercises, such as hip thrusts and lateral band walks, this designation also includes lunges, Bulgarian split squats, barbell back squats, Romanian deadlifts, as counting toward weekly glutes volume. So how many sets is it? I'll let you conjure some numbers in your head for a few seconds. You can go ahead and type your best guess in the comments.
5?
The answer is 54. You
Whoa!
don't need
Oh my god.
to do this much volume for great or even optimal results. If anything, going this high is counterproductive, not only because it can directly lead to worse progress, either via overtraining or not pushing sufficiently hard on your sets, but also indirectly, by virtue of the fact that you'll end up living in the gym, and you'll probably make yourself more susceptible to injury. I've enumerated the risks in doing too much volume elsewhere, so I won't repeat what I've said, what I've already argued, in fact, here, but you can check out my video debunking Mike Israel's terrible advice to train more than the pros for a better idea. And as stated earlier, doing this much volume isn't even evidence-based. I'll come back to that in chapter 3. But let me add some helpful
Gum. Oh my god.
anecdotes. My sister can rep out bodyweight chin-ups from a dead hang, and I don't train her even remotely close to the sorts of volumes that Jeff and Stephanie recommend. Even if I wanted her to train that much, and I don't, I wouldn't be able to due to time constraints. She does 3 workouts a week because she's doing a PhD. Lyle McDonald coached Sumi Singh, I've interviewed her on the channel, check that out, to set world records in powerlifting, and she didn't do more than like 24 sets a week for glutes at any point in time. So overall, Jeff and Stephanie's program confuses more with better, and instead it should emphasize quality over quantity. Frequency is how often you hit a body part per week. In Jeff and Stephanie's program, the lower body is trained hard 4 days a week. In a vacuum, I suppose I don't have an inherent problem with high-frequency programs. I think they can be done right, and they can be done right as long as you understand the interplay between volume, intensity, and frequency. If you want to push frequency very high, then volume and intensity for any given training day need to be brought down commensurately so that you don't blow yourself up with excessive training and get injured. Some programs do this fine. One example being Pavel Tsatsulin's Greasing the Groove, where you do fairly easy sub-maximal training throughout the day, most days, and then you retest your maxes every now and again to ensure that progressive overload is taking place. And I suppose I can hardly knock that system when so many bodyweight-only lifters have achieved success with it. However, Jeff and Stephanie's program doesn't do high frequency right, because it just doesn't correctly reconcile volume, intensity, and frequency. Because every day that you train your lower body, you're nuking it. You're doing set after set after set, low reps, high reps, isolation lifts, compound lifts, barbells, cables, machines, bodyweight, bands. You name it, it's there. Like all within a close proximity to failure, at least on paper. And you're supposed to do this 4 days a week, and on consecutive days, which means your joints are hardly getting a rest. This is just an injury waiting to happen, whether it be a hip or knee tendinopathy or some kind of muscle strain, unless you happen to be a genetic freak whose joints are made of steel. Overall, the high frequency is just another case of Jeff and Stephanie confusing more with better. This program is in many ways a product of its time, and by that I mean it came out around when some research had emerged challenging the notion that there's a so-called bodybuilding rep range of like 8 to 12 rep or 6 to 15 rep sets or whatever, and that there's equivalent hypertrophy for sets of up to 30 reps compared to sets of lower reps, as long as the proximity to muscular failure is the same. So when this research emerged, a lot of people in the evidence-based sphere started doing super high rep sets, prescribing them, and touting their benefits. But fortunately today, I think people are taking a more nuanced look at this and are asking, like, why would you do a set of 30 to failure when instead you could do a set of 8 to failure? Because even if the resulting muscle growth is the same, with a set of 30 to failure, you have to go through something like 26 exhausting reps before you get to the truly growth-stimulating ones. Whereas with a set of 8 to failure, you only have to go through like 4. So why would you do very high rep sets close to failure when sets of lower reps close to failure are far less mentally exhausting and yield the same growth? Well, there are some good reasons why you might want to, but they're context dependent, such as with, for example, an injury that's exacerbated by lifting heavy. But evidently injury isn't Jeff and Stephanie's concern when they prescribe such high rep sets, because in addition to the sets of 25 to 30, they also prescribe heavy sets of 4 on squats and deadlift. This tells me that the high rep sets are there somewhat arbitrarily, not because they have any special growth-promoting benefits that go above and beyond heavier lifting. Here, you could say that Jeff and Stephanie are only being evidence-based to the extent that, like, yes, there's evidence showing that high reps are hypertrophic. That doesn't mean it's at all rational to include such an abundance of them in a program for intermediate to advanced women in the general population. Which brings me to the next chapter of this video. Stephanie claims on her website that the women's specialization is backed by science and is at the most advanced, structured level supported by the most up-to-date scientific literature. This claim is false. Let me go through some of the programmatic decisions and unsubstantiated claims to explain why. On page 62, Jeff and Stephanie give their rationale for why the lower body is trained 4 times a week and on consecutive days, while the upper body is trained a relatively few 2 times a week. They write, "This program uses a lower-lower-upper split, meaning the lower body will be trained 4 times per week, and the upper body will be trained 2 times per week. Because women have an overall increased ability to recover, and tend to have both more lower body strength relative to upper body strength, this split is ideal for women in the intermediate to advanced training."
No. I don't know why you would assume any of that.
Stage. Why would increased strength mean you should train more frequently? If anything, it's the opposite. That is, bigger, stronger muscles need more recovery, not less. What we see in the real world, and not theory land, and not that this bizarre claim of Jeff and Stephanie's is even based on any sound theory, is that the stronger you get, the less frequently you can train a given body part and still recover. For instance, Ray Williams, he had a higher raw squat than anyone else in history, and he didn't squat more than like once a week. My TF2 friend, Andrew Ott, he's a freak, by the way. Shout out to Andrew Ott. Love that guy. He squatted 800 pounds at age 18. I think drug-free as well at the time. Training the squat just once a week. These guys would break training their legs 4 times a week. So that's absolute strength. Well, what about relative strength? Well, what do we see in competitive powerlifting? High-frequency benching routines are pretty common, but what about high-frequency deadlifting? Very uncommon. Why is that? There are lower absolute loads involved in the bench compared to the deadlift, on average. There are weaker, smaller muscles involved in the bench compared to the deadlift. I hope you see where I'm going with this. So, if anything, Jeff and Stephanie have it the wrong way around when they argue that the upper body should be trained less frequently because it's relatively weaker than the lower body in women compared to men. You can make the argument that women should train with higher frequencies on average compared to men, but not that they should train their lower bodies more frequently than their upper bodies.
If you have the lower body, if you have the lower body, it's easy to. If you have the lower body,
dude, I just woke up. I don't want to have a aneurysm.
Well, just let me say, if you have a lower body, it's easy to build a top body. You have an upper body and no legs, you got a problem.
On page 68, Jeff and Stephanie give a justification for the inclusion of the very high rep sets. They write, very high rep sets can provide a massive hypertrophic stimulus through large volumes and significant metabolic stress with low loads. I went to the study they gave as support for this claim. Neuromuscular adaptations after 2 and 4 weeks of 80% versus 30% one repetition maximum resistance training to failure by Jenkins et al. Where the authors say something a little more guarded in the form of resistance training to failure at 80 versus 30% 1RM elicited similar muscle hypertrophy. So inasmuch as very high rep sets can provide a massive hypertrophic stimulus, they provide no more of a massive hypertrophic stimulus compared to
Most people for most exercises most of the time should not be doing like 30 rep sets. They're exhausting. They're very mentally difficult to handle. A lot of people will end up just giving up because of the amount of like pain and discomfort they're in. And it ends up being a little harder to just progress when you're doing 30 rep sets. Like try consistently adding 5 pounds to a lift when doing 30 rep sets. It's just a lot harder than if you're doing like a more moderate rep range, like around 8 to 15.
to heavier lifting. So I don't know about Jeff and Stephanie's use of the adjective massive here. The only thing that causes a massive hypertrophic stimulus in intermediate to advanced trainees comes out of a bottle or a vial, and I'm not talking about creatine pills. But stay natty, Jeff and Stephanie at least get that right. On page 66, under the heading Volume, they give a rationale for the insanely high volumes. When it comes to per week volume, James Krieger recommends an absolute minimum of 10 sets per week per muscle group, but Dr. Brett Contreras recommends upwards of 30 sets. Let's start with the first reference, which is to Schoenfeld et al.'s dose-response relationship between weekly resistance training volume and increases in muscle mass, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Jeff and Stephanie write that one of the authors, James Krieger, and I quote, recommends an absolute minimum of 10 sets per week per muscle group. I ask, An absolute minimum for what? Any muscle growth? Half of your potential weekly growth? Optimal growth? Jeff and Stephanie are unclear. But the authors of the paper aren't. Under the heading Practical Applications, they tentatively write that greater than or equal to 10 weekly sets are required for optimal growth. But they also write that more research on the impacts of volume on growth is needed, and that substantial hypertrophic gains can be made with fewer than or equal to just 4 hard sets per week. Worth mentioning is that the authors also point out that there is certainly a threshold beyond which hypertrophic adaptations plateau and perhaps even regress due to overtraining. How Jeff and Stephanie got from greater than or equal to 10 weekly sets for optimal growth to their prescription of 54 weekly sets for the glutes is simply beyond me. But maybe it has something to do with the second reference, where they write, but Dr. Brett Contreras recommends upwards of 30 sets.
Well, they're just writing shit down in a program. That's really all it is. There's also this thing people do where they want to differentiate their program from others by making their program extraordinarily difficult. And this is something that you see more commonly like with trainers in commercial gyms. So if you are trying to get, you know, Joe Idiot off the street onto a training routine, and you put them through an appropriate workout, so they're just kind of like, maybe they don't have any training experience, or they have a little bit and they're just trying to get back into it. You know, you might only put them through like a pretty light workout. You might even go as low as like 2 sets per muscle group, not going to like right to failure. Just something fairly easy to get back into it. Well, if you give that client a workout that's easy to get them back into things, they might come away saying, that trainer didn't really give me that great of a workout, and then they'll go with somebody else because, you know, they're fucking idiots and they don't know what appropriate training looks like. So what you'll see with a lot of these trainers in commercial gyms is they'll put you through like insane, retarded, absolutely grueling workouts. And then these dumbass clients will be like, oh, wow, that trainer really, you know, like knows what he's doing. That workout was way harder than I'd normally do. I don't know if that's what they're kind of thinking here with this program, where they think, oh, if people like really struggle getting through these workouts, they'll think, oh, well, this program's really good. That might be part of it. Also, this is Gummy. This is my Gum. Look how big he is. Oh my God. He's so handsome. Look how handsome he is. You're such a handsome kitty. You're so beautiful. You're such a big, beautiful boy. I love you so much, Gum.
When I visited the source myself, reference 28, I found out that Jeff and Stephanie are time travelers, accessing Brett's 2014 article a full 4 years before it was published. Anyway, this argument of Jeff and Stephanie's, such as it is merely an appeal to authority. That is, just because some expert recommends something doesn't mean that the recommendation is right. But it also so happens that I'm pretty familiar with Brett Contreras' work. I actually own his book, Glute Lab. I have a hard copy in the next room. And I've never seen him give volume recommendations for cookie-cutter glute emphasis routines that are anywhere even remotely close to the 54 weekly sets that Jeff and Stephanie prescribe. Brett has even written on his Instagram that he prescribes 36 sets on average for his female clients. His clients. People whom he can oversee and manage directly. Some might say too directly. Jeff and Stephanie prescribe a full 18 more hard sets than Brett's average for personal clients, with a blanket recommendation of 54 hard glute sets for intermediate to advanced women in the general population a week. Beyond these two references, they give no reason for why they've made the glutes volume so absurdly high. They don't provide any evidence supporting their decision for 54 weekly sets of glutes, because there is none. At least none that's any good. So much for backed by science in all caps. When I first looked at this program, a lot of things jumped out at me as silly. However, of the various silly things,
I want to get jacked, but I don't really have the genetics for it. Should I hop on gear to expedite the process? I would recommend Gum, no scratching, don't scratch. I'd recommend against doing that for a few reasons. One, it's probably not fucking up your physical and mental health just to get jacked. Two, if you don't have good genetics for bodybuilding and you take steroids, you're probably not going to get the benefits from the steroids you're hoping. So you're kind of fucking up your health and shit for little benefit.
Upper body workouts actually weren't among them. I remember looking at the upper body workouts and thinking, these are actually quite rational. Why couldn't the whole program have been designed rationally, like this? And then it hit me. I've actually seen these upper body workouts before, but before I show you how the upper body training looks in the program, so you can decide for yourself whether or not it's plagiarized, let's do a quick primer on plagiarism. So the Oxford English Dictionary defines plagiarism as the practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and passing them off as one's own. So crucially, plagiarism doesn't just have to be verbatim copying. My alma mater, Melbourne University, considers not just copying, but also inadequate paraphrasing, uncited quotes, and copying the skeleton or overall structure of someone else's work to be plagiarism. I can give an example of how plagiarism might look in the fitness industry. Consider some generic program like Mark Rippetoe's Starting Strength. If I took his program, slightly adjusted the exercises, replaced the power cleans with barbell rows, added in a dumbbell lateral raise, and then tried to pass the program off as entirely my own, without acknowledging Mark Rippetoe, then that'd be plagiarism. Because despite the small changes I've made, the overall similarities are enough to say that it's been copied. Like, the order of exercises is the same, the A-B rotation is the same, the sequence of exercises is the same, there are 3 full body days a week, etc. And coupled with the fact that I haven't given acknowledgement to Mark, this would be a clear example of plagiarism. But if instead I said something like, here's my program, it's based on Mark's, I wrote it because Mark's program, for all its virtues, fails in the following several ways, then that wouldn't be plagiarism, since I've given acknowledgement to the original source, that being Mark Rippetoe's Starting Strength. Having clarified that, let's come back to the upper body workouts in Jeff and Stephanie's program. So there are...
What bicep exercise would you attribute to the majority of your gains? Probably just basic alternating dumbbell curls. Those have been my main go-to lift for a very long time. I've also noticed that I do get a lot of benefit from doing chin-ups. And I do some lighter isolation work, like incline curls. I haven't really had them in my program for very long and consistently, so I don't know how much those would really contribute personally, but I'd say alternating dumbbell curls and chin-ups are probably the 2 most growth-promoting exercises in my routine.
2 upper body workouts per week. Now, let's look at the October 2018 iteration of the upper body workouts in Lyle McDonald's generic bulking routine, also done twice a week. There are a lot of similarities. There are 2 workouts per week. They follow the exact same sequence of exercises, that being push-pull, side delt, rear delt, biceps, triceps. The sequence is the exact same, even down to the arguable...
Yeah, that's plagiarism.
Inconsistent decision to write biceps isolation before triceps isolation at the end of the workout. Surely biceps should go second, not first, given that pushing muscles are hitherto always trained first in this program. They both have the exact same total number of exercises, barring the extra rear delts exercise that's thrown in on workout 1. They both have the exact same training volumes on average for compound pushing and pulling. For this program, 13 weekly sets for pushing and pulling a piece, which is the exact same as what Lyle's program prescribes on average. The side and rear delts volume is almost exactly the same. Compare Jeff and Stephanie's 15 weekly sets to Lyle's 16. The biceps and triceps training also averages out to be the exact same, with Jeff and Stephanie's weekly total being 5 sets and Lyle's also averaging out to be exactly 5 sets. Yes, there are some differences. Jeff and Stephanie took some creative liberties in the following ways. Number 1, instead of the compound pushing mainly being chest pressing, they mainly made it overhead pressing, which I guess makes sense for a program that emphasizes the deltoid muscles. 2, they changed the rep ranges, mainly making them higher, which only makes the program worse. Yes, Jeff and Stephanie do prescribe supersets, but even that isn't a substantive difference, since Lyle has argued for years that antagonist supersets are fine and even beneficial to incorporate in his generic bulking routine. The third and final substantive departure from Lyle's program only serves to make the second upper body workout worse in the form of the 7-7-7 delts training, where instead of doing straight sets, you do 7 partial reps in the bottom half of the range of motion, and 7 partial reps at the top half of the range of motion,
No jumping
and then
on my
7
computer.
full range of motion reps, and that's 1 7-7-7 set. This is silly because the bottom part of the range of motion on a lateral raise, like right here, it doesn't even train the side delts. It trains the supraspinatus, which you can't even see since it's a rotator cuff muscle. So why would you do anything in a physique program that explicitly emphasizes the bottom portion of a lateral raise? For a science-based program, I don't see much anatomical justification here. Could these similarities be a complete coincidence? Well, I guess that's possible. However, worth pointing out is that Jeff and Stephanie released their program around February 2019, roughly 3 months after Lyle wrote his article about training volume, where he shared his updated generic bulking routine. And does Jeff know of Lyle's work? Well, the answer is yes, since Jeff interviewed Lyle in 2016, used to post on Lyle's Facebook group, and he linked Lyle's website in the description of his interview.
So this week I've got Lyle McDonald on the line. So Lyle is probably one of 2 or 3 guys that I recommend weekly.
So, Stephanie Buttermore's an idiot.
Almost daily to people who want to learn more about the science of training, nutrition, and supplementation. And his blog, bodyrecomposition.com, is a resource that I just can't really overstate the value of.
That Jeff should give such a glowing acknowledgement to Lyle and his work in the past, back in March 2016, makes it all the more weird that Lyle and his website go unmentioned in the women's specialization program. When Brett Contreras and his website are mentioned, James Krieger is mentioned, Brad Schoenfeld is mentioned, etc. And Lyle's influence on the upper body training seems so strong, stronger than any of the other names Jeff mentions. Now, when it comes to accusations of plagiarism in the fitness industry, the way it's often handled by those suspected is to say, well, it's only natural that my program would have things in common with someone else's. Because sound programs will inevitably have things in common, otherwise the programs just wouldn't work. Quite in fact, this is the exact same defense that Greg O'Gallagher, better known by his online handle KinoBody, raised when Martin Birkin, formerly Greg's coach, accused Greg of plagiarizing his reverse pyramid training scheme and intermittent fasting and all of the other lean gains things. And in isolation, I have no issue with this line of reasoning. It is unreasonable to expect people in the fitness industry to keep generating wholly original training programs just to avoid plagiarism. Because there's stuff that works and stuff that doesn't, and in trying not to stray too far from what works, undoubtedly there will be overlap with someone else's material. But what I have a problem with is when due credit isn't given even when the overlap is conspicuous, like it is between the upper body workouts in Jeff and Stephanie's program and Lyle's program. And just because Lyle calls his routine generic doesn't mean it's any more acceptable to omit acknowledgement. Had Jeff and Stephanie mentioned Lyle or his website just once in their program, I wouldn't call what they've done plagiarism, but they didn't. Instead, it's as if they're trying to pass it off as if it's entirely their own work. And it seems unfair that Lyle's hard work, which he put out online for free, mind you, has more or less been copied and used for profit by Jeff and Stephanie, without so much as even a passing mention. And giving some acknowledgement isn't too much to ask of Jeff and Stephanie. It's the bare minimum. People in the fitness industry can and do give due acknowledgement to their source material when writing programs, even folks far less educated than Jeff and Stephanie. For instance, when Matt Ogus wrote his 753 program, he gave a nod to Jim Wendler's 531, and explained why he made his alterations to it. When Johnny Payne wrote his Grayskull linear progression routine, he gave a nod to Mark Ribito's starting strength, explained why he made his alterations. I read his book. But Jeff and Stephanie don't. It all just seems a bit shabby to me. And, one last thing. On page 58, I think they mean to write tenet, not tenant. Unless perhaps there is someone by the name of Periodic Variation who happens to live at the address Periodization and Program Design. But I couldn't find it on the map. Overall, Jeff Nippard and Stephanie Buttermore's women's specialization program is terrible. Yes, the upper body workouts are all right, whether or not they were plagiarized from Lyle. However, the lower body workouts are terrible due to the abundance of junk volume and the fact that they confuse more with better. They confuse more with better with respect to the excessively high volume.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Stephanie Buttermore's content, and she has an eating disorder. Like, that's clear. She claims to be a PhD as well, I think. But yeah, if you're plagiarizing Lyle McDonald's programs and then not attributing anything to him, I think that's pretty fucking stupid.
For years now, MAGA Republicans have been telling us there is no simpler question than, is this a man or is this a woman? What is a man? What is a woman? And yet, Trump's little Johnson, that's MAGA Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, was asked, is incoming trans member of the House, Sarah McBride, a man or a woman? And Mike Johnson said, that's not a question that he's going to answer. What? What? Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Is freshman-elect Sarah McBride a man or a woman?
Look, I'm not going to get into this. We welcome all new members with open arms who are duly elected representatives of the people. I believe it's a command. We treat all persons with dignity and respect. We will. And I'm not going to engage in...
Notice there's no answer here.
In silly debates about this. There's a concern about the uses of restroom facilities and locker rooms and all that. This is an issue that Congress has never had to address before. And we're going to do that in a deliberate fashion with member consensus on it. And we will accommodate the needs of every single person. That's all I'm saying.
Do you plan on bringing Nancy Mace's transgender bill and putting that into the rules package?
Look, I'm not going to address plans on any of that. I just told...
So listen, I know you all know how pathetic and spineless this guy is. This is the one question they've been telling us for years is the simplest possible question, man or woman, and he won't answer it. I guess it's not as easy a question to answer as they've been telling us for years that it is. And these evangenitals need to take a position here. Their genitals-based idea doesn't really make a lot of sense. When they do weigh in on this stuff, they seem to argue that either birth, sex, or genitalia determine which bathroom you use. And of course, maybe that sounds plausible.
Jalen $2, what do you think of David C. Arenas? He doesn't like utilitarians, but also doesn't believe veganism is a rights movement. I'm not sure and just heard of him. I don't know who the fuck that is. So, I do not have an opinion. Because I don't even know who that is. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen. Have you played Life is Strange Double Exposure? Heard it was trash. I've not. Dodo. That's not available now, is it? Oh, man. When the fuck is this coming out? I really want to play Half-Life 2 RTX. It's gotten mixed reviews on Steam. Yeah, I heard the story isn't as interesting, and the main character from the last game has less of a presence in the new game. Major reason I'm saying I don't recommend this game is because it's like they forgot they had to finish it. Starting midway through Chapter 4, the quality and like the logic of the game went away downhill, and then Chapter 5, it exploded. Last episode and ending was terribly written, made zero sense. Some people really like it. I don't know. Like, I'm planning on playing it eventually. I'll just wait for it to go on sale. It's like $66 for a game that's kind of mid. I'm not really going to pay that kind of money for it. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Yep, white women. This person's just a lying bitch. I love how women always weaponize, you know, like, oh, I was raped and I don't feel safe. Like, okay, so I guess that would justify having a bathroom only for white women, right? Because if you were raped by a black person, oh, well, I don't feel safe around black people. I need a white-only bathroom. It's just fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Dodo donate $2. You will be playing Life is Strange. I don't care. You play Shenmue 2. It's funny. This is gonna get your blood boiling. Let me see. Yeah, I've heard about this already. Trudeau is a lying, scamming, manipulative fucking bitch. Like, it's funny too. Trudeau, I'm pretty sure, has sold billions of weapons to Israel. And now he's saying, oh yeah, I'll arrest him. Like, okay, fuck you. Why don't you go, like, turn yourself into the ICJ because apparently you're complicit in a genocide, right? It's fucking ridiculous. Justin Trudeau refuses to condemn the anti-Semitic riots in Montreal. He has time to dance and do selfies, but he's too busy to condemn a violent Hamas takeover of our streets. Not worth the chaos. Well, dude, Polyev guaranteed is going to be the next prime minister, and they're likely going to have a pretty significant majority as well. Pretty much everybody's sick of the Liberal Party at this point. As Montreal was on fire last night, Trudeau was at a concert handing out friendship bracelets. Canada is in a morbid competition with the UK for most pathetic government in the West. Yeah, really. He's just a worthless dickhead. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who actually likes soy sauce?
I like soy sauce. People who don't like soy sauce probably haven't had good soy sauce. If you have really shitty soy sauce, it tastes like overly salty, and it has like a weird alcohol taste to it. But if you have good soy sauce, it has just the right amount of salt, and it has like a nice umami flavor. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
But it doesn't make sense in a lot of ways. Here is a picture of Chaz Bono, and you want me to believe that the way to make things calmer, prevent anybody from getting agitated, is by having Chaz Bono in a women's bathroom? That makes sense to you? Or conversely, here's a picture of Blair White, and you want me to believe that having Blair use the men's bathroom at LaGuardia is going to keep things calm and prevent any of the drama that these right-wingers are worried about themselves starting? These are just a couple of examples, but the entire paradigm here is nuts. And what I really, the most critical part is that they love to tell us these are the simplest questions with the most obvious answers. And he's not even willing or able to answer such a simple question. Is Sarah McBride a man or a woman?
Well, conservatives are fucktards. We already know all that.
Today's episode, I want to talk to you about what's happening in the Russian economy and specifically to talk about Russia's relationship with YouTube. Now, by definition of the fact that you're watching me and I'm making this video, we all love YouTube. Since it was launched back in 2004 to the general public, it's revolutionized our daily habits. Rather than having to watch mainstream media or look in newspapers, you can now go online and find out information directly from creators like me. And it's changed the way we operate. You can dive deep into things and find out stuff that you never would have been able to if you were just hunting around on TV or looking on the internet. But unfortunately, from Russia's point of view, Google and Russia have had a fractious relationship over the past few years. Following the invasion of Crimea back in 2014, the USA issued a variety of sanctions against certain Russian individuals and companies, and in 2020, Google blocked a channel called Tsargrad, which is owned and operated by one of President Putin's close allies, Konstantin Malafeev. Now, Malafeev and the Russian authorities were very unhappy that YouTube had blocked this channel, saying that it was against their freedom of speech, and they took action in the Russian courts. And in 2021, Google lost its court case in Russia and was hit with fines of up to $1 billion, and it was told to reinstate the Tsargrad channel. Now, despite the fact that Google lost this court case, it did not reinstate the Tsargrad channel. And following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, it actually blocked 17 state-run channels, including Sputnik, Russia 24 and RT. Now, as a result of that action, the Russian state took Google to court in Russia, and Google has now been hit with a mind-bendingly large fine. So let's have a quick maths lesson. Do you know how many zeros there are in a million? Well, there's 6 in a million. That's pretty easy. How about a billion? Well, there's 9 in a billion. It's 1,000 million. What about a trillion? Well, there's 12 in a trillion because it's 1,000 billion. So they're relatively straightforward. But what about an undecillion? Well, Google have been hit with a 2 undecillion ruble fine. And that is basically 2 followed by 36 zeros. And that is a lot of zeros. If we were to write it now on the screen, I would be completely encased in zeros. And in terms of US dollars, that equates to 2 decillion, which is basically 2 with 34 zeros after it. You'll see in some reports that it's 2.5 decillion, but what does it matter? What's half a decillion between friends? And to put that fine into context, the total amount of GDP generated in the whole of the world, so that's all of the companies and all of the countries combined in the whole world, was $110 trillion. So this fine that Google have been hit with is actually more money than has ever been generated in the whole history of the world. And in terms of assessing whether or not that's a reasonable figure that's been imposed against Google by the Russian courts, clearly it isn't. It's absolutely
What are we looking to play? We're probably going to play Shenmue 3 tonight. Animal Liberation donated $2. Did you react to this yet? Didn't, like, Trump win? Like, why are they even doing this?
Just days ago, the Columbus Dispatch.
You know, it would be good if there were people who would infiltrate these, like, Nazi discords or whatever they're using, and as soon as they plan a march, just beat the fuck out of them. These people really need the shit kicked out of them. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Just looking at some VR games that are going to come out. I think there's that Alien or Aliens game that's going to come out soon. This game looks like it might be kind of cool. It's an early access. Kind of reminds me of Destroy All Monsters Melee. Jurassic Lab Dinosaurium DNA. That looks stupid. There's so many fucking porn games. Captain Hardcore. Zombie Army VR. When the fuck is that coming out? Just says coming soon. That actually looks like it might be fun. I remember that got announced a while ago and it's still not out. Oh man, I feel like I might have to take a shit. Where the fuck is that Aliens game? What was it called? Alien, was it Insurrection or something? Not Isolation. I know it was coming out for PC because I fucking swear I saw a Steam listing for it.
ludicrous. It's a joke. How can
Yeah,
you
I've played the
find
Battlefield
one company
games.
more money than has ever been generated in the history of the world? In fact, it's probably more like 1 billion times all of the money that's ever been generated.
Oh, is there any way to tell a broken bone from a sprain without the hospital? Yeah, it'll feel like a broken bone.
In the world. Could even be 1 trillion times, could be
I'm probably not
even
gonna
bigger than
play
that. I don't know.
Stalker
I'm
2.
just making the numbers up. And just to make matters worse, Google have 9 months to pay this, and if they don't pay it, then the fine will double every single day thereafter. Now, I don't really know what the point of that is. It's a bit like giving somebody a 1,000-year life sentence and then doubling it. It's completely pointless. It's irrelevant. But I guess what we're seeing here is Russia is coming out and drawing a line in the sand. It's saying that it's going to clamp down on any companies from the West that it sees as doing things that are negative towards the Russian state. And you might be sitting there thinking, well, this is a bit of a pointless video, isn't it really, Joe? Why are you telling me this? Because nothing's going to happen from this. But actually, there are some really serious implications, because Russia, now that it's passed this ruling in the Russian courts, is trying to seek some sort of confirmation in overseas courts to be able to pursue Google for all of this money. It's been reported that Russia has lodged this case in the South African courts, the courts in Turkey, Hungary, Spain, and a variety of other jurisdictions. And the reason that Russia is doing that is to try to bring down Google. It wants to take out one of the biggest players in terms of Western social media. And in terms of what's happening in Russia, Russia has its own version of Google called Yandex, which previously was listed on the NASDAQ in the USA. It raised $1.3 billion from US investors back in May 2011.
Well...
So what's the summary and conclusion today?
Anybody fucking
I've
invest
recently
in
been
that.
watching Fish Tank and it's ridiculously entertaining. However, I've been researching Sam Hyde the creator, Rabbit Hole, and found that he's donated $5,000 to a neo-Nazi in the past and said on Reddit he doesn't like how un-white America is.
Yeah, Sam Hyde's a Nazi. He hasn't really been promoting any stuff about his Nazi ideology in a while because he actually lost a fuck ton of money. What was that network deal he had? He had some network deal and he had a TV show and he actually ended up losing that deal because they found out about his Nazi shit. So he's kind of given up on promoting it online. But yeah, he's a Nazi. He's funny as shit, but he's kind of a terrible racist. Thanks for the donation, though, Fires. Does the Planck length break E equals MC squared?
Good nerd knows that E equals MC squared. Every great nerd knows that really E squared equals M squared c to the power 4 plus B squared c squared. But what does that even mean? Oh, I'll tell you. But today, I'd like to invite you to an even higher level of nerddom. There may be even more add-ons to Einstein's famous equation that will make even the greatest nerds quiver in their nerd merch, if they turn out to be real, because they could point the way to the quantum structure of space-time. A top contender for the most profound insight in the history of physics was a little idea by Galileo 400 years ago. He realized that speed is relative, in a fundamental way. Galilean relativity, or Galilean invariance, states that the laws of physics should be the same, invariant, for all inertial observers. The laws of physics don't care how fast you're moving, as long as you're not accelerating. That's what inertial means. Drop a ball in a train moving at a constant speed, and the ball falls straight down from your perspective, just as it would if you were standing on the train station, again from your perspective. This means that you can define any reference frame as having zero velocity and describe all motion with respect to that frame. There's no preferred notion of stillness in Galilean relativity. Now, Galilean relativity was the basis for Isaac Newton's mechanics a half-century later, which changed all of physics. But Galilean relativity had its glitches. For example, it proved inconsistent with electromagnetism as described by Maxwell's equations in the mid-1800s. Einstein realized that he could fix this inconsistency by just being much more serious about the proposition that the laws of physics don't care about velocity. He realized that even our measurement of the speed of light constitutes a law of physics. By requiring that all observers measure the same speed of light, led him to his theory of special relativity. In Galilean relativity, you can change to a different reference frame by adding the velocity of that reference frame to all other velocities. This is called the Galilean transformation. That can easily lead to some things having speeds greater than light. This is fixed in Einsteinian relativity by including this extra factor during that transformation so that nothing ever exceeds light speed. This is the Lorentz transformation, and the factor that we added is the Lorentz factor. And the fact that the laws of physics don't change in a Lorentz transformation is called Lorentz symmetry. A similar idea about the invariance of the laws of physics in accelerating frames of reference versus gravitational fields gave Einstein the general theory of relativity in 1915. But GR revealed a new contradiction. Galilean relativity was succeeded by Einsteinian relativity, in part inspired about Galileo's own insight about velocity not mattering, and also motivated in part to fix the contradiction with Maxwell's electromagnetism. The latter was in turn succeeded by quantum mechanics a decade after general relativity, but now a new conflict arose. General relativity turned out to be in conflict with the new quantum mechanics, just as Galilean relativity conflicted with electromagnetism. Efforts to fix this new...
Is it illegal for you to accept a donation and not follow through with the request?
Well, if I made a contract with you in some way, then it might be. But if you just give me money and then tell me to do something without any kind of contract ahead of time, whether written or verbal, then no. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer. Bend over donated $2. Let me see. Jew haters march, but this time they don't just hate Jews, they hate other minorities too, so it's serious. Hahaha.
Wow! 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 Wow!
Yeah. It's funny how nobody says shit with the Palestine protesters, but when it's people who admit they're Nazis, it's suddenly a problem. He's got a good point there. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Gummy is a babe, donate $2. Hey Richard, VG, I'm vegan. How do you respond to the plants have lower bioavailability argument? I know they don't have evidence, but what about PDCAS or DIAS is just too separate or raw? Do we have any studies we can use specifically to debunk this claim? PDCAS and DIAS are just arbitrary systems that roughly calculate how useful certain protein sources are. It doesn't really mean anything. So, just send them the Stanford paper. What's it called? Protein and amino acids in vegetarian diets, a review. So the full text is available for free. Just send them this paper. There's a section on protein bioavailability. There doesn't appear to be any substantive differences between animal and plant sources of protein in terms of digestibility. And all the fear-mongering about amino acid ratios and shit, again, it doesn't seem to matter. Whenever you directly assess body composition differences or changes, it doesn't seem to make a difference. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy is a babe. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation. I don't know if I said that twice.
New contradiction spawned all of our work towards a theory of quantum gravity, string theory, loop quantum gravity, and many more, and we've covered a lot of these before. But maybe things don't have to be so complicated. At least, maybe we can get some insight into the answer by doing the same thing that Einstein and Galileo did, by taking relativity seriously. In relativity, there are two fundamental constants, the speed of light, c, and the gravitational constant, g. With quantum mechanics, a new constant of nature emerge, the Planck constant, h or h-bar. When we combine these constants, we get various so-called Planck units. These units tell us where quantum mechanics and general relativity merge. They are the scale at which space-time is expected to become quantum. For example, quantum mechanics tells us that probing small distances requires large energies, while GR tells us that energy curves the fabric of space-time, and at a certain point the curvature is so great that black holes form. The distance where this occurs due to the energy of measuring space is called the Planck length, 1.6 by 10 to the power of minus 35 meters. And the energy needed to probe that size is the Planck energy, 2 billion joules. This is one way of describing the big conflict between general relativity and quantum mechanics. But this is not the first time two excellent theories have conflicted. I hope you still remember that Galilean relativity plus Newtonian mechanics conflicted with Maxwell's electromagnetism. And also that Einstein fixed this by doubling down on Galilean relativity, by taking seriously the idea that the laws of physics shouldn't depend on velocity. So what if we take it even more seriously? There's another thing that probably shouldn't change depending on how fast you're traveling, and that's the Planck length. Special relativity tells us that lengths appear to shorten along the direction of motion. This is length contraction, and it should also apply to the Planck length. But this length is the scale at which the fabric of spacetime itself takes on strong quantum properties, which sounds kind of fundamental. So maybe the Planck length shouldn't depend on the velocity of the observer, and that's especially true because the Planck length would only change in the direction of motion, implying that the transition between classical and quantum spacetime would depend on direction, which seems weird. In quantum gravity theories that have some sort of discrete structure underlying the smooth fabric of space, this could mean that structure gets sort of flattened in all but one reference frame. In general, a contracting Planck length suggests that there is a single preferred reference frame, the one where it's not contracted in one direction. One more reason to wonder if the Planck length should be invariant is that it's defined only by the fundamental constants, g, c, and h bar. So what does it even mean for it to shrink? The Lorentz transformation is a correction to the Galilean transformation that makes the speed of light invariant for all observers. So what if there's another correction that could make the Planck length invariant for all observers, regardless of velocity? Well, it turns out that there is a way to do this. It was proposed by Italian physicist Giovanni Amelino Camelia back in 2000, and it's called doubly special relativity, or DSR. The modern version of DSR is formulated to actually treat the Planck energy as invariant rather than the Planck length. The Planck energy is the energy you need to actually probe the Planck length, and he is related to it with a simple formula. If we can keep the Planck energy independent of velocity, then we've done the same with the Planck length. Now, because we're talking about energies, we get to use Einstein's famous equation relating energy to mass and motion. You've seen the E equals mc squared part of it. It's probably the most famous equation in the world, but the full version is this. It says that a particle's energy is equal to the energy bound up in its mass plus the energy of its motion, expressed here in terms of the particle's momentum. It's also called the relativistic dispersion relation, which I'm telling you now because I have to keep calling it the dispersion relation for the next bit. Now, remember that the Lorentz factor was added to the Galilean transformation in a way that makes it significant only at velocities close to the speed of light. We can also add this factor to the dispersion relation that only becomes relevant at energies close to the Planck energy. This is the modified dispersion relation, the MDR. That extra bit stands for one or more terms that include the ratio of the particle energy to the Planck energy. For energies much lower than the Planck energy, which means for most of the universe, this part becomes close to zero, and so we just have the original dispersion relation, just like how the Lorentz transformation becomes Galilean for velocities much smaller than that of light. The higher the power of this n, the closer you need to get to the Planck energy to observe the effect. And the coefficient, eta, also governs the overall strength of the term. If those terms in the MDR become significant compared to the original terms of the dispersion relation, it would mean that energy and momentum conservation as we know them no longer hold. See, these conservation laws are a direct result of Lorentz symmetry via Noether's theorem, something we covered a while back. If Lorentz symmetry is broken, then energy and momentum conservation also break, which would be fine. We end up with a more fundamental symmetry and more fundamental conserved quantities to go with it. But energy and momentum conservation have been pretty fundamental in the development of all of physics. For example, we use these laws to determine how particle interactions happen in quantum physics. They don't just determine how particles exchange energy and momentum, they determine what interactions are even possible. And that gives us a way to potentially test the ideas of doubly special relativity. Here's an example. A neat trick that the massless photon can do is turn itself into a pair of massive particles, one of matter, one of antimatter. For example, a photon could become an electron and positron. However, due to the normal rules of energy and momentum conservation, this pair production is not possible for a single photon without help. Pair production only happens when a photon interacts with something else, often another photon. But if energy and momentum conservation is broken due to our modification of the dispersion relation, then it becomes possible for a single photon to undergo pair production. And that would be a huge deal. Currently, photons and other massless bosons like gluons are thought to be completely stable in isolation. If they aren't really stable, then that's something we could potentially test. It would take a very energetic photon. Remember, the modified dispersion relation starts to act differently approaching the Planck energy. But this non-Lorentzian behavior can still happen further from the Planck energy, albeit with less likelihood. If some form of the modified dispersion relation is right, then there should be a faint possibility that a photon of extremely high but not impossibly high energy will decay via pair production given a long enough time. And if any one such photon is given enough time, then that small probability becomes a large one. That means there should be a limit to how far a high-energy photon should be able to travel through space before it decays. We have seen very high-energy photons from objects pretty far away, especially from supernova remnants in the Milky Way galaxy. Apparently, though, there was not a high enough chance of decay of these photons by pair production to eliminate them on their way to us. Now, another reaction forbidden by normal conservation laws is for an electron to spontaneously emit a photon without first interacting with something else. This vacuum Cherenkov radiation should not exist, but with a modified dispersion relation, it just might happen. But we have not seen any evidence of vacuum Cherenkov radiation in astrophysical sources. Between the absence of pair production decay and vacuum Cherenkov radiation, researchers have been able to constrain the strength of any possible modified parts of the dispersion relation. So apparently we need a more sensitive test. Another hotly debated prediction from some DSR theories is that the speed of light might actually be different depending on the wavelength of that light and hence its energy. But why should fixing the Planck length or Planck energy cause the speed of light to vary? Well, one way to express the speed of light, or of anything really, is the ratio of kinetic energy to momentum. But in our modified dispersion relation, energy has these extra bits to it. At very high energies, those extra bits become important and cause the energy-momentum ratio to deviate from c. So if this ratio really defines the speed of light, then we have a way to change that speed at extreme energies. Whether high-energy photons move faster or slower than low-energy ones depends on the nature of the modified dispersion relation being considered, but either way, this can potentially be tested. Now, scientists have been looking for tiny energy-dependent variations in the speed of light for a long time. We've even talked about this before. One way to do it is to look for different arrival times of photons from the same distant astrophysical event. For example, gamma-ray bursts are a class of uber-bright supernova that produce high-energy gamma-ray photons as well as photons at all other energies. We know that all these photons started their journey to us at the same time, the time of the explosion. So in principle, we should be able to tell if the high-energy ones traveled at different speeds. They'd arrive at a different time, perhaps earlier, perhaps later. The most recent and highest energy ever detection of such an event is gamma-ray burst 221009A, and it comes from the Large High Altitude Air Shower Observatory in 2022. No difference in arrival time of high versus low energy photons was detected within the rather high sensitivity of this experiment, and that allowed us to place pretty tight constraints on any energy variability of the speed of light. And that in turn does place limits on the strength of the extra terms in our modified dispersion relation. The researchers claim to have 95% confidence that if there were linear corrections to the speed of light, they'd have to be at energies quite a bit larger than the Planck energy. This effectively rules out the strongest corrections, those where the power, the n in our MDR, equals 1. Quadratic corrections, where n equals 2, have to be at least on the energy scale of 10 to the power of 11 giga-electron volts. That's around 5 orders of magnitude more energetic than the most energetic gamma ray ever detected. It's not so surprising that current experiments haven't detected any of the predictions of doubly special relativity or found evidence of the modified dispersion relation. As far as we know, E still equals mc squared. But in this case, we have not yet proved Einstein right. The potential breakdown of Lorentz symmetry at the Planck scale is still an issue that we don't fully understand, and it may be that the alterations needed to the dispersion relation are just too small for current methods or current space explosions. But at least we know how to look for these effects, which has been a real challenge for anything in the realm of quantum gravity. And it sure would be cute if the first clue to the quantum nature of space came from the 400-year-old insight by Galileo. No matter how fast you go, physics looks the same, even the length scale of Planckian spacetime.
Hey everyone, you know how black holes pull everything in with irresistible gravity, and you know how the upcoming holiday...
I did not understand most of that, but Dodo wanted me to watch it.
Hey everyone.
Chris Langan, the dumbest, smartest man in the world. Oh yeah, this guy is hilarious. Let's watch this.
So I frequently get requests as to what to debunk next, and a lot of you linked me to an interview with a guy named Chris Langan. I'd never heard of him. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But I gave it a peek and felt like I had a few things to say, so let's get started. Before watching the video, I looked around the internet and found that Chris is consistently referred to as the smartest man in America, or sometimes even the world, due to an alleged IQ of 195, as stated in this article in Esquire. Then I found some other interviews. Here's a good introduction as to
He does not have an IQ of 195.
What this guy's all about.
If we can base insight to God on binary logic, we got it made. We don't need faith anymore. It's extraneous, irrelevant. I am closer to absolute truth than any man has been before me. Do I think that makes me better than everybody else? No. I still work in a bar.
That's right, everyone. Strap in for some forced intellectualization of blind faith that constitutes nothing more than pander to the working class. This is for people who think Good Will Hunting was a documentary, fantasize about themselves as the struggling genius who is overlooked by the establishment in their ivory tower, and are easily lulled even deeper into that fantasy by the emotional musical score. Let's check out another snippet or two.
My IQ would be somewhere between 190 and 210.
210 seems very, very, very high.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? Albert Einstein was estimated at between 180 and 190. Charles Darwin was way down there in the toilet at 135.
Are you a genius?
Well, you're kind of putting me on the spot here, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're forcing me to either say no, in which case, it's all hype, or you're forcing me to say yes. I'll say probably, yes, I am a genius. By most of the criteria, the definitive criteria of genius, I think you'd have to consider me a genius, yeah.
Apart from demanding that we take his word for it about his IQ, notice the subtle as a bag of hammers jab at Darwin, which will make sense later. The main takeaway is that Chris insists he's a genius because, trust me, bro, is there anything we can do to independently verify that he's really so smart? In that Esquire article, he is compared by IQ to figures like Da Vinci and Descartes. I don't know what those guys sounded like when they went on podcasts, but they did a lot of stuff that we can point to. Da Vinci obviously painted some incredible works of art, but he also designed many churches and other buildings, invented many things like mechanical devices, hydraulic machines, and more. He even came up with designs for things that would be invented later, like parachutes, bicycles, helicopters, and airplanes. He also advanced the fields of anatomy, zoology, botany, geology, optics, and many others, most of which admittedly were in their infancy, making it easier to contribute, but still.
Leonardo da Vinci may not be one of the smartest people who ever lived, but his ability to, his imaginative ability was extraordinary. He knew, cars, planes, tanks, those were going to come later. For somebody in his time to imagine those sorts of things, it's pretty crazy.
The dude was a genius. How about Descartes? He was a philosopher, so he said a bunch of smart stuff like, I think, therefore I am, but he was also a scientist and mathematician. He developed analytic geometry and the Cartesian coordinate system, which we still use today, along with the notation he created. And he provided the basis for the calculus that Newton and Leibniz would later develop. He was a genius, too. What has the illustrious Chris Langan done? Most people would say
500.
absolutely nothing. He just talks. But Chris, of course, would claim that he has done something remarkable. He has a theory of everything, and it's called CTMU, the Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe. Wow, that sounds neat. What's it all about?
Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, the CTMU. It shows that we're all a part of the same universal self. All men are related in ways they can't necessarily discern on this plane of reality. We're all the same. We all share a basic fundamental identity with each other, which means that we should all be trying to help each other and cooperate with each other to make this a better place to live.
Wow, what an amazing revolutionary theory. He has absolutely broken all current paradigms of science with this breakthrough insight, which can be summarized as, let's all work together and get along. How did he do it? So essentially, Chris has done absolutely nothing of even remote significance in any area of human inquiry, but he's a super genius anyway because he says so. Got it. With that context taken care of, let's get to the video that everyone linked me to. It's titled, Chris Langan, the interview they didn't want you to see, which has already gotten over 5 million views in just a few weeks. Now, who could they be? Well, the person conducting the interview is Michael Knowles from the Daily Wire, which is a conservative propaganda mill, in case you didn't know. That means the Daily Wire filmed this interview and didn't release it. Rather curious, I gave it a quick Google to see as to why that would be the case. All I could find was a Reddit page with no answers and a blog post from Chris himself where he sounds perplexed but then arrives at some conspiratorial conclusions. At any rate, he somehow got the rights to the interview and published it on his own channel, and that's what we'll be checking out. But very quickly before doing that, we can already say a lot just from reading the description. It says that Chris is joining the show to discuss his theory of everything: God, psychedelic drugs, and aliens. His theory of everything is him musing on random topics like a college freshman who got high at a party for the first time. This demonstrates that the smartest man in the world does not know what a theory of everything is. He also does not know what a theory is. Let's define these two terms right now so that it will be very clear to you during the video that he has no idea what he's talking about. First up, a theory. A theory is a scientific construct that correlates large amounts of data and explains them simply and coherently. Theories must be testable, they must be falsifiable, and are typically based on quantitative data. If it doesn't make predictions that can be tested, it's not a theory. So, contrary to popular belief, baseless speculation and mental masturbation do not qualify as theories. Then, a theory of everything also has a very specific meaning. It does not mean, whoa, think about it, bro, this totally explains everything in the universe, bro. It is a term that stems from theoretical physics and the attempt to find a quantum field theory that applies to all the fundamental forces. In the earliest epochs of the universe, it is understood that all the forces were unified, then through symmetry-breaking events, they rapidly split up and became the 4 fundamental forces we know today, those being gravity, the strong and weak nuclear forces, and electromagnetism. Electromagnetism and the weak nuclear force were successfully unified in the electroweak theory, which predicted particles that were subsequently confirmed in high-energy particle accelerator experiments. Such efforts have also been quite successful in combining the electroweak with the strong nuclear force to yield a grand unified theory. This is the current forefront of the standard model of particle physics, and many of its predictions have been vindicated, though there is still more work to be done. The last step after that would be to unify such a model with the last remaining force, gravity, which is currently described by Einstein's general relativity. A quantum field theory that unifies all 4 forces, should it be possible, would be a theory of everything, as it would be a single theory, and by theory we are talking about a rigorous mathematical model that describes all 4 fundamental forces. That's what theory of everything means, and that's the only thing it means. Chris is therefore even worse off than the charlatan Eric Weinstein, who at least typed up a bunch of advanced math to pretend he has a theory of everything. Chris doesn't know how to do that, and probably can't do much math beyond algebra, which is why, when describing his non-theory, he just spews word salad instead of referencing math. Okay, let's get into this ridiculous interview.
Welcome to my extremely ethereal and trippy new set. I feel as though I am floating in a cloud here in this all-white venue, and perhaps that is fitting.
All white and Daily Wire. That definitely is quite fitting.
Chris has one of, if not the highest IQ ever recorded, somewhere between 190, 195, and 210.
You'd think that if every single interview with this guy is going to center around this singular statistic, that we'd have seen some physical evidence of this test result at some point. No? Just me? Okay, continue.
And Chris is not here by way of some fancy, distinguished professorship at such and such brand name university, nor did Chris just get off of his private yacht out of the south of France and come here to leave his billion-dollar company. Chris came here from a farm in Missouri after a career as a bouncer at bars around New York.
That's right. He's not...
A guy with 195 IQ just wouldn't have a job like that. If you have a 195 IQ, you would find much easier, efficient ways to make money. There's just no fucking way.
Not one of those educated jerks or one of those rich jerks. He's uneducated and poor, just like you. That means you can trust him and blindly believe everything he says. So let's meet him.
Why is the smartest man in the world? Why is he not just buying and selling all of us all the time? Why is he living on a farm in the middle of Missouri?
Well, that's a good question, and it's that I was never actually interested in money. When I was a kid, my brothers and I, my family, we were not exactly the richest folks in town. We seldom had enough money to buy, food or clothes, and so I sort of immersed myself in books and reading, and decided that what I wanted to do was pursue knowledge. Now, as far as the making money is concerned, one thing that I found out is that there are certain ingredients. Certain advantages that you need in order to become rich. Of course, it helps to be born with money.
That's the easiest way.
And it helps to have a lot of connections.
Yeah.
Okay, the right kind of connections. And it helps not to alienate the people who have all the money, because then they'll exclude you and cancel you. That's what they do. That's what cancel culture is. Yeah. Basically, people are being frozen out of the economy. Yeah. Okay, and I found myself getting frozen out of the economy that way from an early age. I mean, I tried to go to college, but ran into a couple of problems. Personnel problems on the faculties of the colleges in question, and that stopped me. That basically when you get, when you can't get a college education, you are canceled economically.
We can give him the born poor part. That's an obstacle, no doubt.
Some of the people with some of the like biggest corporations never went to fucking college. There was a really big controversy recently where one of the biggest, if not the biggest, clothing manufacturers, like luxury clothing manufacturers, it was like Gucci or Prada or something. The CEO, the dude, had a daughter, and he basically bribed, like, Harvard University or something to get her accepted, and basically tried to force her into university even though she had no interest in going. And it turned out they're trying to live vicariously through their kid. They never went to college or university, and they might have even been a high school dropout. And they, I guess they felt ashamed of it or something, so they basically bribed somebody at Harvard or some shit to get their kid into university. And it was hilarious, but no. Some of the richest people on the fucking planet never went to university or college.
But Chris wants us to believe that he, now a senior citizen, despite being the smartest person in the world, hasn't figured out how to make a decent salary his entire life because the mean university people and the mean money people excluded and canceled him the whole way? That's a pretty big pill to swallow. Has he never heard of financial aid? Every single university in the country just couldn't handle his unparalleled brilliance? Even Will Hunting, the janitor, once he showed them he can do math, they set him up with a nice cozy job and treated him like an equal. Didn't Chris ever find any math problems on some blackboard that he could solve and get something going that way? Also, this statement that not getting a college education cancels you economically is ridiculous. There are many billionaires without college degrees. Yeah. Zuckerberg, Bill Gates. Hell, Richard Branson didn't even finish high school. Aren't you smarter than all those guys, Chris? So what's your problem?
You're obviously, you've got a higher IQ than anybody in the room. You're obviously extremely smart. You're extremely self-educated. So you get into college. It should be a total breeze for you.
Well, it was a total breeze. for me. Too much of a breeze for me.
So much of a breeze, in fact, that it swept you right out of those halls and you've never done anything since. Awesome.
You know, you ask the wrong kinds of questions of people who are full of themselves and think they have all the answers. You know, like, you know, in a calculus class, you know, say, well, you know, why don't you explain exactly what an infinitesimal interval is and how you can traverse from one end to the other? And, you know, they'll look at you as though you've got two heads.
I ask that all the time. I ask my waiters.
I guarantee you that any calculus teacher can easily answer that question, and they don't fail you out of college for asking questions. You just can't pass a calculus exam, and we're probably never enrolled in any calculus course in the first place, even though it's intermediate math that is commonly taught in high school.
Why are you taking this particular approach to it? And he looks at me and he's, you know, Asperger's victim, right? Yeah. And, you know, looks at me, looks down at his thing. He says, well, you know, some people just don't have the mental firepower to be mathematicians. Well, what was I supposed to do? Hit the guy? I wanted to hit him.
Right.
You were supposed to take the tests and pass the class, which should have been easy for you if you already understood calculus better than him. You could have also hit him, but that wouldn't have helped much. Despite this long story, which I only gave you the end of, and which is undoubtedly fabricated, real students sometimes have real teachers which aren't that great. They still study and pass the class. You could have too.
So you leave college. Presumably you're much more intelligent than anyone that you're going to meet on the faculty or in the students.
Presumably or fictionally.
So you leave college. What is it about being a bar bouncer? What is it about that physical activity? Because presumably, even without a college degree, you could have done some middling, paper-pushing job, and it probably wouldn't have been very lucrative or fulfilling for you. But presumably, you could have done something like that instead of a tough, physical, potentially dangerous job like you're being a bouncer.
Could have, but there are certain problems. I can't. For example, when I was in New York, I got a job in a grommet factory. Okay, it was Stimson Grommets. You know, you had Grumman aircraft there. You know, they got military defense contracts. I think they were working on F-16s at one point. And then there was Stimson Grommets, which produced these aircraft rivets or these airplanes. And I had this machine, and man, the sound, the noise from this machine, wham, wham, wham. No hearing protection, no nothing was issued to anybody. Yeah. And I started, like losing my hearing and so forth. And I figured, well, I can't stand this anymore. I got to get out of here. So I was about to leave, but I had a girlfriend, and she said, no, I want you to stay. So I figured, okay, let me see if I can get another kind of job. So I took the civil service exam and was offered a job by the IRS. And that, of course, was a moral dilemma.
That's a fate worse than hell.
Exactly how awful do I want to be as a person, you know?
Do you notice how his stories never make any sense? Mikey asked why he became a bouncer instead of something more lucrative that he wouldn't enjoy. We get a story about a factory job that he didn't enjoy. Then an offer to work for the IRS, which he pretends is the devil. Guys, any democratic nation collects taxes, many at much higher rates than America, and there has to be a department to oversee that process. Anyway, we thought we were going to get a story about how he didn't want some fancy job that he hated because he preferred to do this or that other thing, but he's just telling us about crappy jobs that he hated. Couldn't he have used his big brain to do one that made him some money?
That's when I started doing the bar bouncing thing, right? But I wasn't making that much money. I was working for $40 a night, coming out of there bloody, with ripped shirts ripped off my back. I couldn't even pay for the shirts, right. that I was making. So I figured, okay, what I'll do is I'll take the civil service exam again. Now, I don't want to sound insensitive, but at that point in New York, there was a protocol whereby you take the civil service exam, and if you are a minority, if you are non-white, you get 30 extra points. Yeah.
Hello VG,
Oh, God.
How much protein should I be getting as a powerlifting? I'm getting into it. I'm 183 cm with 75 kgs. Are there any programs you can recommend? Cheers.
Yeah, I'd recommend 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight minimum. And probably up to 1.25 grams protein per pound of body weight. And you're getting into powerlifting, so if you don't really have much training experience and you're a novice, I would just start with starting strength. Otherwise, you can try some Smolov programs if you're more advanced. You can check out Sika Strength, Juggernaut Training Systems. They have some programs. So I think Johnny Candido has some programs, but I don't like him. It seems like he's a fucking homophobic cunt. But yeah, I'd check out some of those resources. Thanks for the donation, though, David.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing insensitive. This is just a fact. I mean, it's a fact of our law.
It's a fact. They've been doing it for a long time. It's called affirmative action, of course. And when that happens, and I'm applying to be, say, a police officer, right? And all of these other guys, these non-white guys, are looking also to be police officers. You learn that there's a line of 3,000 guys in front of you.
Ah, that's why Chris is here at the Daily Wire, or one of the reasons at least. Those filthy minorities and their affirmative action DEI bullshit.
Yep.
That and immigrants. That's what's ruining this country, am I right? But Chris, since you're the smartest person in human history, shouldn't you still have outperformed them, even with their 30 handout points?
White police officers in New York, but almost all those guys are connected. They've got some kind of uncle or acquaintance or somebody who's on the police force that will put in a good word for
Okay,
it. I didn't have anybody like
this guy is a narcissist. Nothing is ever his fault. He's always right, even when he's wrong. People just don't understand because they're too stupid. This guy is a massive, massive problem with narcissism.
like that. And merit made no difference whatsoever. This is not a meritocracy within it. Yeah. You can take any number of these tests and outscore everybody else and get nothing and nowhere.
Ah, of course. Top scores don't matter if you're not part of the inner city white clique or a minority of some kind. It's physically impossible for rural white people to become cops in the big city. Got it. So what did you end up doing? Just reading books?
Like go to library sales and found a little bookstore, that had some academic books in it, and just get whatever I could. And I always had to, basically read whatever I found. I couldn't afford to order a book. Even back then, books were expensive. Yep. So I couldn't go to a bookstore and pay full price for a book. So I was constantly buying used books, which were, when they were textbooks, they were used and therefore outmoded. The field advances, the book stays the same.
That's right. If you read a chemistry textbook from even 2 years ago, everything is completely different. The periodic
Cheers, mate. I'll look into those. I'm an intermediate lifter, been lifting for 5 years, but I want to chiefly focus on powerlifting. Thanks. Have a great day.
All right. Well, thanks, David. Appreciate it, and good luck to you, sir.
table changes all the elements every couple years. Oh wait, no, that's idiotic. Advancements at the frontier of any scientific field rarely change what's in textbooks for undergraduates even one bit. He's just admitting he's never actually studied any science.
Working as punching cows, stacking hay, irrigating on this ranch. And I took 2 books with me, and one of them was a book by Albert Einstein on the theory of relativity, and the other one was a book by Bertrand Russell. Okay? And I would read these books. I was living in a covered wagon. They call it a sheep wagon these days. But literally, I'm not kidding. That's what it was. Kerosene lamp in a sheep wagon out in the middle of a field.
Reading Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein.
Reading Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein, and it occurred to me, these 2 things really need to be put together.
What an image. Reading a book on a wagon? Mike is tickled pink about it. Anyway, putting Einstein and Russell together. What does that mean? What about Bertrand Russell? And how do you shove that into physics equations? Want to get a little more concrete?
And then, once I decided that, I started putting them together. And then I found out about Kurt-Gödel and the undecidability theorem. And yes, absolutely.
Okay, so no explanation on that combo. And then Gödel too? Are you sure you aren't just listing smart people from history and pretending to be as smart as them?
Casey, because reality isn't just geometric, which is what Einstein thought it was, nor is it just linguistic. It's a blend of the 2, right? Russell saw it as being linguistic. Einstein saw it as being geometric.
So Russell pretended geometry didn't exist and Einstein pretended language didn't exist? What are you saying? Studying linguistics doesn't mean you think nothing exists apart from linguistics. Start making sense.
Okay, so I decided that reality must be logico-geometric, putting the 2 of them together. And of course, then I realized, I've got to put together a theory, construct a theory, in which reality is actually logico-geometric. And so that's where the CTMU came from.
And the CTMU is the cognitive theoretic model of the universe.
Cognitive theoretic model of the universe.
This is your theory of everything.
My theory of everything, and it's all in the name.
And there's the big reveal. Einstein plus Russell equals Langen, who is clearly smarter than both of them put together. So let's dig into this theory, shall we?
If you take a good close look at that, you've got cognitive theory, and of course, a theory is a kind of language, theoretic language, okay? And then you've got cognitive theoretic model, you've got a model, and then you've got universe. You've got a language, you've got a universe, and then the model is the mapping between them. CTMU says those are all the same thing. All of those terms, all of those properties are distributed everywhere over reality. Reality can have only one structure once you realize that and you implement it in theoretical form.
Yeah, it's going to be this brand of word salad for the rest of the interview, folks. No, Chris, theories are not languages. They are models. Saying theories are languages and then listing models separately as though theories aren't models only demonstrates that you don't know what any of those words mean. Then saying that all of those plus the universe are the same thing definitely proves you don't know what those words mean, since if they were the same thing, those different words wouldn't exist. What properties are distributed everywhere? Properties of language? What properties of what language? And how are they distributed in deep space where nobody is using language? None of this means anything.
You're not just talking about this siloed aspect of thought, or this, philosophy over here, language over here, math over here, physics over here, but you're presenting something that is universal.
Correct.
Not really presenting so much as vaguely referencing and never actually describing. Physics has math in it. Want to show us some math, big guy?
If we're talking about theory of everything, the first question we have to establish, does God exist?
Yes.
Here's the second reason Chris is here on the Daily Wire, to pander to their largely religious viewership. Again, we aren't talking about a theory of everything. Neither of these morons know what that term means, which is why Mikey has no clue that immediately bringing up the existence of God in what is supposed to be the domain of theoretical physics is an insanely stupid thing to do. But of course, Chris fires back with an extremely confident yes, there definitely is a God. And if anyone would know, it would be the smartest man in the world, right?
The reality has an identity. Okay? The identity is that as which something exists. Okay? Matter of fact, when you say the word reality, you're naming an identity. You're identifying something. This.
I'm smiling because your answer on this is so beautiful. It just reminds me of Moses at the burning bush. And Moses at the burning bush says, who shall I tell the people that you are? Talking to God. And God says, tell them I am that I am.
That's right.
This is pathetic. Chris said absolutely nothing. He just said reality is a word, and Mikey dives into quoting fairy tales. Can we get a little more rigorous, fellas?
That's exactly right. And that's what the CTMU says. It just comes up with a mathematical structure that you need to build a reality out of that.
Which mathematical structure, Chris? You keep pretending that you can do math, but you haven't shown anyone an ounce of math. Come on, buddy. One little equation. It doesn't even have to be yours. Show us one of Einstein's and tell us what it means. Pretty please? No?
So you come up with that identity, and then you search it for its properties. You see, once you've built the preliminary framework, then you start deducing the properties of this identity, and you find out that those properties match those of God as described in most of the world's major religions.
What preliminary framework? Describe it. Which properties? List them. Actually say something. And sorry, God as described in the world's major religions? There's a bunch of different ones, and they're very not the same. Are you talking about Vishnu? Something tells me you're not talking about Vishnu. What about Allah? No, not him either. I bet you're talking about the God that white people like. If you mean just a general deity of some kind, you should stop pandering to religious people.
Okay, are its properties such that you can deny the existence of God, or are its properties such that God definitely has to exist? And the answer is, God exists.
God
properties of the central substance and central principle of reality, those properties are attributed to God, including, of course, things like you have the three O's: omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, but then you've also got consciousness. God has to be sentient.
Well, that's it. Case closed. God exists because Chris says so. The words omnipotence and consciousness exist. Therefore, God exists. Even loser apologists like William Lane Craig seem like a genius compared to this clown.
God himself is conscious and therefore personal?
Yes. You can establish a personal relationship with God. We're images of God. You know what an image is? It's basically the product of a mapping. God maps himself into each human being, right? That's a very personal thing that God is doing for us, right? And I don't understand how anybody can say that it's any different.
It's pretty easy. I can just reject this utterly baseless assertion you're making. You've offered no evidence whatsoever that a God exists. You just said random words.
Okay, well, the simulation hypothesis is basically the idea that the reality we see around us, physical reality, is simulated on some sort of an automaton or a computer.
Yeah, some alien somewhere have just, they've fooled us.
Right, exactly. Oh, eat a piece of licorice.
Before one launches into the simulation, one needs a little sustenance,
Sorry, I was going to comment on how Chris can't pronounce automaton correctly, but then I got distracted by Mike eye-humping the shit out of Chris for way too long. This guy either has a low bar for intrigue or he's sexually aroused.
Because this part of the universe that we see around us cannot exist just by itself. Yep. Okay? There are certain things that...
Michael Knowles almost certainly is a closeted gay man, and he's probably turned on by, I don't know, fucking bears or something.
Entails. And when you go into those entailments, that's how you get to God.
Cool. So what are the entailments? So far, you've alluded to mathematical structures, preliminary frameworks, now some kind of entailments. Are you going to get around to actually presenting any of this stuff in a rigorous way?
What do you mean? I hate to put it in...
Well, I mean, okay, here's the display. You realize the display contains states.
Yep.
Okay, you see things, the objects contain it. States are static. Yep. That's why they're called states. Okay, static. How do they change? Well, they have to be processed. Something has to process.
Yeah.
But the idea of being a state and being a process, those are two different things.
Yep.
In the ordinary way of looking at it, okay? It turns out that you can't properly describe reality and causation at all unless you put those things together somehow. And that's what it takes God to do, okay? God provides the processing functionality for your state.
We are getting a masterclass in word salad, folks. He said the display contains states. Mike said, yeah, no doy. Then Chris said the word static and pointed at the table. Then he moved on without clarifying what he meant by state. What is the state of the table? The positions and kinetic energies of all the atoms in the table? The position and momentum of the table as a whole? What are you talking about? And in order for this undefined state to change, there has to be processing of what? Processing means to perform a series of operations on something. Something has to perform operations on the table for it to do what? Continue existing? Change its state? From what to what? Mike is eager to appear intelligent, so he just nods his head and prods Chris along. But Chris isn't actually saying anything. He said the words state and process, didn't clarify what he was referring to, and concluded God must exist. Why? For something to change state, like for something to move? God has to exist so that things can move? We can perfectly describe motion with the laws of physics, no God required. Anyone who has the foresight to begin prodding at this verbiage sees that it topples over like a house of cards immediately. It's no better than the underpants gnomes in South Park who plan to profit from the underpants they collect, even though the ever-critical phase 2 is never defined. Just replace collect underpants with list random terminology and replace profit with God exists.
I might not be sophisticated enough to parse all of the quibbles that there might be, but broadly speaking, as a Christian, so much of what you're saying resonates as obviously true for me. The idea that, I'm a member of the body of Christ. The idea that God creates the world in this great act of love.
So really, you just nodded along with all this crap about states and processing, fixated on God exists, felt validated in your blind faith, and are now pretending this guy's a genius because he told you what you wanted to hear.
You need a certain kind of quantum. That quantum is called an identity operator. God is the identity. So obviously these little quanta, they have to be, they're doing things, they're processing, so we can call them operators, right?
No, we can't. An operator is a function. It's a mathematical structure. It's not a physical entity like whatever quantum he's making up. Photons, electrons, these are quanta. Functions are not quanta.
They're identity operators. Okay? The identity operator has, basically it takes input from the outside world, recognizes it or accepts it using syntax, processes it, and then returns it to the world as external state.
That's adorable speculation. Got any evidence for the existence of this thing you made up? I ask because the evidence for the existence of photons and electrons is quite convincing. You know, since light and matter exist, and we do lots of things with them based on our understanding of them. What are you working with here?
Okay, so things come in, then they're processed, right? There's throughput, which is, you could call that the subjective or internal state of the identity operator, and then it's returned to the external universe.
But are you attributing now?
So what I'm saying is that's consciousness. And I'm saying that consciousness exists in every part of the universe because those are the quanta.
Oh, these quanta you made up now are consciousness? That's great, so you can find them in brains? Our brains produce consciousness, so they should be in there, right? But wait, consciousness is everywhere because the quanta are everywhere, you say? Well, then it should be even easier to demonstrate their existence. What are these things? What are their properties? You know how we can list the physical properties of any quantum, like their mass, charge, spin, all kinds of stuff, and we can verify those properties empirically. Did you want to get around to doing that soon? Probably not.
Can you put that into more basic terms, what you've just said?
But what was it you need to understand about this? What do you actually...
Why are these two concepts you're describing, why are they not reconcilable? What is the problem with these?
Oh, I explained that to you already. That's okay, all right.
Chris shows signs of agitation when Mike asks him to generally clarify what he just said, because that would entail Chris remembering exactly what he said. He doesn't. Frauds like this just go into a flow state and rattle off random terminology. It's what Terrence Howard does too. That's why he's always contradicting himself, because he's really bad at it. Chris is pretty good at it, but it's hard to duplicate. So he says, I already explained it, and then launches into another tirade that's more or less unrelated to what he said previously.
So the real manifold of classical physics is a paradoxical construct. Okay? So that's why those two things, that's why that doesn't work with quantum field theory and the idea that things are quantum fluctuations and fields. That's why, as a matter of fact, that particular concept of the real manifold, that doesn't work for anything else.
Okay, this guy doesn't know anything about quantum theory.
He's just listing random physics terminology. Quantum fluctuations or quantum fields, Chris. If you knew what those things were, you wouldn't list them in a sentence that way as though they were the same thing. Saying the word manifold over and over again doesn't help.
Discussion of, well, this caused this, and I'm going to describe a totally deterministic system, and so as a result of this causing this, causing this, causing this, you don't have free will. And you're saying cause is actually more complicated than just cause.
That's correct. In other words, talking about free will in those terms is otiose. It means nothing.
Yep.
You can't get anywhere with it.
This is a key tactic for frauds like this when being interviewed by someone who wants their gibberish to be meaningful. Anytime the interviewer tries to summarize something that was said, it doesn't matter what they say or how they say it. They're absolutely correct. Cause is more complicated than just cause. Of course, Michael, you're so adept. You're really understanding this super complicated theory from the smartest person alive because you're so smart. This gets them to continue the interview in the most charitable way imaginable, never pushing back on anything or requesting too much clarification, so that they can continue to be viewed as intelligent by the other person and the viewers.
So now we're at metacausation. So what does metacausation have?
Causation works from past to future, okay? Metacausation works from past to future and from future to past in a closed loop.
Notice how Chris interrupts because he doesn't want to be asked a coherent question. All he needs is a keyword from which he can launch into word salad of his choosing. In this case, he settled on some gibberish about causation from future to past. Mikey caught it and has a question.
I get past to future. This seems pretty simple. I pick up the glass of water, I put it over here, and now I remember 2 seconds ago that water was over here, and then I caused it to go over there.
Right.
So how do you cause something to go from the future to the past?
It can't go anywhere unless there's some place for it to go.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, okay?
Yeah.
This is...
Finish up that licorice, Chris. Take some time to think. You were asked how you can cause something to go from the future to the past, a thing you said that can happen. He can't answer, since that's impossible, so he says something totally unrelated, that something can't move unless it has a place to go. Yes, Chris, thank you for that pointless tangent. Things can move from one place to another while moving forward in time. The question was about moving backwards in time. Are you sure you have nothing here?
So when you take that glass and you move it from there to there, okay, you think that there's a point right there where you're going to move that glass. That's false. Okay? The point to which you are going to move that glass is actually in the future. When you pick up that glass, it's still in... You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Okay, that makes sense. And then getting back to God.
Well, that was an easy getaway, wasn't it, Chris? You said something idiotic about time and space, pretending that the point where he would move the glass to doesn't exist just because the time at which it would get there will be later. Mike nodded his head like a dunce and then changed the subject for you. And we can see the manipulation in action, too. Chris condescendingly asks if Mike understands what he's saying, and even though he's saying nothing, Mike says, yes, of course, because he's chasing that high of being told he was correct a little earlier. He won't admit that he's not following something Chris is saying for the rest of the interview because of it.
I'm not going to ask you if I'm going to go to heaven or hell, but will I go to either heaven or hell?
You will persist after you die. Okay? Where you go depends on who Michael Knowles really is.
I'm not going to ask you about A, but what about A? That was weird. And Chris, ever so cognizant of the audience he's presumably talking to, says, oh yes, you'd better be a good boy if you want to go to heaven. Unfortunately, if Mikey's God actually existed, he probably wouldn't be fond of him devoting his life to a deceptive propaganda mill.
If you displease God, that's exactly what's going to happen to you. God is going to cut you off, and he's going to say, I can't see him anymore. He's going to turn away from you, and then you won't be able to reunite. Salvation will be impossible for you, because salvation means that God has got to pull you back into himself. Right. Okay, but God doesn't want to see you anymore. He doesn't even know you exist. He knows your physical body is there, but he's not interested anymore because you hate him, you deny his existence, you offend him, so he's not going to look at you, right?
I will never stop being amused by how petty and infantile the Christian God is to people like this. Like, whatever, I made you, gave you no evidence whatsoever that I exist, and you won't even love me and worship me? Do you know how much that hurts my feelings? I know I'm infinite and perfect, but I can still have my feelings hurt, you know? I'm sorry, but anyone who believes in this paltry kind of God is an intellectual toddler.
Are angels and demons real?
Yes. Yes.
I think so too. Is there a fear that if you take some of these drugs, you might be letting in the wrong guys?
That's the problem, isn't it? And that's a problem that I think...
It's funny how people say Israel is not a real country since they are Europeans occupying Arab land. So are the US and Canada real countries? Last I checked, they are also Europeans occupying Native American land.
It's almost as if people just hate Jews, and they make up whatever double standards they need to justify their hatred of Jews. Almost. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer. I just squatted 470. Good job, dude. That's a lot of fucking weight. I'm sure you can get to 500. It's only 30 more pounds, but that is an impressive squat. Good job.
A lot of people have encountered.
For context, they're talking about psychedelics. I'm going to go ahead and assume that neither of these guys have done any psychedelics, at least definitely not Mikey, and it's adorable to hear him proclaim that demons are his excuse for not having the mental fortitude. Anyway, I'd ask for evidence of demons existing, but this hasn't been a very evidence-heavy conversation thus far, so maybe I'll keep it to myself.
Well, God has a boundary too. He's got a very tight boundary. He's perfect. He can't take anything resembling imperfection, right? He can't take it into himself because that would be a contradiction.
That's funny. You called God omnipotent earlier. Now you're talking about something he can't do. Do we need to go over the definition of omnipotent, Chris?
Are you saying that he sort of that the devil sort of lacks substance, or that's why he needs the humans?
I'm saying the devil lacks coherence. Coherence is what brings everything into superposition, right, with itself. In other words, it allows something to, this is going to sound a little bit paradoxical, allows something to communicate non-locally with itself, right? All of its possible states are in superposition. They exist all at once, okay? And this is pretty much inescapable.
The word salad shooter malfunctions every once in a while, and Chris made it 45 minutes before his first mishap. Not bad. It's tough to keep the stream of bullshit going. Luckily, he had the cigar in his hand, so he could pretend to be doing something while deciding to stop talking. At any rate, what he said was meaningless. He was talking about superposition while gesturing inwards in a way that would indicate the opposite of superposition. Superposition is diffuse, a system existing in many states at once. When the wave function collapses, the system will exhibit a particular state, like what his hands are indicating by crushing inwards, to what would be fewer states or a singular state. In the end, all he did was vaguely summarize the concept of superposition, take a puff, say it's inescapable, and then stop talking as though he actually explained anything about the devil.
These things were actually funded, they're more or less invented by the central bank. You know, who funded, originally was paying Marx and Engels, and before that, Moses Hess and other people to come up with, it's a strategy for world domination. It has been for the last 200 years. What has changed?
Reason number 3, Chris is here at the Daily Wire. Marxism bad because central banks something. Those Marxists are trying to take over the world. Honest, decent capitalists would never do such a thing. They just want to give you affordable electronics. Gotta stick to that boogeyman narrative.
Were you a Trump supporter? You don't need to say if you don't.
As a matter of fact, back when people were saying, Trump can't read. Look at the way he hesitates. He's got trouble with the teleprompter. The guy can't read. I actually stood up and I said, no. I said, I've met Donald Trump, and I think his IQ is probably equal to that of the average Harvard professor.
Just recently heard that
Yeah, Trump's IQ is not equal to that of the average Harvard professor. Oh my God.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Yeah, he's a regular Noam Chomsky. Good call, Chris.
Basically, he is competent. He's a good businessman, and therefore could be good for the country. And I wanted people to understand that.
If you needed one sentence to prove that Chris is not very bright, this would probably be it.
Because what he said resonates with what is in the minds of a lot of American citizens. We want to have our own country. We want America to have first. We don't want our borders to be open. We don't want millions of third world migrants coming here every year and displacing us from our own territory.
Yeah, he got elected by fear-mongering about immigrants, just like every other demagogue before him. Great work, Chris.
And the first time around, they weren't prepared. Yep. So they couldn't do anything about it the second time around.
Yeah. Are you suggesting, Chris, that there were some questions about the 2020 presidential election?
Anyone who doesn't understand that election was, shall we say, not quite up to snuff is some kind of moron.
I take it back. This would be the sentence to demonstrate that Chris is actually dumber than rocks. Do tell us about how the election was rigged by dirty Democrats just because mail-in ballots were included, Chris. Enlighten us. Oh, wait, you have some wisdom to share about COVID. Awesome.
Are you anti-vaccine generally? I take it you're anti-COVID.
Well, I bought into the COVID thing at first, and I went out and bought, Gina and I bought, gas masks for us, and those N100 masks, and and I advised people what to do so as not to get infected with the deadly COVID. And then I noticed that it wasn't really killing. I live in northern Missouri. Nobody up there was wearing masks. Nobody up there, and nobody was dying of COVID-19. So I realized, well, there's got to be something a little bit off about this, right? And so I kind of started getting away from it. And then I noticed that, then I noticed that it was being used as a pretext.
This guy is just a massive simpleton.
For something called the Great Reset.
Yeah, nobody in Missouri died of COVID, except the 20,000 people in Missouri who died of COVID. But please tell us some bullshit about the Great Reset.
And there have been, white papers written in the past about using just this methodology to get everybody behind the globalist agenda, right? Operation, Warp Speed was part of that,
Operation Warp Speed accelerated the development of COVID vaccines because there was a terrible global pandemic, and it was implemented by your favorite orange maniac, Donald Trump. Are you saying your idiot hero is part of the globalist agenda, Chris?
Does Trump bear some responsibility for giving
He definitely bears responsibility. My question is, does he really know what's going on, or has he surrounded himself with people that are misleading him about what's going on? I would like to believe that Donald Trump has been misled.
I thought Trump was smarter than all the Harvard professors, Chris.
Yeah.
So which is it? Is he a super genius like you, or is he a bumbling idiot being manipulated by everyone around him? Pick a lane.
Do you believe in aliens?
Well, I will say this, the intelligence community, large sectors of it believe in aliens.
Really?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. It's a big, they're constantly discussing these things. Yes. And if you look at the global elite, and you wonder, well, I don't want to blame the world banksters for this, that's a conspiracy theory. Then who is pulling all those strings? Okay? Could there be another kind of entity, aliens, demons, whatever? Could there be something that's pulling their strings that the global banksters know about, right? And they're taking orders from, but they're being totally concealed and hidden from the public. This is a viable hypothesis, and it's one that the intelligence communities don't reject.
It's funny you post,
which is kind of neither here nor there, because the intelligence communities themselves could be run by aliens, for all we know.
Yeah, the globalist bankers are being controlled by aliens, according to the CIA. You don't sound.
This guy claims to be the smartest man on Earth, and he thinks aliens are controlling the CIA and the government.
Crazy at all, Chris. If there's anything that a hyper-intelligent civilization from another system would want to do when it comes here, it would be to manipulate our finances and screw hardworking Americans out of their 401ks. Aliens are mischievous and petty like that. They also love subtly working through the CIA to enact imperialist foreign policy and oust foreign leaders to serve a Western agenda, because they don't have the power to just come down here and enslave us all with ray guns. You're making a lot of sense.
People are going to be laughing when you say that there are aliens that
well, let them laugh, okay? But they won't be able to come up with any supporting argument against what I'm saying. They don't know enough.
What would be your argument to a pro-pal who would say, yes, the Americans should give their land back, and says that by supporting Israel, you're supporting colonization? Well, don't they all say that? They're full of shit. Like, okay, then leave, right? If you're white and you live in the US or Canada, move to Europe. None of them are gonna fucking do that. Like, they're all just stupid fucking privileged white kids. Didn't that fucking idiot Emma Vigeland say that on Majority Report? She said, oh, well, we are colonizing North America and we shouldn't be here. Then leave. She's rich. She comes, like, her parents are fucking mega millionaires. She can leave whenever the fuck she wants. Go move to fucking Europe. Like, they're all just liars.
Chrissy Poo, have you heard of this thing called the burden of proof? It's not the CIA is run by aliens and I'm right unless you prove me wrong. You can't just make up whatever bullshit you want and tell other people it's true until they can prove otherwise. If you really believe that, then I would say your IQ is about 115 at best. And I'm right until you show us some official document that says otherwise. Okay, big guy?
It's funny that you mention angels and demons, aliens and demons in the same breath, because
No, I've never seen the movie Fast Food Nation.
I don't particularly believe in aliens. I mean, what do I know? There are a lot of things I don't know about. But I certainly believe that demons exist. I'm pretty confident that demons exist. I'm less confident that aliens exist.
Life elsewhere in the universe? Impossible. Baseless supernatural superstitions? Let's go. Mike is so proud to be so stupid.
And he was written ghost stories and things. And at dinner parties, he'll say, hey, I'll ask a random person. He'll say, hey, have you ever seen a ghost? And he says, a lot of the time, people will say yes. And throughout history, people report having seen a ghost.
That is correct.
And he says, too many people are saying they've seen a ghost for there not to be ghosts. Or something like a ghost.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct.
Yep, if a bunch of people say something, it must be true. That's how logic works. Actually, Mikey, the fact that nobody has ever substantiated the existence of ghosts in any empirical manner whatsoever means a lot more than whatever volume of anecdotal evidence you want to reference here.
They're there. I mean, if you're not a very observant person, you'll never see anything like that. If your mind is completely closed, you just screen all that stuff out, you'll never see anything like that. But if you're an open-minded person and you're observant, you will see things like that eventually.
Right, if you want to believe those things exist, you'll...
It's almost as if Muslims are crybabies and can't accept any loss of land no matter how small. Look how much land Mexico lost to the US. Do you see any Mexican terrorists?
Yeah, they're perpetual victims.
It's almost as if Muslims are crybabies and can't accept any loss of land no matter how small. Look how much land Mexico lost to the US. Do you see any Mexican terrorists?
Okay, I don't know why you donated that twice, but thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Yeah, like they're perpetual victims. One of the only reason they're making a big deal out of it is because it's like, you know, based on their anti-Semitism. They hate Jews, they're Muslim, it's like some retarded religious thing. So that's really the only reason they're making a big deal out of it. But yeah, it's just fucking retarded, dude. Like, every nation on the planet has been created due to colonization. Some group of people went to war with another group of people and pushed them out, and that's how the nation was created. Like, it's happened all throughout history. There's nothing unique about the Israel-Palestine conflict in that sense, and literally every fucking Arab nation was created through those means. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
You'll eventually trick yourself into believing that you saw them. Finally, the guy's saying something sensible. But no, he ruins it by making up a story about seeing a UFO.
And I was there, and suddenly I look up, and I say suddenly, it was just in the sense. I became aware that it was up there, and I looked up. There's this huge spheroidal, you know, but elliptical, not a perfect spheroid, like a saucer that was turned partially on its side. Okay. And I thought, well, that must be one of those, you know, lenticular clouds that I've heard of. You know, so I looked at it and I figured, okay, now I wonder how this evolves in time. Totally changeless. I actually took sticks and I tried to use parallax to figure out, you know, what is this thing? Why isn't it changing? Why isn't it moving? Why is it completely featureless and metallic looking?
You tried to use parallax to do what? Because that's a method to figure out how far away something is. So how would that help you to figure out what it is and why it's metallic looking? And how did you use sticks to do that, Chris? Do you just not know what parallax means? Do you think that if you use some smart words, people will believe your dumb UFO story?
There are people in the CIA who actually claim to have been abducted. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but they're there. Okay? And we're not talking about small individuals. We're not talking about low-ranking individuals. We're talking about high-ranking individuals.
These people, not just that you've read a book about, you're saying these people you've talked to.
Or people that there was one of them in particular that I was actually, somebody that I knew was trying to arrange an introduction to this person. And I said, well, you know, so he's in the, you know, CIA. Is he going to tell me the truth? You know, I'm not in the CIA. Is he going to tell me the truth about anything? Well, no, actually what he wants to talk about is abductions because, you know, he and his wife were actually abducted by aliens and he wants to talk to you about it. And I said, well, is he going to tell me the truth about anything? Well, I don't know. I said, then I don't want to talk to him. Okay, I don't want to talk to him at all. There has to be some kind of understanding that I'm not going to get lied to, otherwise I'm wasting my time, because I'll never know whether he's lying or telling the truth. So if somebody isn't going to commit up front to telling me the truth, I don't have time for him.
If he were a really smart liar, he would have just said, I will tell you the truth, and lied even if he wanted to.
I suppose so. I mean, that's what they do in the CIA.
Yeah. Right, I mean, that's sort of the job, right? If you're a spy,
that's correct. And you lie your ass off at every available opportunity about everything.
Right.
I'm curious as to whether he had this lie ready to go or if he made it up on the spot. It sounds like the latter, because he made up this bullshit about top CIA officials being abducted, and he can't tell you who they are, implying that he knows them. Mikey calls his bluff, so Chris backpedals. Now it's not someone he knows, but someone he was supposed to meet. But he didn't meet him because he wanted the truth. Mikey says he could have just lied and said it was the truth. Chris says, duh, CIA agents are always lying, literally all the time. In which case he would never have asked if he was going to tell the truth, since he had already decided they're always lying. Do you see how nothing he says is even remotely logically consistent when you actually scrutinize it? He's just talking out of his ass at all times.
And then when you go all the way back to, and so is really just answering to the devil, now you've got me again. Because I read that in my Bible. I know that that's true. I know that, he's the prince of this world.
Well, yes, and they've been, by the way, I mean, there are accounts from biblical times and pre-biblical times that involve UFOs, things in the sky, that show up during critical battles, for example, and turn the tide, right? This goes all the way back, to the Vedic religion, the pre-Hindu religion. There are all kinds of people who have reported these things, and they end up in various religious scriptures, including Christian scriptures as well.
Yeah, the devil obviously exists and controls everything because Mikey's Book of Stories says so. And then Chris doubles down with a little Ancient Aliens twist. Are we going to get some Billy Carson-style Anunnaki bullshit too?
It strikes me that there's really something to that. Roger Scruton, the late conservative philosopher, he said that the job of the conservative intellectual is to articulate things that the common man knows intuitively.
That's right.
In other words, conservative so-called intellectuals take the delusions and prejudices of idiots and artificially intellectualize them in order to validate and manipulate those people. The Daily Wire, everyone.
You don't have the key to the clubhouse, you're not getting in, okay? They won't even talk to you. Yep. No academic will take me on, will actually start arguing, even in his own field at this point, because they know they're going to lose. And they will. Any academic.
By the way, there have been physics PhDs who've tried to set up debates with him. He refuses to do it. And some of them have criticized him on forums, saying his theory of everything makes no fucking sense. And his only reply is, oh, you're a weak pencil neck bitch, and I can bench 500 pounds. Like, this guy is... He's just a fucking pleb. Like, that's all he is. He works at a fucking bar. He never, like, went to university, college, never got higher education, doesn't know shit. He's just a fucking pleb with narcissism.
Make any time.
I think most bright undergrads could mop the floor with you, Chris. I could too. But do keep puffing your chest out like this. It's adorable.
Higher education cartel as there can be.
Right, they're indoctrination mills. You have to look at the entire educational system as being one great big indoctrination factory.
Yep.
And the people that work in it, those faculty members, they're chosen, they're selected as indoctrinators of the youth.
Yes, and they peddle Marxism, but...
Yeah, nothing but Marxism. When I was getting my chemistry degree, every day it was nothing but Marxism. Marxist nucleophiles and electrophiles, the proletariat acids and those dirty bourgeoisie bases. In the lab, they would just talk about division of labor. We never even got a chance to run a single reaction. You guys clearly know exactly what happens in college. Of course, in reality, neither of these asshats could define Marxism or communism or socialism or capitalism if their lives depended on it.
I don't like Drag Queen Story Hour, but we need to tolerate it. It's one of the blessings of liberty. If we don't tolerate Drag Queen Story Hour...
What?
Yes.
Blessing of liberty?
Well, look, it's in the preamble to the Constitution. I think James Madison's rolling over in his grave at the very thought of that.
The Constitution mentions trannies, does it?
Not in my last read.
I mean, I was raised in an environment where we were, basically taught to be tolerant of people, of their foibles, and if they wanted to be a little bit deviant, well, a little bit of deviation is good. You can't just be locked into one rigid way of looking at things. So I developed tolerance. But now they've become militant. They've become rabid. They're shoving it down children's throats, and it's just not good for society, okay? It violates the biological imperative of survival, okay? To become totally sexual. There's a reason that men and women exist and that they mate and create children. It's for the survival of the human race.
Reason number 4 that Chris is here at the Daily Wire. Man plus woman make baby, and that's the best thing. And anything that deviates from that is evil. Gay marriage bad. Drag queen reads a story is bad. The pedos and the groomers are taking over society, and they must be stopped. I knew this jerk-off was just another bigot. Tolerance my ass, Chris. If everyone has to tolerate your bloated bloviations, then you can deal with a drag queen reading a book once in a while.
But when they go out and they have gay day parades where they're cavorting, nude, and they're going into children's restrooms and so forth, that's where we have to draw the line.
Children's restrooms? What is a children's restroom? Pride parades don't take place on an elementary school campus, you alarmist prick.
Are there thinkers alive today who...
Oh yeah, this guy is exactly like Jason Blaha. Blaha lies about how intelligent he is. He's lied about going to college. Lied about, like, his military career, like, everything. This dude is literally Blaha. Sengoku donated $2. I don't know how you were able to sustain an 850 calorie diet, can barely eat less than 2,000 without going crazy. Well, it's... It's just a matter of willpower, dude.
Welcome to the full day of eating video on the bulk. It's been a long time coming. As you can see from the
we can review this. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Calendar, it is the 18th today. It is time here to be yapping. Now the exact I don't really have in your weight at some point and you'll plateau. But anyway, I don't really have much time.
Not that much. Then pour in 50 grams of oats and 100 grams of frozen fruit. I personally use the mixed berry with strawberry and mango as it tastes significantly better than just the berry. Next, pour in 100 grams of oat milk and about 120 grams of water so that it's not too thick, but you still get that.
Is he gonna ruin it with whey protein? Oh yeah, there it is, right there.
That kind kind of milkshake consistency. Finally, add 1 scoop of My Protein strawberry milkshake protein powder. This is the secret ingredient that brings it all for some fast digesting carbs, and then pour about 1/3 of a glass of water to mix in half a teaspoon of no salt or potassium and half a teaspoon of salt or sodium for some quick electrolytes to fuel my workout. And yes, this does legitimately taste like someone took a piss in the ocean and handed you a glass, attempting to mass. So immediately when I get home from the gym, I like to do a 2-minute cold plunge straight to the fridge to prepare meal number 2. Greek yogurt with nuts, berries, and a drizzle of honey.
This person is a sick, disgusting degenerate. Greek yogurt? What kind of fucking sick fuck eats Greek yogurt?
Finally, on to some big...
Yes. Disgusting, horrible, cancer-causing red meat. What a great choice.
28 grams or 1 serving of cheese. This is Colby Jack that my...
Oh, yes, and put cheese on top of it to make it even more artery clogging. Good idea. More red meat? Oh my god. Chicken and rice, yes, because why would you limit yourself to paying for the murder of just one animal? Peanut butter and toast, it's not too bad.
You know what, let's go weigh myself right now to see what the weight gain was at the end of the day. And I will also put a picture on the screen of what I weighed in tomorrow so that you can see, you know, I am actually gaining weight very slowly. I'll probably actually lose weight considering I weighed in a little too heavy. We'll see. All right, pants are coming off. I'm gonna keep my shirt on just because I...
All right, well, he doesn't have the best diet. Not the worst, but definitely not the best. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Who you think are worth reading? People always say, what's the reading list? What should I read? What should I listen to? Are there philosophers or popular writers?
There are no...
That guy definitely is not on steroids, dude. He weighs the same as me, and he has significantly more body fat, so... Like, he's probably shorter, but still... I'd be very surprised if he was on steroids.
No academic philosophers that are worthy, as far as I'm concerned, of attention.
What about
it's not because all of them are stupid or anything like that. It's because they bought into the party. They're academics.
Yeah.
Okay, they cannot violate, you know, the academic, communistic, atheistic narrative and get away with it. Okay, and if you're in that system, then obviously you're playing along with it.
Yep, everyone who is affiliated with any university in the entire world is both a communist and atheist. You're not allowed to work at a university if you aren't both of those things, not even religious universities. It's a paradox, I know. Hey Chris, stop making excuses for being too dumb and lazy to read what philosophers have to say. You could actually learn something for once.
Are there non-academic writers, thinkers, philosophers who you would recommend people read?
I'm sure they're out there. I haven't encountered any.
Oh, wow, so even all the people who aren't at the evil universities, none of them are worth reading either? So all the smart people are indoctrinated, and all the non-indoctrinated people are stupid? That's quite a pickle. Are you sure it's just that you don't know how to read?
I want to know who, beyond his own writing, who the smartest man in the world wants me to read. Who would you recommend?
Well, I would say that you should go back and definitely read Aristotle and Plato and Socrates.
Yeah, it would be great if more people would read Socrates. The problem is that he never wrote anything down, you moron. So after telling us that nobody alive today is worth reading, his first examples of super important people from history that we should all read includes one who never wrote anything. This is how you know Chris is completely full of shit. He never read any Socrates because that's not a thing that exists, which means he never read any Aristotle or Plato either. Those are just smart people from history that he thinks will make him seem smart by association.
Have you ever heard of Plato, Aristotle, Socrates? Yes. Morons.
Those you've got, that takes us up through, it takes us up through some of the medieval Christian philosophers, Anselm, Aquinas, Augustine. Yep. And beyond that, then it starts getting dicey.
Yeah, once we get past Aquinas and philosophy started to decouple from blind faith in the Christian God, it got dicey, says Chris. We can't have people exercising logic and critical thinking skills now, can we?
By the way, these new atheists, I mean, they're adamant.
You're talking about Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett.
I'm talking about Richie Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, Sam Harris. Well, I don't know. Chris Hitchens, guys of this nature.
You're a little outdated with your references, Chris. The Four Horsemen you speak of got together in 2007, and Hitchens died in 2011.
Helicopters.
New atheism isn't even really a term people throw around much anymore, except for fear-mongering twats like you two, who recoil at the thought of rationality, and who would like to end the separation of church and state.
But you didn't just say that he doesn't believe in God. You said he hates God.
Hates God. Dawkins obviously hates God. Why is there evil in the world? Usually, that's what it comes down to.
Right. No, sweetie. Dawkins doesn't hate God any more than he hates the Loch Ness Monster. You God-botherers are incapable of comprehending the idea that other people genuinely do not believe in your magic sky daddy.
Do you think that our discussion or our understanding of God, therefore, must be active and participatory rather than merely academic?
Absolutely, and furthermore, it must be rational as well as faith-based.
Rational and faith-based is an oxymoron. Faith is specifically a suspension of reason. It is the belief in that which you have no logical reason to believe. If you had rationality behind the position, it would no longer require faith. You sure are dumb for a genius, Chris.
Mungo only pawn in game of life.
Is he talking about the Russian lawsuit?
Guys and gals, me Mudahar, and ladies and gentlemen, today's going to be a fun little video about technology and how the government wants to destroy Google, at least when it comes to Google Chrome. Now, you might have heard the words, the government is forcing Google to sell Chrome. You might be wondering, how the heck are they going to do that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, to understand all of this, we're going to have to bring you up with some context. We're going to have to bring you up with what has been going on. In the last several months, if not the entire year, since 2023 has basically begun, and also even before that, there's been a massive amount of lawsuits that have kicked up, known as antitrust lawsuits. Now, if you know anything about big tech companies, they make a lot of money, and they're pretty much some of the biggest companies that anybody has ever seen in the history of time. But not only are they big companies, the products that they actually hold have so many users using them that it's almost difficult for some random person to jump into the market, whether they be the smallest business in the world or an equivalent mega corporation. It's impossible to jump into any business and compete with some of these entrenched products. Like imagine YouTube.com. How many other video sharing websites do you know that even come close to YouTube.com? I would actually wager it's 0%. There are other alternative video sharing websites like Rumble, Odyssey, so on and so forth. Dailymotion. You've probably heard of former competitors like, I think it was like Vidly or VidMe or things like that back in the day. But ultimately, YouTube.com is basically the video sharing website to go to. It's where most of the world goes to watch any form of online on-demand video at any given time. So yeah, it's clearly huge. And also, when it comes to a lot of these big tech companies, anytime you're entrenched in a specific market, you're pretty much gonna be there for a while. Now, in the last couple months, you probably noticed that I made a video about Google basically being declared a monopolist. Now, in the United States, monopolies are completely illegal. You can't run a monopoly, and there's plenty of laws that are centered around it. Like, for instance, one of them is known as the Sherman Act. And if you read the Sherman Antitrust Act, just a quick little idea is it tells you the law prohibits conspiracies that unreasonably restrict trade. Under the Sherman Act, agreements amongst competitors to fix prices or wages, rig bids, or allocate customers, workers, or markets are criminal violation. But it also says the act makes it illegal to monopolize, conspire to monopolize, or attempt to monopolize a market for products or services. An unlawful monopoly exists when one firm has market power for a product or service, and it has obtained or maintained that market power. So to give you an idea why monopolies are bad, just a quick example. Imagine in the world of video gaming, Microsoft just bought every single video game like developer, publisher out there. All of a sudden, they bought basically the entire industry right there because they have the money to do so. Microsoft is substantially richer than Nintendo or Sony. If there were no competition, if there was no anti-competitive laws, they could basically buy out every single developer and make them develop exclusive games for the Xbox console, basically snuffing out their competition right there and then. Now, if all of a sudden the only player in the video game console space was Microsoft, then they basically get to dictate how the entire industry goes. They design the hardware, and they can basically make you play on the same box for 20-something years, right? If they control an industry, then they basically get to decide where it goes. And to give an idea, recently, very, very recently, Microsoft got hit with regulators, not just in the United States, when they tried to purchase Activision Blizzard, a pretty massive player in video games, where they were producing titles like Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Diablo, massive games, at least Call of Duty, that is played across numerous devices, numerous consoles. So the government didn't appreciate Microsoft just spending billions of dollars and buying out entire game developers and publishers that clearly their competition couldn't. And this is when the market jumps in to regulate a space when they detect that there's possibilities of a monopoly brewing. And Microsoft doesn't want to deal with it. They've got a pretty bad history with that already. So this 286-page ruling, one exact piece that I wanted to actually bring up here and remind you was this page right here, was this mention. Google has a major, largely unseen advantage over its rivals: default distribution. Most users access a general search engine through a browser, so something like Apple Safari, or a search widget that comes preloaded on a mobile device. These search access points are preset with a default search engine. The default is extremely valuable real estate because many users simply stick to searching with the default. Google receives billions of queries every day through these access points. Google derives extraordinary volumes of user data from such searches. It then uses that information to improve search quality. Google so values the data, absent a user-initiated change, it stores 18 months worth of user search history and activity. So what they're effectively going with over here is, when you purchase an iPhone, for example, this is not a Google product. So if you decided not to install any application from the get-go, your basic web browser would be iOS's Safari. Now, the thing about search defaults is when you open up Safari and you basically go to the URL page and you type in any prompt and hit enter, it immediately defaults to google.com. So that default is worth so much money. In fact, it's worth around $26 billion in total payments, not just to Apple, obviously, but to pretty much everyone in the, tech sphere. Google pays around $26 billion to make sure that across multiple devices, they are the default. So in a case where you're not even downloading Google Chrome or any Google application, you probably are going to be defaulting to using Google. And that's so important for Google at this moment in time that they will pay a massive chunk of money. To give you an idea about how much money Google makes in its web browsing market, in its advertising space, in digital advertising through search engine defaults like that, we have to look at a graph for them and their competitors. So for instance, Google's ad revenue is calculated right here. So around $237 billion at one point, I believe, in 2023. So again, ladies and gentlemen, that number keeps just going up. Now, when you compare them to their competitors like Microsoft, which is, again, clearly a massive company, you're looking at $12.2 billion. And that, of course, would be money generated via Bing search engine. How many people do you know use Bing? We'll get the exact number or somewhere close to it real quick. Then, of course, the next competition here is Baidu, and then Yandex coming in very much at the end. I mean, Yandex's revenue is literally an accounting error for Google at this point. It's actually that wild. Now, when you look up search engine market shares, the one thing that actually should stick out is the only double digit here is Google. So 89% of, again, the world, according to StatCounter and their examination, uses Google. After that, 4.15% use Bing. So literally, Microsoft search engine is like literally just a fraction of the amount of people that go visit Google, right? Then you've got Yandex, then you've got Yahoo, and then Baidu, and DuckDuckGo comes at a cute 0.69%. So basically, Google's competition literally isn't even competition for them. They're just tiny little specks on the radar. So it started from these lawsuits initially targeting things like digital advertising, and again, Google's dominance in that space eventually evolved into a set of actual wants that the government has brought forward, where they want to basically break up Google and the dominance that they actually have in the market. So this 23-pager, which we're actually going to look through, kind of opens up the insight as to what the government wants Google to do to get rid of their massive domination. So according to this, what they said was for more than a decade, Google has unlawfully maintained its monopolies in general search services and search text advertising through a web of anti-competitive practices. As this court found after a lengthy trial, Google is a monopolist, and it has acted as one to maintain its monopoly over both the search engine services and search text advertising markets. So what they said was Google has manipulated its control of Chrome and Android to benefit itself, while sharing monopoly profits under conditions to induce third parties, so third parties like Apple, for instance, across the ecosystem to help Google maintain its monopolies. Google's exclusionary conduct has, amongst other things, made Google the near universal default for search and ensured that virtually all search access point users valuable queries and interaction data to Google. Google's unlawful behavior has deprived rivals not only of critical distribution channels, but also distribution partners who could otherwise enable entry into these markets. So Google is paying out so much money, and I believe at one point in one of these lawsuits they were talking about revenue shares, which again is just more, sweet stuff on top of the already sweet stuff that they're providing, cold hard cash, to big companies like Apple and Samsung in certain cases. So people that release really popular handset devices, computers, really anything people use to then browse the internet, these people have already made Google their default. So the people who are jumping into the internet immediately just use Google, and they really don't immediately go to other search engines. They may not even know other search engines exist, right? Like for somebody that's not super computer literate, if you go up to them, they probably will know what Google is because that's what they use. But if you ask them, have you tried DuckDuckGo? They won't even know what that is. They might know what Bing is, but generally when you get into the market, because literally like 1% of global users use anything other than Google, you know what I mean? Like just these other search engines, like their literal market share is like 1%, if that. And even the act of switching defaults wasn't easy. I had to actually go to my search in the settings app for my iPhone, search under it, I swear to God, find the search engine setting, and then actually find only 5 other options to pick from, or just 5 total. So even in this case, you can't switch to certain providers that you might be a fan of. It literally just defaults to Google or whatever other options Apple wants to throw in. So what they said was the court's opinion described a decade-long harm Google inflicted on the market for general search and
Gum gum. Gum gum. What are you doing? Hey Gum Gum. What's going on? What are you doing over there, Gum Gum? Gum Gum. What are you up to? You silly kitty. Think he's poking at a millipede again.
Search text advertising. At the same time, it also provides a roadmap to the components necessary to restore competition to these markets that have revolutionized how we live. So to go over these roadmaps, let's exactly look into what the government is recommending. So for instance, Google's ownership and control of Chrome and Android, key methods for the distribution of search engines to consumers, pose a significant challenge to effectuate a remedy that aims to unfetter markets from anti-competitive conduct. To address these challenges, Google must divest Chrome, which has forfeited Google's dominance, so that rivals may pursue distribution partnerships that this reality of control today prevents. As to Android, a critical platform on which search competitors rely, and for which Google has myriad obvious and not so obvious ways to favor its own search products. There are 2 options. one that swiftly, efficiently, and decisively strikes at the locus of some of the anti-competitive conduct at issues here, and a second option that invites court and plaintiff oversight into long-term behavioral remedies that may be protracted and less certain due to Google's conduct. The most straightforward solution, the first option, would be to divest Android, which would prevent Google from using Android to exclude any of their search rival search providers. But plaintiffs recognize that divestiture may draw significant objections from Google or even other market participants. So again, these are pretty massive things to be stating, and again, these are just recommendations, how the government wants to move forward, right? But the government's pretty dead set on getting Google basically broken up beyond where it already is. So what they said was the proposed final judgment. Guided by governing case laws and with these market realities and dynamics in mind, plaintiffs respectfully submit the initial proposed final judgment, which provides the court with a comprehensive and unitary remedy to address the harms in the general search services and search text advertising. Through its web browser, they've basically been deciding the standards for the internet. There's no doubt that if you want to access YouTube or browse Google services, it is best done on Google Chrome. So having Google removed from basically softly deciding how the internet standards are set may ultimately be a good thing in the long run, right? Like obviously, if you let the entire world decide what the standard of the internet will be, it means we all control the internet and not just Google. Google is not the deciding factor in how the internet will be designed going in forward. So that is the one big silver lining to really consider here. Now, the thing about this Google stuff, this Google Chrome stuff, is that it reminds me a lot of like the original browser wars. Now, if you're old, if you're somebody that has been following the early days of Microsoft, you may remember this video clip of Bill Gates in the middle of a Microsoft antitrust deposition. And this was all related to the first ever browser wars. So much like the nerdiest war you've ever heard of, the browser wars were actually brought forward in a discussion of Microsoft basically dominating the market at the time. And this is the late 90s to around the early to mid 2000s. So if you're looking at this graph right over here, in 1996, one of the largest browsers available was one known as Netscape Classic. Now, I've probably shown you Netscape at some point on my channel.
Man,
but
I
if you're,
remember
again,
old
older,
Netscape.
if you're younger than me, if you're like somebody who's of the TikTok generation, you probably might not even have heard of what Internet Explorer is. So if you've been around since the beginning of the internet, Netscape is something that people use. Netscape used to be a commercial software. People had to pay to buy a web browser that they could then access the web in an easy fashion. Now, obviously, Microsoft then came in by releasing Internet Explorer, so this blue section, as part of Microsoft Windows. Basically, a part of the actual software was included for free. So because Microsoft released their stuff for free, bundled with, again, Microsoft Windows, which is one of the most used operating systems ever, they basically took over the entire market. And for a while, until Google Chrome came in, the only dog in this race was Internet Explorer. Yeah, there were other people like Firefox, and there was like other browsers, but generally the internet was... All right, so I'm gonna walk you gamers through the browser wars pretty quickly, okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere around the time of the late 90s, there used to be other web browsers that weren't Microsoft Internet Explorer, and one of those browsers was Netscape Navigator. Now, Netscape Navigator at one point was like a paid software. Like, you had to pay like 40, I think 50 bucks at the time just to get like a disk that you would install onto your system so you could browse the web with the user interface. Because if you didn't want to do that, well, you could rely on command lines and terminals or non-graphical user interfaces, but I'm sure most people wouldn't enjoy it. So they made this product. They were pretty much a successful company for a while, until Microsoft comes into the story. Now remember, Microsoft makes Microsoft Windows. So you've got every single developer writing software for these people. You have to, because they own the operating system market, pretty much. So at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, Microsoft decides we're going to bundle Internet Explorer with Microsoft Windows. Now, Microsoft would argue that it wasn't really extra software, it was just a feature, quote unquote. But what it did was effectively stifle and completely destroy the entire market right there. So Microsoft, even if their competitors added features to their browser, Microsoft would just then decide to add them later themselves. So all of a sudden, Netscape that had this business was completely null and void, because all of a sudden Microsoft just came in and took away their entire, market share. They took away everything. Nowadays, Netscape, it's like basically bought by AOL and then later Yahoo. So it's now like this news website, and you can download like an AOL Netscape browser, but I haven't gotten it to run, so I really think that all I did was get malware, which would be fun for the video. Not so much fun for my personal information, but that's yet to be determined. So at this moment in time, you might be wondering, Muda, is it okay that all of a sudden, Microsoft, should we be demonizing them for creating a free product that is providing what other paid solutions are doing? It's not so simple. Remember, Microsoft is not only one of the largest firms out there, they're also selling Microsoft Windows as well, for a significantly larger premium. Now granted, it's a bigger product, but you can kind of see the problem over here, right? Microsoft is also selling their game, they're killing their competition, and at some moment in time, the United States government had to step in. Now that deposition I showed you towards the beginning of this TED Talk was one where Bill Gates was probably sitting in the most smug manner he ever could. The only way that deposition could get any better to watch is if somehow Steve Ballmer, and for those of you who don't know who Steve Ballmer is because you're young, he's the former Microsoft CEO, famously went on stage screaming, "Developers, developers, developers!" This man, sweaty as fuck that he is, I would assume that there's something Colombian going through that dude's bloodstreams. And if I had to personally hazard a guess, I would have to imagine it probably isn't coffee, if you catch my drift. That said, this is a joke for legal reasons. I think Steve Ballmer is definitely not doing anything that shady. He doesn't look like he would be on that, for crying out loud. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, this man is a national treasure. I mean, you're talking about a man that threw Linux under the communism wing, for crying out loud. All Netscape. Now, here's the thing. The government decided to film their own experiment, their own evidence. And when they showed their tape, they found a glaring discrepancy in that it wasn't that easy. So even Microsoft's VP at the time, Brad Chase, literally came out and said, yeah, the government's right. Microsoft might have been a little bit oopsie-doodly with the truth. Who knows? But yeah, when it comes to these big companies, the government always jumps in to try to prevent any form of monopolization, because with monopolies, like I said, it's bad. When basically cut back their search engine like dominance, the biggest actual harm goes beyond just Google Chrome. For instance, the actual only other software competitor to this would be Firefox or Safari, right? Especially on like Mac devices. But at least for Firefox, you might not know this, but according to even their financials, the most important contributor to them is Google. For instance, according to the 2021-2022 financial statement, Firefox's $593 million in revenue, at least $510 million of it goes from Google. It comes from them. Google pays. Google Chrome is.
Do you ever miss your grandfather?
No. No, I don't ever have moments where I wish he was still around. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Is really only valuable to just Google. The code already exists out there, so some company like Microsoft wants to just go with Google Chrome. If Google can't contribute to it, they might just take up the mantle and run things beholden to these exact due to the ecosystem.
Well, that's interesting. They're going to be forced to sell Chrome. I don't know if that's really going to fucking do anything. I think they're just going to end up making some other company super rich. Like, so. But, I was planning on playing games, but I'm, like, really crashing hard right now, and I'm super tired. I think what I'm going to do is probably have a morning stream, so whenever I wake up, like 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there, just do a morning gaming stream, and then we'll do another stream tomorrow night. So I'll probably do a double stream tomorrow. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And we'll basically do the same thing again. But sweet dreams, everybody. Take care. And be sure to check out the video I just uploaded. Just uploaded my response to that Bioneer dipshit, so if you haven't seen it, give it a watch.